Well, welcome back. This is an incredibly important topic, and yeah, I think we all can recognize. I want to thank everyone who's come for public comment. This is obviously a special session centered around the encampment management policy and a look at a draft policy that we have called the encampment abatement policy. So we all can recognize that what we have in the streets is not humane, and we may have disagreements in terms of how we go about doing it, but this is an incredibly important topic for us to talk about. Councilmember Houston, I am going to shortly call on you to provide your presentation. Before we get to that, also just given the volume of individuals that we have here for public comment, I'm going to request that I'm going to assign 1 minute for public comment. That way we can get through everybody's comments. And so thank you, everyone. Okay. All right. Well, let's get started. Councilmember Houston. Oh, right. Councilmember Houston, can you sit in your seat? Excuse me for just a second. Yeah, just yeah, for roll call. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Special Public Safety Committee on today's date, Tuesday, September the 10th. The time is now 11:01, and this meeting has come to order. Before taking roll, I provide instructions on how to submit a speaker's card for items on this agenda. If you're here with us in chambers and you would like to submit a speaker's card, please fill one out and turn it into a clerk representative before the item is read into record. Online speaker requests were due 24 hours prior to this meeting. This meeting came to order at 11:01 a.m. Speaker cards will no longer be accepted 10 minutes after this meeting has begun, making that time 11:11 a.m. Please note that all Zoom speakers will be taken after in-person speakers. Please note that all Zoom speakers will be taken after in-person speakers. Thank you. With that, we will now proceed to take roll. Councilmember Brown. If I can get a clerk representative to allow Councilmember Brown to speak, please.
Present.
Councilmember Fife is absent. Councilmember Houston.
Present.
And Chair Wong.
Present.
We have 3 members present and 1 absent. Before we begin, Chair Wong, do you have any additional announcements?
I would just want to clarify for my colleague, Councilmember Fife, that the reason that she's not in attendance is because she had a pre-existing conflict, another committee meeting or a board meeting that she's going to, so she has an excused absence. Okay. I think with that, just to reiterate, given the number of people that we have present here to give public comment, in order to get through this in an expeditious as well as fair manner, we're going to limit it to 1 minute for public comment. And that's it for announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 1, please note that there are no minutes to be approved. Moving to item 2, determination to schedule outstanding committee items, and you do have 6 speakers for this item.
Okay, we'll proceed with public comment.
When I call your name, please approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you do, once again, have 1 minute to speak. If you're participating via Zoom, again, in-person speakers will be taken before Zoom speakers. Raise your hand so you're easily identified. Sabrina Buer, Jay Kleiman, Simon Lee, Armando Solorzano, and Ms. Asada Olabala.
As an item related to the NSA, 23 years of the NSA, and we haven't resolved it. Now we have a lawsuit claiming that you have been deliberately indifferent to the targeting of African Americans by the Oakland Police Department related to racial profiling and excessive force. And who's in the lawsuit? The City of Oakland, the Federal Compliance Director, the Federal Decrees Judge. 23 years, sanctuary city, and you can't protect African Americans from the police. Lastly, you have over at what was the Bunch School signs that says asbestos, signs that says PCB is being spread, and across the street is your city recreational facility, outdoor tennis court, outdoor skating, and they're being exposed to that, and it looks like blighted property. That's Bunch School. Do something about the spread of asbestos and PCB over there at Bunch School.
I meant to sign up for item 3.
Thank you. Moving to our Zoom speakers, Sabrina. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Samin Lee. I would like to submit for the council a letter that was signed by over 17 small and independent business owners in Oakland who are calling on you to oppose council member Houston's proposed encampment abatement policy. As members of the small business community, we know firsthand how difficult the unsheltered crisis is. However, we are deeply concerned that this policy will not solve these issues. Without an increase in adequate shelter, these policies will increase street homelessness, increase mental health crises, and drug overdose. Relying on incarceration to fill the shelter gap is both inhumane and financially wasteful. This is a fiscally irresponsible policy and a human rights violation that will cost millions in taxpayer money. We all want cleaner, safer public spaces, but criminalizing living below the poverty line is not a solution. It is a punishment for poverty, and that is in every way unacceptable. We want real solutions that work with unhoused residents to transition into permanent housing and end the crisis. This is signed by over 17 businesses. Please view the attachments that has been submitted to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please note that for those that's standing on the wall, you may not stand there. Please go to hearing room 1. It is open for seats. And when I call your name, you may come up to speak. Hearing room 1 is downstairs to your left. Moving to our Zoom speakers. Sabrina Brewer and Jay Kleiman. Sabrina, you are unmuted and may begin your 1-minute comment.
Thank you. I just want to say that this proposal would cause further violence to unhoused folks. The proposal says that unmanaged encampments are presumed to have higher levels of health risk, but says nothing of the health risk of displacement and homelessness, which we know lives are impacted by that lived reality every single day. This proposal has no strategies led by unhoused or poor folks. If we're trying to house people, then we need to look to the expertise of people with lived experience. Wood Street Commons, Poor Magazine, Love and Justice in the Streets. There are so many powerful organizations and leaders in the community with strategies and solutions that center those most effective, and this is not one of those. This is a violent tool for further criminalizing homelessness. It is not a solution. Thank you.
So, for any of the remaining public commenters for this item, this is a scheduling request. If you have comments on the proposed encampment abatement policy, please submit a speaker card for that portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Moving to our next Zoom speaker, that is Jay Kleiman. Ms. Arina, please state your name and which name you signed up for. Stanford Ford, did you submit a speaker card
Yes.
for this item?
Yes. Yes, I did.
For item 2?
Yes, this is about the abatement policy, right?
And that's for item 3. I do not have a speaker card for you for item 2. Thank you, and we will get back to you after this one.
Okay.
And that concludes your public speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed to item 3 then, and with, oh, yes. I'll take a motion to proceed with item 3. A motion? Right. Sorry, bear with us as we have a brand new microphone system that we are the first committee meeting to deal with this.
Motion. I'll make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
I second it.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Councilmember Houston, to accept the determination to schedule outstanding committee items as is on roll. Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
Councilmember Fife is excused. Councilmember Houston.
Aye.
And Chair Wong.
Aye.
This motion passes with 3 ayes and 1 excuse. 5. Moving to item 3. I will now read the item into record. Adopt a resolution amending resolution number 88341 to repeal the 2020 encampment management policy and replace with the 2025 encampment abatement policy that A, defines encampment to exclude vehicles and authorizes citation and towing of inhabited vehicles by the city departments pursuant to the California Vehicle Code and Oakland Vehicle Code. B, continues to require 7-day notice prior to the non-urgent encampment closures, and C, clarifies the emergency and urgent health and safety conditions that authorize immediate 24-hour or 72-hour notice for encampment closures, including encampments blocking sidewalks. And you do have more than 85 speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. I do believe we have a prepared presentation by Councilmember Houston as well as Patricia Brooks. What is the length of the presentation? Is it over 7 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. I will allow for that because this is an important topic. So you have more than 7 minutes. Please proceed and with your presentation.
Would you like to have the public speakers first, or you want me to speak?
No, I'd like to,
Okay.
I think it's important for everyone in this room to understand this policy as part of the public comment. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is a very difficult subject, very difficult. But it has to be brought up, had to be brought up to the public. And I always say this with my colleagues, and I say this in the public. I say it all the time. I lead by personal experience. Personal experience. I had K-Top to put something up. Don't play it yet, K-Top. I first want to thank the governor for supporting me with this. I want to thank OPD for sitting down with all the multiple meetings. I'd like to thank DOT. I'd like to thank the police department, if I didn't mention. I'd like to thank Patricia Brooks for supporting me with her intelligence. I'd like to thank my staff that held me up through this difficult time. Lidit, Nellie, Trinity, Victoria. And I'm going to leave some people out, so I'm going to need you to say
Excuse me, I need to
something.
interrupt for just a second, Councilmember Houston. For those of you standing at the back, please proceed to hearing room 1. Hearing room 1, thank you so much. That's, yeah, and we'll call your name for the public comment. Thank you so much.
So K-Top called me up and said, Ken, did you have audio on this film, on this video? It's 59 seconds.
It is downstairs to the left. Thank you so much.
K-Top called me up and said, hey, do you have audio on this video? I said, no, because sometimes audio distracts from what you see. My personal experience, and I'm going to just let you guys really detail and look at this. Just really look at this. This is where I grew up. This is where my mother raised me. And this is where I walk to school every day. every day. And it did not look like this, and we did not have to deal with this. So K-Top, can you please play that? That's next to my mother's house, 88 years old as of yesterday. On a one-way street, they have to walk their back to traffic. That's where I walked to Stonehurst Elementary since I was 6 years old. I'm a true son of Oakland. No child should have to. Let me say something. I'm not gonna interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. Shane.
Please, order in the chamber, please. Please allow the speaker to proceed. Thank you.
Put it on the picture, please. In 2016, I decided to go out and live with the homeless, unhoused. I met this gentleman right here. His name is Hans Nuzulu Chino. Can you come up here, Chino, please? He worked with me for the last 6, 7 years. I don't want to be, I'm not going to interrupt them. I don't want to be interrupted. So this gentleman right here worked with me. I'm so proud of him. He works with me now. We're tied to the hip. He runs the private part of the 501c3 Beautification Council. This man sent his son to school. He was homeless for at least 6 years. Now he's thriving. Okay, Chino, can you go sit down real please? Can you play the next picture, please? In 2010, I had a situation, and I was homeless for 2 to 3 years, and I stayed in that RV. That RV right there bounced around. The police came here, told me I couldn't park there. Bounced around. Then I ended up renting out a boat, RV, car storage, hid in and out of there for 2 years. I understand what it is to be living in that situation. Next.
Please, order in the chamber. Order in the chamber, please.
My brother, I'm going to share something with you. I have 1,213 more days to be in this seat. I represent the people that put me in this seat. And my personal life is your life now. I want to share something with you. My brother, my big brother, that flew down to come and see me and support me, was homeless for 39 years. Ronald, stand up here, bro. I saw my mother cry every night. I saw her pray for this man. I know what it feels like. This is a difficult situation for me to be in. Ronald, thanks for coming. We're gonna spend time with my 88-year-old mom on Friday, and I thank you for flying down to support me, brother. This is a difficult situation that I'm in. Someone has to take a bold stand. We cannot continue to live in this condition, and we cannot continue to let individuals live in this condition. What I'm going to do, K-Top, can you pull up the PowerPoint? Because I want Patricia Brooks to come up and speak to our encampment abatement policy. And then you can have questions, and you'll get your answers. So Patricia Brooks, the mastermind, I appreciate everything you're dealing with me. Can you present that? K-Top, can you pull that up, please?
Testing, thank you. Well, thanks everyone for coming here. Thank you all for the over 318 emails that we have received, at least to our office. Some for, some against, some the same letter just written over again. But this is democracy. This is democracy. And so, what we're going to do is provide the overview of Councilmember Houston's draft. And these are just the highlights, because everyone has a right to go to Legistar and take a look at it. And Councilmember Houston asked me to make sure that we didn't forget anyone. So we also would like to thank the City Attorney's Office, led by City Attorney Ryan Richardson. But the star of this has been City Attorney Ms. Jordan Flanders. We want to thank her. She's back here. You'll see her with the red hair. We also want to thank other cities and jurisdictions for assisting us. And so with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, this is the draft, and these are the highlights. Thank you. All righty, first slide. The goal is protect all Oaklanders, sheltered and unsheltered. We want to give that authority back to Oakland DOT and OPD to enforce established ordinances. Nothing new there, folks. Nothing new at all. We want them to work with the codes regarding and regardless of housing status of individuals. We want to remove criminal activities in encampments, RVs, campers, through standard investigations. We want to enforce the California Vehicle Code to remove impound vehicles when health and safety or traffic impeding conditions are present. And we also want to reduce health and safety environmental negative outcomes from encampments. Now, how do we want to do this? Well, we want to do this by balancing compassion with public safety, health, and equity. That's exactly what the governor said to do as well. The city will continue, and I want to repeat this, we will continue to model housing first priorities. It does the city no good to have people on the street. When housing's available, the city will make every effort and also every reasonable effort to house individuals. We want to reclaim, thank you. I'm going to continue, and you'll have your chance if you put your speaker card in to speak. We want to reclaim and preserve public spaces. That would be parks, tot lots, play structures, sideways, sidewalks for all Oaklanders, regardless of housing status. We want to define high and low sensitivity areas. High sensitivity areas, which were formerly designated by the City Council.
Please, order in the chamber. Okay, thank you.
We also want to focus on low sensitivity areas. Let me make sure I'm on this. Yep. We want to ensure that we define these locations. I missed my page, sorry. Where encampments create serious health and or safety risks, such as damage to important infrastructures, blocking public spaces or services, blocking homes or businesses, and blocking emergency access or streets. The city will prioritize maintaining high sensitivity areas free of encampments, parks with playgrounds or tot lots, protected waterways, schools and child care centers, residences and businesses, and high fire severity zones, and critical infrastructure. We also have low sensitivity areas where that's not going to be the focus of abatement. All other areas not designated as high sensitivity areas, encampments in low sensitivity areas, they still have to meet standards, meaning no obstructing emergency ingress and egress, no obstructing on bike and ADA routes, so we won't have seniors who are not able to move on the streets, no gray or black water dumping because it affects our waterways. Encampment boundaries must not exceed 12 by 12. Structures and tents shall maintain a minimum of 6 feet distance, and the areas directly adjacent to an inhabited vehicle must always remain clear. Now, many of you, and this is a very important slide, many of you have asked city leaders, myself, emails, how the heck did we get here? It's Libby's fault. It's Shang's fault, right? I see some of you nodding your heads. But the reality is there's enough blame to go around, but let's take it what really happened. In 2018, we had a ruling by the Ninth Circuit that basically said, and you can read it for yourself, but in essence it said, we can't move people off the street unless we had housing for them. Right? So many of you know that, obviously, because you're clapping for it, right? And in answer to that, in 2020, the city leaders in the city of Oakland did the best they could and developed the encampment management policy. And many of you have said, you want them to call order again?
In the chamber. We as counselors also need to be able to hear the presentation to really understand the policy at hand. So I'm asking for order in the chamber. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council member. In 2020, the city of Oakland developed their encampment management policy. And in 2019, we had a path framework that basically said, and this has not changed, our strategy to address homelessness through prevention, emergency response, housing development, and set that foundation for future encampment policy. That's what was said. But things changed. So for all of those who were clapping, things changed in 2024. We had Grants Pass v. Johnson, which overturned Martin v. Boise. Now, what that meant is cities may enforce. Doesn't mean that they have to. It doesn't mean that they have to do exactly what the Supreme Court said, but they have the authority to enforce. And they also held that the enforcement of such bans without option of housing or shelter does not violate cruel and unusual punishment clause in the 8th Amendment. So, it restored local authority to set clear rules with enforcement and shelter options. And it really removed that legal uncertainty that we had to house before we abated. However, the city of Oakland has always put housing first. In 2025,
Order in the chamber.
thank you. In 2025, Councilmember Houston developed the encampment abatement policy as a draft. It builds on the ruling from the Supreme Court, and it relies heavily on Measure W funding to support housing for unsheltered individuals. It aims to restore public health and safety in Oakland And it does indeed mark a shift from managing encampments to actively reclaiming and restoring public spaces, and it balances enforcement with shelter and treatment pathways. Now, we've also heard about, well, we need to consider equity. And indeed we have. Can we put up that slide, please? Thank you. Here, we are looking at, which often people fail to recognize, this is the point in time count, not done by the city of Oakland, done by Alameda County. And if you take a look at that, you'll notice something really strange. There's a box at the top right there, and that box says 58% of Alameda County's unsheltered reside in Oakland. Know that Oakland is only 29% of the county. So there are a lot of people here that are unsheltered that reside in our county. I see you. Thank you. I see
And
you.
Patricia, just to note, you are over the time limit now.
Yep, I'm almost done.
How much longer do you need?
About 3 slides.
Okay, please proceed and do it expeditiously.
So you also will see and notice that over 53% of those people that are unsheltered happen to be African American. And I don't mean BIPOC, I mean black people that are out on the streets. Okay? You can go. Thank you. Perfect. So, 58% of
Order
Alameda
in the
County's
chamber, please. Thank you.
58% of Alameda County's unsheltered population is in Oakland. The goal is to protect health and safety of every encamped resident. We want to prevent disproportionate impacts on BIPOC neighborhoods. And we also want to provide the semi-annual review by the Department of Race and Equity. That wasn't done in the encampment management plan, but we do expect that to be done in this plan. I want to get to, because I want to be sensitive of time. For purposes of the EAT, and we've also had some recommendations to change that, and Councilmember Houston is willing to, but that's any tents, makeshift structures on public property or in the right-of-way where 2 or more households live for more than 48 hours and excludes vehicles even if occupied by persons. What we are trying to do, I'm going to skip this because this is not as important. All parked vehicles in violation of California Vehicle Code or Oakland Municipal Code are subject to enforcement by DOT and OPD. And please watch the wordage here. The EAT may request DOT and OPD to tag and tow vehicles in connection with encampment cleaning and closure operations. DOT and OPD are encouraged but not required to coordinate with the EAT to address inhabited vehicles when tents or makeshift structures surround such vehicles. We will provide noticing, the intervention start date, the date of posting of the notice, the duration, the 4-hour window, and noticing for non-emergencies to be reposted if intervention does not occur on the same day. The city will respect and protect an individual's rights to their property. The city of Oakland has always done this. And we have a process.
Order in the chamber. Order in the chamber. Anyone who continues to be disruptive, we will remove people. So please, order in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone will have the right to vocalize their disagreement with what was just stated during the public comment. Okay? Thank you.
And the city will make reasonable efforts to store up to 1 cubic yard of personal property. So, I've shortened this because I know that everyone has a lot of questions and a lot of comments. And so let me close with this. There is nothing in this policy that criminalizes homelessness. There is nothing in this policy that is cruel and unusual punishment. Thank you.
Order,
And that,
order.
as I said, is democracy, where in fact you'll have your chance to say what you need to say. We will be here until such time. So listen, Oakland,
Order, yes.
she's called order.
Please, let's let Patricia finalize her statements, and then we will move to public comment where people can vocalize their disagreements with what has just been stated by the presenter.
All righty, folks. Oakland is a city with a deep spirit of resilience, compassion, and unity. We know our neighbors by name, we care about our communities, and we want to see every person thrive. Yet, today, we face a painful reality. Too many of our brothers and sisters are living on our streets, in tents, in cars, or RVs, or makeshift shelters. This is not the Oakland any of us want to accept as normal. And it is not the Oakland, the future we want to leave to our children. We also know that this conversation is not easy. For some, policies like the encampment abatement policy may feel harsh, even heartless. But we must ask ourselves, what is truly heartless? Is it turning away and letting people live without safety, without sanitation, without hope, thank you? Or is it stepping forward, even in controversy, to create healthier, safer conditions for everyone? This policy was born from the recognition that compassion cannot exist without responsibility. We must protect our neighborhoods, our schools, our parks, and yes, our most vulnerable residents too. This work—
Order in the chamber, please. We will remove anyone who continues to be disruptive, okay? You will have your chance to, again, as this works in a democracy, to vocalize your disagreements at your time in public comment.
This work is about healing our city together. It's about believing that every Oaklander deserves more than survival on the sidewalk.
Patricia, if I may, I just want to chime in because I think, hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Councilmember Rowena Brown. I want to just flag something for the public and also for you as well, Patricia, because some of the detailed questions that I will have for the administration and partners that are named in this policy, they must be addressed for the record. And so in the presentation, I would say starting from page 14 and actually going through the details of what is being changed and proposed so that the public there's transparency as to the changes that are being made, and so that I can ask the key questions so that there's context. And so if it's all right with everyone that's here, we have to let Ms. Patricia get through the slide deck so that she can outline what are the proposed changes, and then we will go to public comment where you all can express, based on what you've heard, your feedback. And so that is the process that I would like to move us forward in. And then after public comment, then myself and my colleagues, and maybe even some of my other council members that I believe are viewing online or will come into the chamber, then we're gonna have more of a robust dialogue. So I just wanted to outline that so that you all have more transparency into the process of when you join these committee meetings. And what was noted at the onset is that given that there is so much public comment here today, we are limiting the comment to 60 seconds, but of course, if there's a group of you that all have a shared opinion, then come up as a group to offer that opinion. So I just kind of wanted to outline kind of like the process that we are trying to undertake so that we understand all of the changes that are being proposed. And then then you have a full understanding of all of the information, and then on that note, you can hold us all accountable. Does that sound okay?
No, I'm sorry. We cannot, we only entertain public comment through the speaker in order to have some structure and order to these meetings. As Councilmember Brown noted, if we cannot get through this, this impedes our ability as council members to deliberate on the policy that is being presented before us. Patricia, if you have any last remaining things, let's.
Yes. And to Councilmember Brown, when we get to those specific changes, it would only be prudent if Attorney Flanders would address those as well, as, just so you know, as this has been reviewed by the OCA. Okay? All right. So this work is about healing our city together. It's about believing that every Oaklander deserves more than survival on the sidewalk, and that families deserve safe public spaces to gather and grow. It's about facing hard truths and still choosing love in the form of action. The 2025 EAP is not the end of the story. It is a step towards reclaiming dignity, restoring balance, and building an Oakland where every one of us has a place to call home. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Do you have any burning questions, Councilmember Brown, before we move to public comment?
Okay, so it is my request that based on the details of the policy in that we kind of got in this packet, that I want for the record to go through pages 14 through 21 to talk through the changes that are being proposed in the policy.
Okay, by Patricia.
Whoever is supposed to present.
Yeah.
It should be the authors of the legislation.
Can we honor the request by Councilmember Brown? I think that's either Patricia or Councilmember Houston. If the slides that were noted, Councilmember Brown, can you note the slides again?
14 through 21, so that the public knows exactly what are the proposed changes.
Can you bring up 14 for me, please, sir? Okay. All righty. Councilmember Brown, did you have questions about this one? I'm
The
sorry.
request is just to walk through the
Just wanna
slides.
walk
So if
through
you
that
could
one?
do the presentation
ma'am.
for these
Yes,
slides.
ma'am.
Yes.
All righty. These are the type of closures. There's the closure intervention, which is the partial closure, which means the relocation of, in the situations of relocation for construction and hazards. And we talk about the examples. The intervention may include partially moving or no closing encampment due to construction and or the presence of one or more public safety health findings. The city will make reasonable efforts to mitigate property loss, some property subject to removal to protect the public. When shelter is available, the city with other public agencies, service providers will make offers of shelter and or alternative housing to all affected encamped individuals. That is the goal, Councilmember Brown. That has been the goal. That will continue to be the goal, especially under Measure W. I'll go to the next one. That's partial closure, okay. Closure intervention for a full closure. That's the full removal from high sensitivity areas, not low sensitivity, high sensitivity areas. The intervention for full closure of encampments due to location within a high sensitivity zone, construction space, or work zone. Again, the city will make reasonable efforts to mitigate property loss. Some property may be subject to removal to protect the property, and of course, I'll allow DOT and OPD to talk about that. And of course, when shelter is available, the city will make every offer with the agency, service providers. Again, same language, to provide shelters. Again, we're housing first. That's always the goal. Next one. Oh my goodness. Sorry about that. Closure intervention, re-encampment closure, expedited closure, intervention. When encampment arises on the same site, within the same block, on either side of the street, within 60 days of prior notice of partial or full closure, re-encampment subject to closure within 72 hours. That's for re-encampment. Individuals return to the same or similar encampment location with no encampment or no parking signs may be subject to citation and or arrest. The next slide. All parked vehicles in violation of CVC, which is California Vehicle Code, or Oakland Municipal, are subject to enforcement by the Department of Transportation and the Oakland Police Department. The EAT may request DOT and OPD to tag and tow vehicles in connection with the encampment cleaning and closure operations. DOT and OPD encourage, but not required, to coordinate with EAT to address inhabited vehicles when tents or makeshift structures surround such vehicles. Next slide. While this is pretty much from the former policy, we just lay it out exactly what emergencies are. They're catastrophic events, natural disasters, earthquake, things of that nature. There's a same-day closure, active fires with 24 hours, criminal investigations, encampments attached to business, residential structures, imminent active destruction to critical infrastructure, and that means light poles. That means dumping of hazardous waste into drainage systems, dumping over by Lake Merritt into the waterways. Whew, it's going up and down. I'm trying to stay with it. Obstructions of traffic lanes, including bike lanes, on and off ramps. What's a non-emergency intervention? Well, that's when we do the deep cleaning and the re-encampment closures. We're going to give minimum 72 hours because we don't believe in allowing for non-sanitary environments unless emergency and urgent public health or public safety concerns present. We have a partial closure and closures with minimum 7-day notice. And noticing will be in writing, in multiple language, and verbally communicated to encampment residents when feasible. The noticing will include the intervention start date, the date of the posting of the notice, the duration of interventions, the 4-hour window for intervention start time, and the contact information for the services, the homeless services outreach, depending on what the circumstance is. Noticing for non-emergency to be reposted if intervention does not occur on the day or time as posted. And 21, which we went over, but I think it's more important to say, the city has under Morale been storing, but the city will continue to respect and protect the individual's rights. That's very important. That's indeed what the governor said as well in his model ordinance. Following applicable local, state, and federal laws, we will honor Morale v. City of Oakland. And for any such property, the city will make reasonable efforts to store up to 1 cubic yard. The property without clear ownership or not abandoned, the property with known ownership or the owner cannot transport, the city to follow existing Oakland Public Works storage protocols, and Alameda County Sheriff's Department will set any and all rules regarding property storage at their facilities. That, ma'am, hasn't even changed. The city has been doing that, and they will continue to do that. And that's slide 21, Councilmember Brown.
Okay, thank you so much,
You're
Patricia.
welcome.
Yes, Councilmember Brown.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. I just thought it was just really important that we know exactly where we are trying to head, right,
Yes,
with this
ma'am.
new policy. I think also what I was maybe hoping for was more of a compare and contrast to the 2020 policy and 2025, right? So that the public can also kind of know those changes. But I think I'm happy to hear from the public now. I would note that most of my questions are going to be in that space.
Okay, and we have city staff standing by for that as well. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to have, since it was a concern about the storing of the items, Amari Collins to come up and speak to that number. Oh, I didn't. Okay, Josh Rowan to come up and speak to number 14 about the storage of the items, because that was a state concern too, Morales.
Is Director Rowan here? Or someone on staff who can speak to the storage of property? I think I see Amari.
Where's Amari Collins? Can he come up, speak to this, please?
So Amari, can you also, for the public, make known what your role is with the city?
Cool. Good morning, general public, council members. Amari with the City Administrator's Office, leading the Encampment Management Team. The team does do bag and tag through the Public Works bag and tag policy. There's 2 locations at
Okay. Order in the chamber. Amari, please proceed and explain.
through the chair, yes. There's 2 locations, one 27th and Northgate, where we hold and store the items. And then the second location is 750 at 50th Street, which is the Public Works Yard in East Oakland. And they could call 311 or the alternative 311 number to schedule a time to pick up their items.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I know we have a lot of public comment, so I do want to move to that. So let's go ahead and proceed with the public comment, City Clerk.
Thank you. If you signed up to speak, I'm going to call your name. Please approach the podium. We are going to do this in increments of 25 and one set of 10. Once again, public speakers in person will go before the Zoom speakers. Note, you do have 1 minute to speak. Call it an Iris Star. Shantaja and excuse me if I mispronounce your name. You can correct me when you get to the podium. Shantaj Norbit. Thank you. Tom J. Jensen. James E. Bull. Ethan Pentord or Pentland. Jane Esposito. Jean McDanny. Meg McAdam. Mo Wright, John Jones III, James B. Van, Kevin Patrick Hester, Becky Home, and that's H-O-M.
Why don't we do a couple at a time?
Zaudi Sun, Xiaodi Sun, Lily Robles, Talia Husbands Hankin, Saya Beskaran, and that's Sathya, Bridget Nicolati, Chantel DeRoris, excuse me if I mispronounce your last name, Heather Franken, Nita B, Nicole Dean, and that's the first 25 speakers. If you are in hearing room 1, please come up if you heard your name. Lord Jesus. It's on 2.
Hi, Councilmember Houston. In order to have quorum, can you return back to the dais? Thank you.
Once again, please state your name for the record. You do have 1 minute.
Y'all just gave me 29 minutes of talking, and I got 1 minute to respond to it. I'm going to try my best to stay within that. But you did give her a couple extra times, so I would hope you'd be considerate of me, too. So, no, she said no, but we're going to work that out. My name is Shantoya Norbert. Now, I'm 45 years old. I've been in the city of Oakland majority of my entire life. I've experienced homelessness it's okay, baby, I know they can hear me. I've experienced homelessness when there was options and there was help. There were shelters and there were agencies that spent time with the families and knew exactly what homelessness meant and how to help people. There were things that were put in place to make people do better. But what you're doing now is removing everything that we have and everything that we own. The only thing that we have in this world, we don't have homes because we can't afford it. It's ridiculously expensive out here, okay? So now you're gonna take the only vehicles that probably were given to us or we found abandoned on the city streets to live in, to have somewhere to sleep that's warm and not sidewalk. Last year, if I'm not mistaken, there was a law passed about, see, that minute went awfully fast. A law passed.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm not done. I haven't, oh, did you turn
We do have other speakers that signed up.
I understand that, but you let that.
Unless someone cedes their time to the speaker, we have to move on so everybody can say their piece.
Cut the microphone off all day. I know they hear me.
Order in the chamber. We have a lot of people. We need to get through all the comments so we can hear from everybody.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Okay, somebody ceded their time. Thank you.
Ma'am, what is her name that is ceding your time to you?
Let me read it for you, baby. Janet Esposito.
Janet Esposito?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Janet, can I have my mic back on? Y'all didn't turn hers off at all. She was, what? That's crazy. Okay. I guess I don't need a microphone. Here, let me just finish this. So, now, there was, the things that you guys want to take from us are the only things we own in this world, okay? We're not perfect. Yeah, we need help. But to throw us on the street with absolutely nothing is going to fill up your jail, for one, okay? You're trying to criminalize being homeless when we can't afford to live here, okay? Now, be it maybe our choices have gotten us here, but what you're failing to realize is a lot of this is mental health. People are broken. Our city is broken. And instead of you instead of you loving and taking the time to show a little bit of compassion, like you do for your mother. No offense, I get it, that's your mom, right? But how many times have you walked out there and said, are you hungry? Let me get you a blanket. Or let me offer you a job. You clean this street up for me and I'll pay you money, or I'll get you somewhere. Help us. Don't judge us. Don't cast us aside because we matter. It don't matter if we black. I don't give a shit. I don't give no cares about them being Hispanic, black, or white. We are people. That should not be the focus. It should not be the focus. What the focus needs to be is some options. Give us somewhere to go. Give us something to look forward to. Every program that was put in place after the pandemic, the tiny homes and nothing has progressed. Nobody's gone anywhere. People are going into these programs and going.
That exceeds your time, ma'am? That your time is up? The max
someone else to cede the time for you to continue.
She received the maximum.
Okay, she received it. Okay. Okay. Please.
Now, I might have had a lot to say when I was sitting down. It's really hard to sit there and watch people make decisions in a life they've never experienced. You've never walked a day in our shoes. But I'll tell you this, coming from growing up in the worst parts of Oakland and going into these encampments, I live there now. I found more family and more friends than I have ever experienced in my life. It may not be perfect, but you guys have also removed every porta potty from every encampment. You don't pick up trash for any encampments. There's not even an option for us to pay for it ourselves. We might be able to do it, but you don't want to offer that. I don't think you want to fix it. I think you want the money to fix it and to continue buying new microphones. So unfortunately, what you're doing is you can make this being homeless illegal. You can make it, we can go to jail. Santa Rita will be over full. Y'all gonna pay for that, because we sure ain't paying. I ain't got no money for no restitution. We can tow every vehicle. What are you gonna do with them?
Okay, thank you. With that, we do have to move on to the
I know
next
y'all heard
speaker.
3 other people tell me that I had their time.
We
you
do-
can keep trying to silence, baby. I'm here, Bubba.
We need their names, and also we can seat up to 5 minutes.
Forward.
Okay.
So you have
1 more minute. I'll take it.
Okay.
1 more minute. Now, I feel like the lack of experience in our walk of life is a big problem. And until you experience any part of it, you will never know how to fix it, because you don't know what it's like. A lot of people spend a lot of time learning how to live this way. We don't choose to. It's not what we want. You don't think we want to be inside? But it's what we have to work with, so we make it work. I moved out there. I got kicked out of my apartment with no warning. I didn't know anybody. And it was a stranger, someone homeless, who lived in a tent, who offered me shelter and love and help. When every shelter that you guys fund, the only shelters you fund, turned me away. Had no options to help me. There was nothing available for me. But someone who had less than me was able to give me just a little bit of time. This is, it's the saddest part is there's that button again.
Okay, I'm sorry. With that, we really do need, that is, okay, 1 more minute.
Oh, no. I get as many minutes as they proceed, as they give, right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So
She has exceeded her you have exceeded your 5 minutes, ma'am. Through the chair.
No, I only had 1 minute, but I'm using everybody.
It's 1 minute every exceeded time, and you use your 1 minute, makes it 5 minutes. Thank you. We're now moving to the other public speakers.
I'm speaking for other people. They just said.
Yeah, sorry. That was the most that anyone concede. We've reached the utmost maximum.
You never said that. Right. You never said that.
Okay.
You never said that. Not one time in this meeting did you say that.
Okay.
I don't think you like what I'm saying. I think that's what that is.
We hear what you're saying, but we do need to hear from the other speakers. Yeah. Okay. Order in the chamber. Order in the chamber.
This woman is giving a class, a lessons that we all in Oakland need to hear. Let her speak.
Okay.
The hard part is that you guys are so set on shutting us up instead of listening. Learn from us. Spend a little time with us. Take a couple of people to lunch. We can help you. Okay. This doesn't have to be us against each other.
I'm sorry. It really is. We've already made the exceptions. We've allowed for four other people to cede their time. We really do need.
Now we're going to play by the rules.
These are the rules that we have in place to ensure fairness.
You said that first.
Okay.
The rules were we all got 3 minutes.
Please.
Or 2 minutes.
Can the next speaker please come up?
I am the next speaker. You want me to turn around and walk off and come back? I sure will. Hold on, baby.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's these are the rules and procedures, okay? We don't write.
I just left and came back. My name is
No, that is not allowed. We do have to move on to the next speaker. I'm sorry. We have to move on to the next speaker.
So let me just continue to speak, and then you can get security.
No, please. We can call in security. I do need to ask the next person to please come in. Okay, the next public commenter, okay? I'm happy to talk to you afterwards offline to hear your perspective, but these are the rules that are in place, okay?
I don't mind being carried.
Okay.
Just bring me at least cute cops. I prefer to cute. But let me explain something to you. You can quiet me. You can shut off my mic. I was born with this.
We need to move on to the next speaker.
What you need to do is
please.
Listen to us and stop trying to silence us.
And these are the rules that govern these meetings. And we're happy to talk to you after this meeting to hear what you have to say.
What is me talking to you after this meeting going to do?
Please.
Yeah.
I'm going to call on for the next person to proceed to the podium. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please. Order in the chamber. We need to hear from all the public commenters who have put forth their name. Thank you. Please.
Okay, my name is Tom Jensen. I'm a homeless.
I do need to, through the chair, I do need to hear the, can you please state your name?
Honorably discharged veteran.
Sir, can you state your name? Order in the chamber. Otherwise, we will move to recess. What's that? Okay. Okay, we're going to move to a 5-minute recess. Thank you so much. Okay, our recess is now over. We will proceed with the special session. Councilmember Houston. Okay, and before we start, I just want to clarify the rules again. So for the people who submitted a speaker card, you can cede up to a speaker who is interested in speaking above the 1 minute limit, 1 minute of the time, but that person has up to 5 minutes to speak. And we're going to keep that as a hard rule just for fairness. We have to get through all the speakers who have come today. We also we have our questions as city council members to the staff too that are also here. And so this is the way that we can proceed to deliberate on this policy. Okay. All right. With that, we have our first public speaker following the recess, and I would like you to please proceed.
Hello, my name is Tom Jensen. I'm an honorably discharged veteran. And under the Oakland proposed policy and its implementation of the EMP before that, I feel like a refugee in my own country. And I would like to summarize the last speaker's comments, and that is the homeless have not been involved in the development of Houston's proposal, and that is not due process nor democracy. It should be sent back to a committee that involves the homeless. I also want to say that the our homelessness is here to stay. It's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. And the city needs to be proactive, not just remedying the problem. Okay, I'll give up my...
Thank you for your comment.
Council members, audience, my name is James Bull. I live in Oakland. I live in East Oakland.
Through the chair to the public speakers, please talk into the mic.
To speak. Thank you. So, my situation is I grew up on a tenant farm. I was partially a foster child, and I went to the University of Illinois with $20 from my father. Since then, I've been on my own and have taken care of myself. At 14, I moved out of my father's house because I had an alcoholic stepmother. The present situation is I'm working in East Oakland in a building that has been blocked by a homeless van. He has expanded his encampment by 3 more vehicles, including one that was hauled away because it was stolen. And he has a pit bull chained to the front of our building, blocking our main entrance. We're using an alternate entrance. Yesterday, he accosted me and told me that this was his territory. He had a chain and that I should move on. The Oakland police did not respond.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Oakland City Council. My name is Ethan Pintard. First of all, thanks to Councilmember Ken Houston for bringing this matter to the public safety meeting. It takes courage and leadership to address a problem of this magnitude. It is time to repeal the 2020 encampment management policy and make a change. Change is hard, in the words of Barack Obama. This law should have been named the Encampment Mismanagement Policy. After 5 years from this current past, it is time to adopt a different approach and change the policy. As we sit in the public safety hearing, I want to remind everyone a few things. RVs directing waste into storm drains is not safe for anyone. Our accumulation of garbage at the RV camps attracting pests and rodents are not safe for anyone.
Okay, thank you. Before we proceed to the next speaker, I just want to remind folks that are standing along the back wall, we have extra space in the hearing room. I'm going to ask you to please do that so we can manage the room. Thank you. It's out the hall, down to the left. Thank you.
Honorable Public Safety Committee members, my name is Mo Wright. I am the co-chair of the Berkeley-Alameda County Continuum of Care. On August 28th, the COC submitted an application for HAP 6, which is the state funding for homelessness mitigation. This provides money for our counties and cities. The city of Oakland is a co-applicant, and the total potential award is about $45 million. The policies in regard to homelessness and encampments of the county and cities are reviewed as part of this application, and the resolution you are discussing will be reviewed as part of our application if it passes. The awarding authority, Cal Housing Community Development, requires encampment policies to be in compliance with the guidelines of the California Interagency Council on Homelessness, CAL-ICH. We have reviewed the policy and believe that it does not comply with guidance provided by CAL-ICH. If the policy is put in place.
Thank you, noted.
Good morning. My name is Meg McAdam, and I'm the founder of Human and Pet Initiative. We're a local nonprofit who helps support unhoused people and people at risk of losing their animals because they don't have the resources to support them. I urge you to vote no on an encampment and abatement policy. We don't have housing in our community, so why would we yield our public space as a Why wouldn't we yield our public space as a temporary option, especially when the alternative is criminalizing people for surviving? Towing inhabited vehicles and arresting their owners cuts out the only form of shelter many people have. And what happens to their beloved animals when they're taken away from them? Do they go to our already overburdened shelter? Organizations like Operation Dignity are working inside transitional housing to help people move into permanent housing. If we shift towards arrests instead of services, we undermine their work and lose our funding, as you just heard. We risk weakening outreach, damaging trust, and jeopardizing the viability of nonprofits whose contracts depend on state-aligned. I don't have that much.
Is someone ceding their time?
I cut my speech down when we were told that we could only have one.
Through the chair, if you were ceding your time to this.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is John Jones III. I'm on staff with Urban Strategies Council, where I serve as the Director of Programs. I will respectfully urge this body to not take action on this item until you first ask, answer, and effectively incorporate a few elements. The first is, does this policy address the root cause? No, it does not. Is it moral? Is it just? What the Supreme Court going back and forth on this? That should tell you something right there. Number three, in terms of enforcement, the challenge in Oakland is we always come up with laws that can't be enforced. OPD is always telling us they need more officers. They should not be given anything extra until they're first removed from underneath the NSA. Finally, I would say this. I'm deeply disappointed that all this talk about public safety and there's no mention of Measure NN. That's a parcel tax. The voters passed it. We need a program. We need to address that. So I would say until you answer these questions and you effectively incorporate it, please do not take action so we won't be here 4 years later talking about we're trying to fix what happened 4 years prior. But I do thank you respectfully.
Hello, my name is Becky Hom, and I work at the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, or APEN. APEN is opposed to the encampment abatement policy because it does not solve the homelessness crisis. It just further destabilizes the lives of houseless community while also increasing criminalization. The policy threatens houseless community members with citation or threat of arrest if they rebuild their encampments. At the same time, the policy acknowledges there's not enough space in shelters and housing. So what are people expected to do? This policy does not leave room for the Measure W funds to go into effect to provide housing, and also contradicts the framework. Additionally, this policy contradicts and undermines the mayor's new Office of Homelessness strategy by excluding it from the encampment team that is supposed to oversee And the office hasn't even had time to come up with a plan and think through things. So APEN urges you to vote no on this policy. Thank you.
Greetings, I'm Nita B, aka Anita Diasis Morale. I'm with the village, and I can say that the city has never followed the Morale versus City of Oakland settlement regarding storing people's property. The city has also never truly managed communities of unhoused residents. Instead, the city has succeeded in neglecting communities of unhoused constituents. This neglect has created an open door for housed predators and criminals to exploit and harm unhoused communities. For illegal dumping to grow unchecked, and for settlements to grow on the streets void of services, support, and a real pathway out of homelessness. This policy is prioritizing the safety of businesses and unhoused residents over the desperate safety needs of our unhoused relatives. This is not equity. Yes, the city needs to do something different and to do it urgently, but the proposed encampment abatement policy is not the answer. Open public lands now and move people off the streets and sidewalks and work with the county and service providers to provide services on site. Stop neglecting the unhoused. Don't criminalize the unhoused. Across the country, including
If your name was called for this group of speakers, please approach the podium.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Hester. I work for McGuire & Hester. We are a company founded in Oakland. We're going to celebrate our 100-year anniversary next year. And we also are 100% employee-owned. What I want to say is something needs to change. Ken Houston has shared that. We know this is a very difficult issue. But what is happening right now is not working, and something needs to change. McGuire & Hester has over 600 employees. I'm born and raised in Oakland. Our company is born and raised in Oakland. But if something doesn't change, we might be forced to move out. We had an encampment in front of our yard that we couldn't even get our employees into our building. So I have a lot of compassion. I know there's great energy here, but something needs to change. Thank you.
Hi, I'm probably one of the people that needs to change because right now I'm houseless.
Through the chair,
Speak
please.
into the mic. Thank you.
Hi, I'm probably one of the people that needs to change because I'm currently houseless, and it feels important for us.
Through the chair, to this public speaker, please state your name for the record.
I'm just going to speak for now, please. At this moment, I think it's important for us to consider the people who are targeted, whether it be a particular gender, a lineage, whether it be familial or patterns, orientation, and the innovations that we're not discussing, because we may look very different, but it may be similar in terms of these tertiary aspects that exist within all of us. And when I don't feel safe in a particular place, because someone says, you don't look like you should be here, and I'm denied shelter because I choose to study opposed to engaging in other things, is unjust. And it's important for us to consider other elements that exist.
Okay. You have one more minute.
And please state, what is your name? Thank you.
No, thank you. Right now, my name is Ashley Green, and to be able to see particular things and hear that what I don't know isn't going to hurt me, it has, because I'm here, and a lot of you have awareness that I don't. When we talk about property, you can be talking about people, or you can be talking about tangible items. I have lost my tent. I have been deemed as someone who should engage in particular things that market me as someone who is a threat. And with these other aspects that you guys have access to, you have deemed me someone who is a threat, to the point where I don't even have access to my phone, and I'm questioning if the person that I'm speaking to is actually the person, because there is technology and software that exists to manipulate certain aspects. So when it's the truth, it's easy to say that. And when people in my life have gone on, say that too. But don't consider me homeless because I need to experience something and have a particular value that you don't think I can actually or adequately manage, because it's something within the realm of another socioeconomic status that you feel like I probably don't deserve.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Talia, and I'm with Love and Justice in the Streets, and I live in D2. Since 2016, I have been involved with supporting unhoused community members in Oakland. During this time, I have witnessed several hundred sweeps, and I've seen firsthand the extreme harm that sweeps cause. From losing medication, important documents, ID, phones, clothing, and other critical belongings, to causing severe stress, bringing on seizures and panic attacks, and exacerbating other serious health conditions. Sweeps only make life harder for unhoused people, which makes accessing housing more difficult. The proposed ordinance is dangerous and wasteful. In the midst of a budget crisis, it would spend millions while pushing people from one sidewalk to another with zero solutions. Housed and unhoused residents want real solutions. We want human rights and safety for all in our city. I urge you to vote no on this cruel and inhumane ordinance and redirect all efforts to solutions, not sweeps and criminalization. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Satya. I'm a District 7 resident. I'm going to use my time to list off some of the organizations and businesses that have signed against this policy in just about the last week and a half, encompassing in total hundreds, if not thousands, of people who oppose this haphazard, irresponsible, and violent proposal. Parent Voices Oakland, Anti-Police Terror Project, East Bay Housing Organization, West Oakland Punks with Lunch, The Village Oakland, Poor News Network, Tech Workers Coalition of the Bay Area, Love and Justice in the Streets, East Bay Community Law Center, Communities United for Restorative Youth Justice, Sustainable Economies Law Center, Restore Oakland, Homeless Action Center, Where Do We Go, Care for Community, Oakland Rising, East Oakland Collective, Jewish Voice for Peace Bay Area, Homeless Advocacy Working Group, Auntie Frances Self-Help Hunger Program, Alkali Rye Beverage Shop, Bar Chisme, Bay Maid, Curbside Creamery, Crisis Club Gallery, Edith's Pie, It's Your Move Games, Maple Street Denim, Mother Tongue Coffee, Oakland Guitars, Peppa's Mobile Pet Spa, Radically Fit, Rollers,
Thank you for your
Step
comment.
David Books, The Stork Club, Vanishing Point Vintage, and Walden Pond Books. Thank you.
My name is Bridget Nicoletti, and I'm an attorney at East Bay Community Law Center. I've been working with the unhoused community for the last 4 years, and I now represent tenants in eviction proceedings. The stakes regarding this proposal could not be higher, literally life and death for thousands of unhoused Oaklanders. If the council moves too quickly, spurred on by fear, so much damage will be done. The County Board of Supervisors just yesterday has called on the city to block this proposal because millions of dollars in homelessness funding may be lost. With Donald Trump using the National Guard to sweep encampments in D.C., the Supreme Court just the other day permitting ICE and police to racially profile in raids, and cuts to federally subsidized housing, now is not the time to adopt a policy that further criminalizes Black, brown, and disabled Oaklanders. I call on the Public Safety Committee to work with unhoused residents who have proposed numerous workable, concrete policies and not take this policy forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lily Robles. I am here to oppose the encampment abatement policy. This policy is based on the idea that the homelessness crisis is a problem for housed people inflicted by unhoused people who are simply taking up space and surviving in their own communities. That is ridiculous. The encampment abatement policy is not only financially wasteful, it is inhumane and pointless. There is no promise of support, shelter, or storage of possessions. It will only further harm and criminalize some of our most vulnerable community members while failing to provide any solutions. I encourage you to not vote for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Sayodi Sun. That's not how you say it, but it'll do. I live in D1. I oppose the encampment abatement policy. This proposed policy is a bold attempt by the city to cover up the problem rather than to help people. Unless the city deals with our housing crisis, there will always be unhoused people. In my PhD, I studied how regulatory agencies such as the EPA use science to create policies at the state and federal level, and any responsible policy would perform a cost-benefit analysis and consider alternative solutions. As the previous speaker stated, this policy is incomplete. It should not be voted on. I will quote some alternatives for y'all to consider. I advocate for safe parking programs, sanctioned encampments, and rapid rehousing, while creating sites where the unhoused can utilize vacant spaces. Working with housing providers to provide appropriate shelter is crucial. Homelessness should be addressed as a housing and public health issue, not a criminal one. These alternatives are from Ken Houston, the author of this encampment abatement policy, in his candidate statement to the East Bay Housing Organization in September of 2024. To see such a dramatic turn makes me think there are alternative agendas here. This policy is not ready. Please do not vote on it.
My name is Nicole Dean. I've been organizing around housing and other quality of life issues in Oakland for the last 13 years, and I'm currently the organizing director at Care for Community Action. I have time ceded to me from Linda Warwick, who's participating on Zoom. We've been door knocking in Oakland pretty much every week for the past 5 years.
Excuse me, through the chair to the public speaker, who's ceding your time?
Linda Warwick.
Linda, if you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Linda, are you ceding time?
Yes, I am. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've been knocking on doors in every district of Oakland every week for the last 5 years. We've talked to tens of thousands of Oakland residents about this issue. What we hear most from people is that they want to see deeply affordable and supportive housing that will get our neighbors off the streets. This is something that Oakland residents have voted for over and over. They've voted to pay higher taxes in order to pay for this, and they are frustrated at the lack of urgency that they see from the city to build this kind of housing. Voters understand that 6,000 unsheltered Oaklanders are not going to disappear overnight, that we can't criminalize our way out of this crisis. Any policy that doesn't address the fundamental issue of people having nowhere to go will fail. It's not going to work. It's frustrating to see you all rush this process, scheduling a special meeting when my council member, who represents the district that has the largest number of encampments, can't even be here. Y'all deliberately excluded her from this process so that you can double down on a policy that has been failing. Suddenly, there's all this urgency after years of resistance and delays to plans that would actually house people. This policy will undermine our ability to work with the county and the state to do that. It threatens our access to the funding we need to provide that kind of housing. This policy is not what voters want, it's what the real estate industry wants. Realtors and developers play an outsized role in our political system, which leads to policies like this that prioritize developer profits over the community's real needs. So if you are killing projects for respite centers for homeless disabled elders, and you're voting for this, that says a lot. That says a lot. 6,000 homeless Oaklanders are not going to magically disappear if this legislation passes. If you take away vehicles that people are living in without providing shelter, they're going to have to sleep somewhere. We're doubling down on a policy that has already failed because it doesn't deal with the reality that people need somewhere to lay their heads at night. That's what you should be focused on. If you want to crack down on someone, crack down on the people who drive from all over the suburbs in the Bay Area to dump their trash in Oakland. Thank you.
Good afternoon. James Van, and I'm representing the Homeless Advocacy Working Group. The group was formed in 2016, 2017 with the assistance of the Assistant City Administrator. And over that time, the group has proposed many beneficial policies for the city. It initiated the Homelessness Commission. It passed the vacant property tax for homelessness and illegal dumping. It worked on Measure Q and Measure W. We sent a letter to you. We hope that you will take the time to read it. Oakland has a problem. The problem is it has too many people. Many people have been forced out of their housing and onto the street because Oakland doesn't have enough housing. However, the solution to the problem is not to take their stuff and put them in jail. The solution to the problem is got to be humanistic. We proposed a community, and we proposed a working group to work something out. This has been done many times before, and we hope that you'll read our letter and propose a working group.
Okay, Mr. Hogg, or Mr. Van, you have another minute. Mr. Van. Okay. Okay, we need to adjourn into a special meeting as we have the presence of the council president. I need a motion.
Motion to adjourn into a special meeting.
Can I go ahead and second that? I'll second.
Thank you. Due to the presence of Councilmember Jenkins, Council President Jenkins, a quorum of the City Council was noted, and a motion was made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Chair Wong, to adjourn this meeting of the Special Public Safety Committee and convene into a special meeting of the full council at 12:39 a.m. On roll. Please disregard that. Council President Jenkins will not be speaking. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Please proceed. You have a minute.
Thank you very much. Yes, we recognize that the city does have a problem. However, it is not a problem to be solved by backroom deals, as the encampment management policy, the original policy, was a backroom deal, which was a flawed deal, and it should not have even happened or put into effect. And the present encampment abatement policy is another backroom deal. We don't need backroom deals. We need solutions that take into account both the housed people and the unhoused people. We need something humanistic. Oakland is not a city that wants to put its citizens in jail. We are not that Oakland. We are better than that. We can take care of our people, and we should and we must. We need a working group composed of both sides in this issue to work out something that will serve the needs of Oakland and serve the needs of our people, all of our people. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, council members. My name is Jackie Smith. I live in East Oakland. I'm in District 7. I happen to support Ken Houston's proposal for simple reasons. We're making a very, very difficult situation much more difficult. Funding, mental health, and resources. Look, right now, East Oakland looks like a trash can, and we understand that. We understand that homeless people have to have some place to stay, and the encampments don't look that well, and our kids don't want to walk by there. They don't feel safe. Their parents don't feel safe. But If we're going to do something about removing them, we have to do something about the resources to help them. We have to. It's not a very difficult situation. No emergency vote, no. Go back in the boardroom, do what you do, find out how to get the resources to help these people, to help them. That's what we need to do. It's not hard.
Thank you.
Okay, we are calling in our second half. And please state your name.
Chantel DeRamus.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
I live in
Chantel.
East Oakland, in Ken's district. I'm a fifth-generation Oakland resident. My grandparents were born here, lived here all my life. My grandmother was the first black woman to be a clerk for the police department in Oakland. They treated her like crap. I thought I was coming to talk about illegal dumping. I thought that's what we were talking about. So I guess I'm gonna say something about the housing situation. It's screwed up. We cannot jail our way out of homelessness. We can't. Oakland has so much unused property, buildings. We gotta put people someplace. I don't like stepping over somebody on the sidewalk either. But if that's all they got, we can't put people in jail for not having a place to freaking live. Let's give them a place to live. Let's give them some help. Let's get them some medical assistance. Let's get them some financial assistance. Let's get something. We pay more property taxes in Oakland than any daggone body. Why isn't it housing our people?
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment. Moving to our second half of speakers.
Thank you. We do need to move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
When I call your name, please approach the podium. As a reminder, Zoom speakers will be taken after in-person speakers. If you are in hearing room 1, when you hear your name, please make your way to the chambers. Dominique Walker, Ethel Longscott, Wanda Kenye, John Janasco, Leger, Tiny, Sierra Warwick, Christine Hernandez, Peter Brown, Zenobia Mills, Patrice Mayo, Zach Stern, Sonny Rios, Jen Oakley, Massilia Cunningham, Cunningham, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Ms. Asada, Kat Brooks, Lance Wilson, Valerie L. Brown, Kelsey Hubbard, Brendan Schaefer, Xavier Danton, and the last 10, Margaret Lafon, Victor W., Robert Bonaire, Nell Mahan, Carrie Lamar Willis, Tamika Perkins, and Jeremiah Brookledge. They're going together. So. These are seated together. I think you had them. Yeah. Jasmine Rogers, Lashina Bibbs, Lindsay Partridge, Ivan Ortiz, Zachariah James Caston. God damn it. Ivan Magana. They're seated together. Sabrina Buster, DeMarcus Frost, and Timothy Evans. If you heard your name, please approach the podium, state your name for the record. As a reminder, you do have 1 minute, seating time up to 5 minutes, and Zoom speakers will be taken last after in-person speaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the council members and everyone that's present at this time. I am Miss Cecilia Cunningham, and I'm here to let everybody know that it's not right for no one to be out on the street homeless. This is a rich country, and I feel that each person should have a place to lay their heads. This is a human right for everybody in the United States of America. And it is our solution to this problem is to build more affordable housing for our people. Because we have too many people out here homeless with nowhere to lay their heads. We have mentally ill people out here that needs resources to help them. Why are we out here arguing about what's going on and still trying to do something for the solution? We need solution to this problem. We need more affordable housing for our people, for all people. We are all God's children, and no one wants to be out there homeless. No one wants to be outside on the street there with people passing by or walking over you. You don't want that. Everybody wants privacy. Privacy to me is very important because, you know, we don't know what it's all about until we become out there homeless ourselves. That's the whole thing the problem is. Because, you know, we all are one paycheck from being homeless. Do you realize that? If we keep on just running our mouths, just talking and not taking care of these solutions, we need solutions to the problems. And the problem is that we need more affordable housing for our people to keep them off the streets.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham.
This is really embarrassing when we have tourists coming to our city. They say, what's going on in Oakland? Why are these people out here on the streets? Now that's terrible. That's embarrassing to me as an old lady. But I'm yet young at heart. I just want to say something to try to encourage everyone to just keep on living, baby. Keep on living, as old people used to tell me. And you shall see what life is all about. It's not easy, baby, but just keep on living.
Okay.
And I want to thank you all for listening to me. And I know my district, I'm a member of the East Oakland Housing Organization, and my district is 7. And I know Ken is trying his best to do what he can. But he can't do it alone. He has to have everybody to work with him to see that these solutions are taken care of. One man cannot do it by themselves.
Okay.
But you know,
Thank you, Ms. Cecilia Cunningham. We do need to move to the next speaker, unless someone concede their time.
The community, I understand that
Okay.
very well.
Thank you,
but
Ms.
the community is going to have to play an important role in this too, to these solutions. Thank you.
My name is Ethel Long Scott, and I have been a longtime resident and worker here in Oakland. My heart's full from the earlier speaker, but I do rise to speak strongly in opposition to Councilmember Houston's proposal. I want to say, you're counting my time now. Y'all got to, I reclaim my time. Got it. All right. Am I back on the microphone now? Let me just say for the record, I stand here before you to oppose the proposal by Mr. Houston. It will only make it harder for people, as you've already heard, to exit homelessness, and it will increase the number of unsheltered persons. It wastes money on ineffective and harmful practices during a budget crisis. It violates human rights, as people have spoken to, due process, and the Americans with disability protections. Mr. Houston's policies aligns with the lawless Trump's criminalization and authoritization efforts, and that ain't who we are. Instead, we need to say and support the measures of Mayor Lee and her new Office of Homelessness Strategy, and that this proposal will actually undermine that. This proposal contradicts with Measure W framework for requiring housing connections and services and inclusion of people with lived experiences. Do not rush this. Let the mayor's new office come together and let these measures then be discussed with the leadership of the people who are being impacted by these problems. Thank you, Oakland, for speaking powerfully tonight, powerfully today. We stand. We are going to fight. You will not shut us down. MAGA, you're going to bring something on Oakland. We ready for you, baby.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Wanda Kinsey. I'm with the Poor People's Campaign. I was born and raised in East Oakland. Never have I seen so many unsheltered people in my city, 6,000 and counting, unhoused. Ken Houston's encampment abatement policy, which I've been studying, would criminalize the homeless and does nothing to ensure them a long-term, safe, clean, habitable place to reside. People who are unsheltered need housing, not proposed legislation that would seize their vehicles, in which some call home. It is cruel, inhumane, and people will die. This piece of legislation is straight out of Donald Trump's authoritarian playbook. I've done my part and have given 2 homeless individuals 2 dogs a place to dwell. It would be compassionate if you would do the same, Mr. Ken Houston.
Lejeune Harper, and I was a resident on Wood Street for 10 years, now homeful at Homefulness, and I just want to say I'm not where I am today. I am where I am today because my community embraced me, they didn't cancel me, they loved me, and so once again I want to thank you that you remind us that our family living outside are invisible in your eyes, that we are not seen as human beings deserving of love, dignity, and compassion. And I want to also thank you for not shining the light on the true reality of homelessness, still just blaming us individuals while failing to recognize that the cost of living here in the Bay Area is so high. I also want to speak a hard truth. Too often, instead of real solutions like Homefulness, like Wood Street Commons has presented, what we see is still punishment for our people. We see people criminalized simply for existing. We see their belongings destroyed, their communities torn apart, and their lives treated as disposable. We strongly oppose that BS.
So you have that? So, my name is Peter Brown. I teach at Laney College. I've lived in East Oakland as a homeowner for over 55 years. This measure brings a defining moment in Oakland. It says that if you have a home and a job that lets you afford that home, then you are worth something. But if you don't have a home or a job that affords you a home, then you are worse than worthless. You are in the way. This measure is precisely in line with Trump's homeless policy, with Newsom's policy, and with Project 2025. If you vote for it, you are aligning yourself with that policy, no matter what else you think you are doing. You're talking about my students, my neighbors, my friends. It is in line with giant real estate investment corporations that build big, shiny apartment buildings that are half empty, because they are not housing, they are assets to be used as collateral to get more assets until the bubble pops and Oakland is left holding the bag. If you vote for this, you're voting to support corporations that seek out stressed properties, and rather than helping families stay in them, engineer owner or renter defaults, foreclose, evict, and then raise the rent. There is not a shortage of housing. Housing has been made unaffordable by design and by strategy. Holding properties off market has been consciously used to jack up prices, to jack up profits. Do not get on the wrong side of this. Do not get on the wrong side of history. The people are the future, the corporations are the past. They offer our communities nothing but extraction of profits, and this will continue to get worse until you deny them the right to set prices and own property. This is a defining moment in your political life. Do not make a vote that makes you a stooge of the billionaires and corporations that make them rich. Go after corporate crime, not the students, friends, and neighbors it destroys. Do not attempt to soften or modify this measure. Reject it unanimously.
Through the chair to the public speaker, you've already spoken.
Open forum.
You spoke earlier for your time, and your time was exceeded.
Regarding solutions. Thank you.
I want to make sure that we hear from the other speakers who haven't had a chance to speak yet. So I'm going to ask for the next speaker to please come up. Thank you.
Thank you for that mention. Can we consider 1 minute?
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. It just being updated with the rules here. We have to ask you to step aside and to call on to the next speaker.
Even 30 seconds.
I'm going to ask for the next speaker to please come up. Please step aside. We will have the next speaker call him. I'm going to confer with some folks just to see if somebody can cede time to you, for example. But in the meantime, please, can't do it. Okay, sorry, can't do it. So I'm going to ask for the next speaker to come up. Yeah. Okay. So ma'am, there is an open forum period by which you can make another comment, but for this item, we're gonna go through the line. Thank you so much.
I just want to say that this relative is currently houseless and they have the right to speak. And there's more houseless people that are not being heard today. But I have 4 people who seated their time.
Order in the chamber.
There are 4.
Okay. Please. You will have an opportunity to speak again during the open forum session, but you've already spoken, and so I'm going to ask the current speaker at the podium to please proceed. Everyone needs an opportunity to say their piece.
Tell her she's out of order, and if she continues, she will have security remove her.
Okay. Ma'am, okay, thank you. Okay, ma'am, please, if you keep on continuing, we will have to have security remove you. We need to make sure that this is fair and everybody has their chance to speak. Security? Security, can we? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Excuse me, you are continuing to disrupt the session. Okay, thank you. Please proceed. Order in the chamber. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
So I had 4 people cede their time to me. One is Veryl Powell, one is Mohit Mokim. This relative here, I don't have all of their other names, but I have 5 minutes.
Through the chair to the member of the public, can I get your first and last name and then the 4 people that are ceding their time to you?
Can somebody help me out? Yeah, I don't know.
Thank you. And then member of the public at the podium, can I get your first and last name?
Tiny Garcia.
Tiny?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And you said Morgan was on Zoom?
Oh, I don't know about Zoom. Is there people on Zoom? Do you know their name?
Veryl Powell on Zoom.
So, which person is on Zoom?
Veryl Powell.
Daryl, if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand to be acknowledged and to verify that you will be ceding time. Vero, can you confirm that you
Ceding my
are?
time to Tanya Garcia.
Thank you. Member of the public, you'll have a total of 5 minutes max.
I also am ceding my time, Camille Sacristan.
It's a total of a maximum of 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I just have to say that the relative who is just escorted out is one of many people who aren't in this room. And yeah, we're in grief, and we're neurodivergent, and we're struggling just to survive. So that pain that you just saw is just a little bit of what's outside. And maybe you should get outside of this Greco-Roman palace of settler colonial lies more often, because then you would actually see us and hear us. First of all, I want to take a moment of my time, a moment of silence for Sycamore Charlotte. I want to take a moment of silence for JT. I want to take a moment of silence for Buddha. I want to take a moment of silence for all of us who have died because of the already existent settler laws that you put in place to criminalize our bodies for the sole act of living outside. That blood from those relatives is on your hands. And Ken Houston, with your Las Vegas entry tonight, was just more insulting than anything else. And your showing of our lives on this big screen with no identity and with more fetishizing of our bodies because we struggle with the violence of exposure, but we don't have the privilege of privacy. I need to rename this violence as what it really is, which is the encampment murdering policy, because you will kill us. There will be more and more of us who are dying. So let's not get it twisted. This is not a law or a bill or a proposal. It's a death sentence. It's a death sentence for folks who do not have the access to the lie of rent. And yeah, we can talk about the Cracker King and the white people's house all day and twice on Sundays. But the reality is capitalism already existed. It already took poor black elders' homes away. One of the beautiful warriors on the group that signed to vote no on this was my beautiful sister, Auntie Frances from Self-Help Hunger Program. For those of you who know, they're trying to close that right now because it bothers the gentrifuckers who live nearby. Now, let me just tell you really simply that the majority of black elder relatives who sit at Self-Help Hunger Program and try to get a plate of food and some love had homes in North Oakland. And they were taken away by, as many of our relatives know, white lawyers and white lies have a funny way of taking poor people's and black people's homes away. And that's what happened to them. The foreclosure crisis, eviction, mortgage rates. And now, all we see is videos like Mr. Houston, where we're outside and we're messy and we're dirty and we no longer matter. Because all you want to create is the notion that we are trash for the sole act of living outside. Now, I just need to tell you, because maybe you don't know, Mr. Houston, me and my mom were houseless on the street for literally most of my childhood, starting when I was 11 years old. Not because my mom did anything wrong, not because we were bad people, not because we were messy inherently or dirty or any of these things, but because my mom was disabled and she could not work. She had dealt with trauma her whole life. So we ended up outside struggling in the underground economy, and guess what? We could not pay the rent. And that didn't change. And when I was 18, I was incarcerated for the sole act of living outside. I did 3 months in county. And no matter how many times you jail us, study us, or sweep us, it doesn't give us a home. So at the end of the day, I want to say there are solutions. Like my sister Leger talked about, homefulness is happening in Deep East Uchun. This is stolen land. This is Ohlone Lashawn land. And we already dealt with settler colonial terror in the original taking of this land. But right now, homefulness is happening, and it's housing 25 houseless youth, adults, and elders in rent-free, forever healing housing. Maybe you should learn about it. Maybe you should get out of this settler colonial spot, and maybe you should talk to us, because we have solutions, and no more about us without us legislations. This has to end. You're killing us. You will kill more of us. Oh.
Good morning. My name is Zenobia Bro. I've been in good morning. My name is Zenobia Bro. I've been in Oakland over 60 years. In East Oakland, deep East Oakland, and I'm a member of the Rainbow Neighborhood Council. Because this is in the middle of the day, there's a lot of homeowners who are working that cannot be at this meeting. Anyway, I am in support of Ken's proposal because I feel that we have to start somewhere, and we have to, and the RVs that are traffic and hazard safety in our neighborhood. I have also fed the homeless, and I've gone out to the neighborhoods and talked to them. And I know they don't want to be there, but there's a lot that are coming from other towns. And as San Jose and San Francisco clamp down, we'll have more people in Oakland, and we'll have less resources to house the people who are in this community, in this courtroom right now, in this chambers. So I am support of Ken to try to stop.
Is someone else from the coalition willing to cede time? Okay, never mind. Please come up.
Hello, my name is Beatrice Mayo, and thank you, Councilman Houston, and I strongly support and approve what you're trying to do. I believe that in this day and time, that it is time for intelligent people to cease and desist the enablement factor that we're doing. Many people have made it from nothing. I'm from a family of sharecroppers who made it from nothing. And we made it. My family made it. They couldn't hardly read or write. So I urge you, we have to start somewhere, not from a selfish motive or of a nonprofit or a purpose that doesn't benefit Oakland or the people who own homes and live here. We need to start. Or let's not do anything. Let's let this city become a trash heap. Let's let it be a wasteland. Let no businesses want to come here. Let not our kids want to be able to walk and have jobs. Let's just do that. We need an accelerated program, and I applaud your bravery to trying to start somewhere with intelligent people who know we need to do something and stop enabling people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Bodner. I'm also with the Rainbow Community Neighborhood Council. And I also echo the comments before me and particularly applaud Ken Houston for his courage and leadership to say something that needs to be said, which is that what we've been doing lately is not working for anyone, particularly the residents who might find themselves with an encampment next to their house. A lot of these things catch fire. Businesses have been lost. I could speak of the American Emperor on East 12th. That business is gone. It was burned up. Economy Lumber, burned up, lost half of their stuff because of an encampment that was adjacent. I can also speak about the filth near some of the schools. Ascend Elementary near Fruitvale has got a very smelly encampment right next to the playground. And also 45th Avenue, the kids cannot walk to Fremont High School because both sides of the sidewalk are blocked. This type of stuff has to come to an end. Thank you.
Can I just ask all of you to pay attention instead of looking at your phones for a few minutes, or for a minute? My name is Jen Oakley. I have 10 years of lived experience on the streets of West Oakland, and now I work as a case manager for a workforce development org in West Oakland, where many of my participants still live in cars and RVs. I want to highlight the racial disparities in homelessness. In Alameda County, black people are 12% of the population, but 40% of the homeless. My street family, who is mostly older black men and women, are not unhoused because of addiction or choice, but because of systematic racism and lack of opportunity. You can't blame it on Libby. The cause of homelessness started hundreds of years before Libby, with slavery, redlining, and not allowing black people to take mortgages. Let's be honest, shelters and permanent housing are rarely offered when people are swept. Therefore, towing people's homes and criminalizing poverty is not a solution. It is an act of racism. And anyone who supports encampment abatement is ignoring the structural and systematic issues that are deeply woven in our history and is themselves. I urge this council, do not punish people for being poor. Invest in real solutions that provide dignity, stability, and opportunity.
Hi, my name is Sonny Rios, and I'm a homeless outreach coordinator based in Oakland. I just want to start by reading an important quote that can be found on the city's website. In Oakland, poverty is a reality for some residents and the surrounding areas. There is a sense of hopelessness. We must learn from the past, which has taught us that having a lock-them-up mentality only exacerbates disparities in impacted communities of color. This was written by Councilmember President Kevin Jenkins. In 2022, Santa Clara University released a study called The Harms of Encampment Abatements on the Health of Unhoused People. Their number one finding is something we already know, where isolation and moving the problem away does not actually solve any of the core issues and causes more harm than it does. For Councilmember Houston, your personal experience is important, but your policy does not stand up to decades of research that have been systematically neglected, underfunded, and ignored. From encampment management policy to encampment abatement policy, what does this change signal other than a shifting focus to the past where disappearing the problem outweighs developing a humane alternative?
Hello, my name is Valerie Brown, and I'm a sole product of being homeless. For the last 3 years or so, I've been homeless, and it was due to a death in my family from my spouse, and I lost everything. It brought me to Operation Dignity, which I have known to hear that it's a nonprofit organization that will be closing. Why close something that works? This works and it helped me. I'm a sole product that it does work. Don't take away something that the homeless is encountering now, and they need it. The staff there, they're compassionate. They go way and beyond housing navigating from people. They also find them jobs where they can afford housing and live as I do. I now have been living in a place coming from Operation Dignity for a year now. So it works. It's a nonprofit organization, and please don't take it away because it does work. The homeless people are out there now, and they can benefit from this. So this is something I beg of you, do not take away. Thank you.
Lance Wilson is ceding his time, as is Sasha Zientz.
Through the chair to the public speaker, is Sasha in the chambers? Thank you.
Cat Brooks, Anti-Police Terror Project. First of all, shame on you for chastising people for being vocal when that presentation just spit in the faces of the lived experience and the reality of what has, does, and will continue to happen on the streets of Oakland to the unhoused. You are not the experts. You ain't seen what they do to them. These are the experts in here. Not only that, you are not the most important people in this room. These are the most important people in this room, not your presenters, not your staffers. Patricia just told me this is your chambers. Nah, this is our chambers. We pay for this. You work for us. For us. The people are having a rational response to ridiculous circumstances. This city has never provided adequate housing, respected people's property, or treated unhoused relatives as human beings. And as you know, Charlene, because I sent you the Cal Matters article, there is not a single solitary city-recognized housing provider not embroiled in corruption and scandal. You don't have the solutions to this, to pass this policy. You don't have places to put people, and you won't put them there even if you did have them. The article that I sent you said that the conditions with the housing providers is worse than jail. Accountability and willingness to fix the mess you made. Those are the markers of not just a solid human being, but of principled and competent leadership. The city of Oakland made this mess. You made it by catering to developers and corporations. You made it by refusing to build low-income and actually affordable housing. You made it because you wanted white rich people from San Francisco to come in and take what affordable housing there was so they could jack up their rents and we'd have a different income base. I don't care if you were on this dais or not, you represent the city now. So it is your time to take responsibility and fix the mess that you made. Not blame the people who have been impacted by the mess that you made and fix it on their back. Shame on you, and how dare you? I said it in 2018, I've been saying it since, and I'll continue to say it. The solution is not complicated. It's dumb-ass simple. House people. That is the solution. That's the only solution. Put them in housing. There are abandoned buildings. Use them. Them condos that you all built instead of affordable housing that are sitting empty, declare eminent domain like you did in West Oakland and fucked up our neighborhood and put people in there. But this, what you are doing now, is going to exacerbate, not solve the problem. I told you the last time I was here, y'all knew. You think that you're going to pass policy that the masses, your bosses, don't want you to pass, and we're just going to lay down and take it. I will remind you that this is Oakland, California, and maybe you should Google us, because some of you just got here. For real, for real. It's about to get hyphy in these streets. I feel like I'm in a time machine. We just did this shit. This is bad policy, the same bad policy on steroids. The definition of nutter is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. What you is going to get is the same thing: resistance, rebellion, and revolt in these streets. Keep it up here.
Great. Thank you, Cap.
Good morning, my name is Margaret Laffin. I'm an attorney with Bay Area Legal Aid for Alameda County. Our Alameda County office is located right here in Oakland. We provide low-income and very low-income tenants with free civil legal aid assistance and work with multiple unhoused Oaklanders. Our clients are often disabled, living on general assistance of $336 per month or a maximum of $1,300 in disability benefits, which can take years to get on. Expecting someone living on an incredibly limited fixed income per month without any additional assistance to keep an RV registered and operable is ridiculous. The towing of an RV or a vehicle is a confiscation of a person's shelter and often of all of their most important belongings, medication, paperwork. We are seeing clients enter homelessness due to medical conditions, due to domestic violence, due to unexpected loss of income. These clients are long-standing Oakland residents, often of decades, who have been consistently outpriced and pushed out of their homes. Low-income apartments on rent on average about $500. Excuse me. Low-income apartments rent on average about $500 above the GA level in nearly half of someone's SSI disability benefits, and there are, as we've been hearing over and over again, the wait list is unbelievably long for someone to even get into housing. As someone who has been personally working with unhoused clients for several years, it has become increasingly difficult to provide legal services as individuals are experiencing increased encampment sweeps with even less notice. Our clients, we can't find our clients. They're getting moved. They can't access their healthcare providers because they're being moved. Our clients often return to the same encampment locations because they don't have anywhere else to go and may be more familiar with a specific area. This policy's language regarding arrest of someone who returns to an encampment that was swept within the last 60 days, especially when they were given no other viable place to stay, simply increases the criminalization of homelessness and poverty and makes it even more difficult for a person to secure housing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Cornu. I'm the Executive Director of St. Mary's Center in West Oakland. We are a city contractor providing homeless services, and I come to tell you the impact of this poorly conceived, poorly written proposal on the results which you try to get us to deliver. The City of Oakland is approximately 4% of our annual budget. I want to say that everyone in this room is very angry about the impact of homelessness, and because we see the county and other cities reducing homelessness while it increases in Oakland, we have to ask ourselves why and what works. The National Alliance to End Homelessness did a study, which they recently updated, of policies like this, and they said services offered under the threat of arrest or removal are less effective. They can erode trust and discourage participation. Encampment evictions serve only to prolong one's experience of homelessness in the majority of cases, where even more funding will be required to remove or support them again. In conclusion, sir, you met with OPD, you met with DOT. I invite you to come to St. Mary's Center and meet with the real experts, seniors displaced in West Oakland. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, my name is Victor Week. I just like to say,
Through the chair to the public speaker, can you please repeat your name?
Victor.
Victor, thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. These programs are helping a lot because without the program, I don't know what I would be doing right now or where I'd be at. You know, the funding, we need some more funding. We need help, man. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for everybody to sit up here and argue at each other, but we need to show each other love, man. You know what I'm saying? Show the love, man. I've been to Oakland 62 years, man. You know what I'm talking about? And I ain't never seen it like this. If it wasn't for these people helping me, I don't know what I'd be doing right there. This is not no game. It's playing with people's lives, man. You're playing with my life. And I'm tired of going up in them spots, man. I'm trying to do the right thing. And every time I do the right thing, something hits you in the head. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is just give us some funding, man. Help us out. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to sit up here and argue, blame nobody. Help people, man. We human. All this shit wouldn't be going on if we had help. You know what I'm saying? Shit wouldn't be on the street. Nothing would be on the street. You know, talk pieces, none of that. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to put this love back in Oakland, man. Where y'all from? I'm from Oakland, man. I've been here 62 years, man. And I ain't never seen Oakland like this. I swear on my mama, I ain't never seen Oakland like this here. And without them funders, man, I don't know what's going to happen, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where I'm going to be at, what's going to happen to. You know, I can't read and write. I can't do none of that. So I need this help, man. I need it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Just a point of privilege from the chair. We are actually going to convene into a special session of the City Council. And with that, we'll proceed.
I'll make the motion.
Right, I need a motion. Thank you.
In a second.
I'll second that. Okay, thank you for seconding.
Please note that Councilmember 5 present at 1:23 p.m. And with that, due to the presence of Council President Jenkins, a quorum of the City Council was noted. A motion made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Councilmember Houston, to adjourn this meeting of the Special Public Safety Committee and convene into a special meeting of the full council at 1:25 p.m. On roll, Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
Councilmember 5.
I don't know.
We are adjourning into a special meeting due to the presence of Councilmember Jenkins because you made a full council.
Through the chair to the clerk staff, you don't need to adjourn again. You already did at the presence of Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Fife is on this committee, so you're already adjourned into a special meeting.
Okay. So I guess that's denied. Okay, we're not taking a vote. We're just going to keep on through. Oh, we do need to take a vote. Okay. Let's proceed with the vote then.
On roll, Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
Sorry, Councilmember Fife, we're voting on proceeding with a special session of the City Council since we have Council President Jenkins with us.
Okay, this is wild. Aye.
Councilmember Houston.
Aye.
And Chair Wong.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 ayes. Now on the full council. Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Christine Hernandez. I'm a mother of 4. I live in Oakland. This is my youngest of 4, Sophia Lena Hernandez. I took her out of school today so that I wouldn't chicken out because I don't like public speaking. My family was unhoused from 2015 until 2018. We actually lived in a bank-owned property to make it work. We had a window of time where we had no housing, and then we figured out something else creative, which we've been able to manifest into 7 units of permanently affordable housing. These are the kind of solutions that Oakland needs, not this. And my family's now housed, but every time we step outside our door, we see our unhoused neighbors, and we feel just a sense of gratitude that is not the position we find ourselves in, because being unhoused, it can break the bonds of family, it can break you. And if we had been in that situation for any longer than we were, I don't know what we would have done. But I feel like I would only be ashamed if I didn't come here today and speak out. And I feel so much shame for you, Mr. Houston, because you climbed the ladder and then you pulled it up behind you. That's what you're trying to do here.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Kelsey, and I urge you to vote no on the EAP. This policy would criminalize thousands of unhoused neighbors, 78% of which are people of color. It is evil to pass a policy that criminalizes people for being in the very situation past racist policies have forced them into. And also the city's negligence. The health and safety concerns the city has and will now criminalize people for were caused by the city themselves refusing to provide trash services to encampments. This proposed Trump-aligned policy is not in compliance with Cal ICH guidance and would put a total of $45 million of funding at risk. It's ludicrous to pass a policy that contradicts and undermines the mayor's 5-point plan, HCD's homelessness strategic plan, and puts this funding at risk. There are only 1,300 beds for over 5,500 people living in Oakland. How cowardly to criminalize people rather than implement data-driven and well-thought-out equity-based solutions. The EAP legislation explicitly states that the past several years, shelter spaces have become more limited, and in the very next line says that the proposed EAP would remove the requirement to make shelter offers prior to closing encampments. Please vote no.
Respectfully, with all due respect, my name is Nell Myhand, and I organize with the California Poor People's Campaign, a national call for a
Can you speak into your mic? We're having trouble hearing you. Okay. Just order in the chamber so we can hear the speaker. Okay. Please proceed. We just paused the clock. Go ahead.
With all due respect, my name is Nell Myhand. I organize with the California Poor People's Campaign, a national call for a moral revival. And I'm here to speak strongly against this death-dealing abatement policy. We know that homelessness is the result of policy violence. It comes from the people who legislate the laws that say that there is no cap on rent, but people can pay a minimum wage, not a living wage, but a minimum wage. And if the gap is such that we can't pay rent, then we can't be housed. That's immoral. We are organizing with people who are the most impacted by systemic racism, systemic poverty, climate. I have a person seating their minute. Thank you so much. So we have been working with the folks here who have been speaking out about their personal experiences as being unhoused. I have my own personal experience of being a victim of policy violence that resulted in the foreclosure of my home, which left me homeless. So we know that it's policy that leads to the conditions that we're now trying to address with an abatement policy. And what we need to abate is poverty, and that can be done. It can be done through the same channels that you all are using now to tell us that we are not full human beings. But we're here to tell you that we are 5/5, 100% of the time, human, and we will not accept your policies that deny us housing, which is a human right. Deborah Marilu?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm here to speak on behalf of the California campaign and the national campaign, which is committed to calling for real safety for us, the public. We are the public, whether we're housed or unhoused. We are the public, and actual safety is reliant upon justice and democracy. And so we urge you to use your power as legislators to pursue every channel to put money into the hands of people who don't have money. Housing cures homelessness. Income takes care of us being an eyesore for your donors and your funders. We need justice, and we need it now.
Hello. Okay. Ready? Are we on? My name is Rushima White, and I'm a housing navigator for Operation Dignity. I work with the unhoused population to find them housing, supportive housing that they can afford. I am also from the unhoused population, and I have been unhoused for many years. Ken, I have showed you pictures. I was just talking to you in Confidant. I have a documentary called Lead Me Home that I am in. My thing today is we are a community. Our cabins are a community. Once again, that's a community because we stand. If we don't stand for something, we're going to fall for everything. And Ken, we need you to support us in this area because we are a people. Don't see us as a pillar. See us as human beings. People, the unhoused population, like I said, I'm from the unhoused population. Some of us need to be on this board. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of you, I can honestly say, I can look at you and tell you've never been homeless ever in your life. So what I'm saying to you, Ken, is work with us. Take one step so we can take two. You take two so we can take one. Work to us together as a community and as a people, for the people, by the people. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is Timothy Evans, and I have five minutes. So
Please state your name for the record.
Yep. Timothy Evans.
Timothy Evans,
Yes.
and
Miss Buster, Sabrina.
what's your name?
Sabrina Buster.
Sabrina Buster.
Ray Wayne.
Ray Wayne. He would need to be in chambers. Ray Wayne, if you could make your way up to the chambers, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. DeMarcus Frost.
DeMarcus.
Alante Gallen. Alante Gallen.
Alante, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got all of them? Okay, please proceed.
Yes, hi. Good morning, chamber members and community members. My name is Timothy Evans. I am the executive director of Operation Dignity. We have been in existence since 1993, and we are not closing. I would like to invite the council members to work with us in outreach and encampment services. It is a travesty that we are looking at losing funding because of our outreach and encampment services. The work that my team does is exponential within this community. Today, I come to you not just as a nonprofit leader, but as a voice for thousands of our neighbors who cannot be here who cannot be at this microphone and who feel invisible. And I must speak plainly. To decrease funding for homelessness services in Oakland at this moment is not only short-sighted, but also wrongful. Let me be clear. In 2025, we know there are 6,000 people in homelessness right now. The outreach that we do as an agency in collaboration with the city of Oakland, with Amari Collins and his team, is something that is needed for Oakland. I think for a moment, more than one out of every 100 resident in Oakland live without a home. Now, who are these people? They are not faceless. They are humans. They are you. They are me. They are your mother, your father, your uncles, your brothers, your siblings. They are your community. These are your family members. They are young people aging out of foster care, seniors who have exhausted their savings and now have become homeless. These are veterans who have served this country without any support from the government. Project 2025 is a discourse and a disgusting policy. This is not accidental. These are direct residents of the city, the county, and the community. We prioritize our outreach, our cabins, our case management, and permanent supportive housing resources. First of all, Oakland has thousands of people unhoused. Why is that? There's not enough permanent supportive housing, access to shelter, transitional housing programs, mental health services, and also access to vouchers. Secondly, these cuts are a social consequence to Oakland. You think that they're going to leave where they currently are? They're going to come into Piedmont, Montclair, Trestle Glen, Oakland Hills, and all of the excluding areas for these individuals. Again, I live in East Oakland. I love East Oakland. Again, the third thing, economically short-sightedness. Leaving people unhoused costs more. Even every emergency room visit, every police call, every sanitation cleanup, and of that comes more taxpayer dollars. Studies consistently show that providing shelter, housing, case management, and wraparound support services are key. Encampment support, outreach support is something that my agency and my team does extremely well. I acknowledge them on a daily basis because I want them to know that I am their community. I want them to know that their community is my community. I live around the corner from an encampment. I know everybody that lives there. And I make sure that I walk past and say, how are you doing today? Have you been supported? What's going on? I do that on a regular basis. I run my community. I walk my community. It's not unsafe for me because I'm a black man first, and I'm going to support everybody within my community. My team, Tamika Perkins, program manager. Ivan Medina, program manager of my outreach team. Lindsay Patridge, a part of my cabins program, who make sure that those individuals that are coming from encampments are going into our cabins program to get case management, mental health services, treatment services. So they're doing that wraparound support services. Human truth. Council members, every dollar that you cut puts these individuals at risk. We cannot afford regression. We cannot afford cruelty disguised as budgeting. We need your courage, vision, and investment. Operation Dignity has proven that with funding, outreach works, cabin works, housing pipelines work. People stabilize, heal, and thrive. To cut funding not is only a mistake. It is a mistake within your community because they're coming to your community to live in your community in those homes that you think that are just going to be sold. They will have squatter rights and they will be there. I stand before you to say homelessness is solvable, but only if we sustain and we will solve it. Let's be clear. Let's work together as a community to do that. Thank you.
So I got some time ceded to me. So I got Ivan Ortiz.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Ivan Magana.
Ivan?
Ivan Magana.
Thank you.
And then I also got some time ceded from Zachary Caston.
Zach and who else?
Zach Caston and Ivan Ortiz.
Zach and Ivan Ortiz. Thank you.
Awesome. My name is Ivan Magana, and I represent Operation Dignity. These proposed cuts are not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They dismantle the very community we worked so hard to build. In the last 3 years, our team has carried out more than 726 operations and have done more than 44,500 interactions and harm reduction distributions. Every one of those numbers represents a face, a story, a neighbor, someone who might otherwise be left unseen, some of which sit in this very room. Take Hernan. He is a Chilean national who immigrated from Colombia. When he lost his homes, he called Operation Dignity. He was placed in transitional housing and helped him secure a work visa. Now Hernan today lives permanently housed. He's working steadily and reunited with his family, who recently flew to visit him, by the way. And then there's Victor, who cycled to program after program, only to be exited again and again, but we never gave up. And just weeks ago, he called to say thank you. I'm finally moving into my own apartment, and my grandchildren can come see me again. Or Fred, who endured multiple encampment closures until we connected him with one of our internal programs. After years of instability, Fred is now permanently housed. And one of my personal, Darlene, who lived in the street for 8 years, too sick to walk far, we kept showing up week after week until trust was built. Today, she is safely in housing. These successes belong not to me, but to the staff who make it very possible every day. People like Erica, Zach, Najee, Kayla, Ortiz, Carrie, Jeremy, Sabrina, and many more who have spoken, and some of which who haven't, step into the field every day in that heat, in the rain, in the cold, to coordinate referrals, connecting people to services, and building relationships rooted in trust. These are not just faceless positions. These are the backbone of the work we do, and without them, there is no bridge between the streets and stability. And here's what's important. Our scope of work has not changed in 3 years, with the only recent addition being a clinical care team, and yet the demand on us has grown far beyond what was written. Encampment closures have multiplied, pulling staff away from deeper one-on-one engagements. Still, having consistently delivered above and beyond our scope, the city has asked us to serve hundreds, we've served thousands. And that's why whenever Oakland opens a new program, Operation Dignity is the first they call. When the Lake Mare Lodge opened, when 66 RV, Wood Street RV, cabins launched, our team was the ones that filled those spaces. When the city created the Encampment Resolution Fund, for Mosswood, East 12, and MLK, it was our team that conducted the census, vetted the clients, and so for those programs could succeed. Without us, those beds remain empty. Without us, those cabins remain unfulfilled. Community members, council members, by cutting these budgets, you're not just trimming excess, you're dismantling the very bridge that connects people to the streets, from the streets to housing, from invisibility to dignity. Outreach is not the end of the story. It's the first step of the continuum that leads to cabins, to housing, to stability. So I ask you to protect this work, to protect these programs, and most of all, protect the people who cannot be here today to speak for themselves. Thank you.
I had two people to cede my time. Okay, you go. Jasmine Rogers.
Sorry,
and
who is
Lashina Bibbs. I'm Lindsay Partridge.
ceding their time?
So what is your name?
My name is Lindsay Partridge. Lindsay Partridge.
And
Jasmine Rogers and Lashina Bibbs ceded their time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm the Community Cabins Program Manager and District 6 resident. In this past year, the OD Community Cabins provided shelter to 223 people who had been living on the streets. Of those 223 people, 170 of them had been diagnosed with a serious mental illness, 147 of the people served lived with a chronic health condition, and 124 of them have a physical disability. During this time, we supported 56 people with their transition into permanent housing, and 33 people transitioned to a temporary indoor living situation. 97 of those 225 people are still currently enrolled in the cabins program, where they are working with housing navigators to obtain permanent housing and access supportive services. To be clear, people deserve better than a small shared space without running water and full electricity, but it's one of the few services currently funded, and many people are counting on it. Maria is an elderly lady with memory issues who came into the program undocumented. Our staff helped her get established as a permanent resident and supported her with getting dental implants to replace her missing teeth. She just finally got a permanent supportive housing match for senior housing and will stay with us at the cabins until her housing comes through. Jimmy has mental health challenges and periodically has meltdowns because he was put on the housing queue in 2022 and hasn't been housed yet. He had gotten lost in the system and taken off the queue because no one kept up with him or knew where to find him. Our staff does what they can every time he has a meltdown to calm his nerves and connect him with appropriate support services. He's now back on the queue and waiting for a PSH match. If he loses his safe haven at the cabins, he will likely go through the same cycle or end up criminalized for his mental health challenges. More than 20 of our current and former residents showed up today to oppose this policy and advocate for services and housing. Ramon is one of our site managers. There have been many times that he has driven around town looking for our clients when they have housing appointments so that they don't miss their housing opportunities. DeMarcus is another site manager who regularly cooks big feasts for all of his clients to show them that they are cared for, from Taco Tuesday to hibachi fried rice to chicken Alfredo. Jasmine has been a housing navigator for 5 years. She works tirelessly and tears up with emotion every time one of her clients get the new keys. Roshima is another one of our housing navigators who proudly shares her own experience of having been unhoused to inspire her clients as she helps them navigate into permanent housing. Sheena is a housing navigator who came in on her day off at a moment's notice to calm people down who were in a heated conflict so they wouldn't do something to lose their spot in the program and miss out on their housing opportunities as a result. I get calls all day, every day of the week from people trying to get in the cabins so they can have a chance at getting off the streets and getting housed, but we aren't able to get them all in because we don't have enough space for everyone that needs these services. Until the system is ready to take people off the street and put them directly into permanent supportive housing without going through a long, drawn-out process, these programs are essential for making sure people don't fall through the cracks. Thank you.
My name is Tamika Perkins, and Jeremy Rutledge and Carrie Willis will submit their time to me as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First, I want to say Operation Dignity has been the lead partner with the City of Oakland for more than 25 years, partnering with them and pioneering programs such as the community cabin sites, the expanded outreach team, and programs like OPRI, the Oakland Path Rehousing Initiative, which some of you may or may not know. I want to start off by saying the mayor's whole election process was built on supporting the homeless, right? So with that being said, our objective is clear. It's to highlight the critical importance of funding that sustains our community cabin and encampment management teams across Oakland. If we cut essential housing, programs that save lives and give people the chance to rebuild, and increase encampment closures without thought for our individuals and where they will relocate to is criminal within itself. We must question our own ethical commitment to caring for every resident equally. Without adequate shelter, people experiencing homelessness will naturally seek refuge elsewhere. Closing encampments without a relocation plan will drive individuals into, as my esteemed colleague said before, neighborhoods, schools, parks, business corridors. This will heighten complaints, increase tension, and ultimately cost the city much more. Worse, it risks criminalizing simply because they are unhoused. And at the same time, reducing programs while demanding more outcomes from agencies with limited resources comes at a human cost. Many of our staff, people who are dedicated their lives to this work, are already working more than one job just to survive Oakland's high cost of living. If these cuts proceed, we risk losing the very staff who have built trusted relationships with our unhoused community. And without them, we dismantle the system that residents rely on for guidance, stability, and hope. If you move forward with the cuts, the consequence the city will face will be devastating because there is a cause and effect of everything that you do that happens. From lawsuits from residents, clients, and other cities as Oakland drives its homeless into other communities and surrounding cities to avoid addressing the issues themselves. Businesses feeling as if they are not supported, rising neighbor complaints, the burden on sanitation to go out and re-clean everything that was already done, which is already stretched and slow process, and the biggest of all, our unhoused neighbors who will lose their bridge to stability. We should be moved to action to build and care for this city, not push personal agendas that cost time, money, and resources, and also that causing the city's respect and reputation. If you think encampments are bad now, create a place where there's no space to put people, right? It will be more. Homelessness is not an individual issue, but it is a community one. Thank you. And as a community, we have to address
What
it
is,
as one.
she already spoke.
And if you were not sure of where we stand, we oppose.
My name is Terry. My family and I got really, really big help from Operation Dignity. I was born and raised in Oakland. My immediate family, there's 6 of us. I'm a mother, grandmother, wife. We were wrongfully evicted in November 2023. It took a lot of steps to find Operation Dignity, but when we got there, they helped us. We were homeless after that for a long time, a year and a half. And I'm sorry I only have a minute to talk about what Operation Dignity did for us, but they helped us get our Social Security cards back. I did it online. They were taking people in van rides. The money they helped give us so that we can be housed, because I'm housed now. I'm really grateful to Operation Dignity for that. It's been a ride, but please keep Operation Dignity going. Thank you.
I'm going to address the process and what is absolutely necessary to be included in the process. You have a policy statement for fiscal impact that is required. You say in the document, the fiscal impact of the policy is yet to be determined. You cannot push forward a policy without a fiscal impact statement of how you will be funding all of the necessary components of the policy. Having said that, you have no serious intent to support homelessness, because when you created your budget, you created no funds for homelessness. You allocated funds for homeless prevention. The next thing that is required is the race equity statement. And instead of having a race equity statement, you say a formal race and equity analysis has yet to be completed. Race and equity analysis on homelessness has been completed. It has been completed. Stop using the term BIPOC. African Americans are the highest group impacted by homelessness, and the next highest group are white people. Not indigenous, not Asians, not Latinos. White people are not being recognized with the use of the term BIPOC. Take it out the document.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Asada. So our next speaker, please.
I will now proceed to call the next batch of speakers. Once again, our in-person speakers will go before our Zoom speakers, as well as if you are in hearing room 1 and you hear your name, please make your way to chambers. Micah Green. Ari Joseph. Spencer Ferguson. Pamela Drake. Tishawn Renee Jones, Alberto Parra, Teresa Salazar, excuse me if I mispronounced your last name, Adriana Martinez, Ofuri Igbindian, my apologies, Amy Laura Chase Fowler, Noel Pono Denchik, or Donchik, Amber Kennedy, Colin Pyth, Josephine Gunman, Layla Masery, excuse me, Michael Patak, David Powell Johnson, Miss West, Natalie Cassidy, Jessica Lehman, Matthew Allen Cowley, Irene Erkson, Finn McDonald, Latif McLeod, If you heard your name, please make your way to the podium. State your name for the record. If you are ceding time to someone, please make sure you are here within chambers or on Zoom. And you have 1 minute. Thank you. We do have another batch of speakers that I will call after this batch. Thank you.
Hello, Micah, site manager for Operation Dignity. First and foremost, I want to give a huge shout out to my team from the top to the bottom. Since I've been with the company for the past year, I've seen us house so many people, and you guys do not know how hard it is for these housing navigators to house people. We get people with all type of mental disabilities, etc. Some people even without documentation, and time after time, we're housing people. Ken, I know you're not listening over there, but I would like to challenge you. Mr. Houston, can we pause my time then until he's ready to listen, maybe?
Through the chair to the public speakers, you may speak to the council member, and they'll respond after.
So,
thank you.
I saw the videos you posted, but one thing that I didn't see was you in any of the videos helping out, you know, throwing some gloves on, getting in the trenches with us. So our ED invited you out, but I would like to invite you guys out too, all of you, to one of our cabinet sites, you know. Come see what we do. Come kick it with us for an hour or two. Help us out. Then I think you guys will have a really different insight on what it is we're doing here. Once again, thank everybody and my company, and Ken, I hope you get it together.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Spencer Ferguson, also born in Oakland. I'm a business owner. I also own property that our business runs out of in the industrial neighborhoods off the Hagenberger corridor. Ken, I really appreciate what he's done over here putting this business together. What I appreciate about what Ken has done is, from what I understand with his experience, and he's seen what's out there, he knows how difficult it is for everybody in the unhoused community. And I appreciate all the efforts. See, there's so many outreach groups that are here that have been put forth a lot of effort, and I empathize with our unhoused neighbors. Our neighborhood in the business district has been negatively impacted multiple times over the last 6 or 7 years with 2 different significant encampments that have moved into our neighborhood and made business very difficult. We don't have places for our employees to park. Our vendors and our clients don't come into our offices. I've lost important hires because they said, no, I'm not going to work in this neighborhood here where you guys have these encampments across the street. I've had many conversations with some of these encampment members. They're wonderful people, but the resources that they have out there, they can't sustain that type of lifestyle and that camping in this urban environment. And we need to do something. We need some kind of tool to do something to help out the businesses.
All right, good afternoon. Council members, my name is Ari Joseph, and I live in West Oakland. I moved to West Oakland about 5 years ago with my wife from Bed-Stuy in New York. And we loved Oakland so much we decided to buy our first place just 2 months ago, down the street from where we were before. I'm here today in support of repealing the 2020 Encampment Management Policy and adopting Councilmember Houston's 2025 policy. A few weeks ago, there was a fire, not literally 200 feet from my place, my new place, a fire at an encampment. And the fire hydrant, one of them that's closest to it, a block away, was covered under 4 feet of trash. The smell was everywhere, right? The fire department was there. They took care of it. It was great. I'm okay. Everyone's okay. But I couldn't go outside, and neither could the kids in my community. It's unsafe. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the unhoused. It's not fair to us and the people who live in the community. We need to do something. I know this isn't a final solution. I think it's a necessary first step. I really encourage you to vote for it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Afure Igbenadian, and I'm a proud IFPTE local. My name is Afure Igbenadian, and I'm a proud IFPTE Local 21 member. I was raised in Oakland and currently live in District 3. I was awarded my PhD in geography in 2020 and have been working as a transportation planner with the City of Oakland since then, a privilege I don't take for granted. As I was leaving my apartment this morning, a man was sleeping in our entryway. As I looked around him, I thought of the words of Brian Holdstone, author of the book There Is No Place for Us, Working and Homeless in America. He says, The line separating housed from unhoused is infinitely more porous than we'd like to imagine. I'm here today to oppose the encampment abatement policy. It is clear that homelessness remains a top issue for me and other Oaklanders, but this solution isn't criminalization that only penalizes our unhoused neighbors. Conducting sweeps is also not proven to help solve the homelessness crisis. It only removes people from our site. This EAP is not part of Mayor Lee's Office of Homelessness Solutions. We should utilize Measure W resources to address homelessness. The people who live on our streets are your constituents too. Their voices matter. Please listen to them.
Good afternoon. My name is David Johnson. I work with about 100 small and medium-sized businesses in the Coliseum and Hagenberger corridor. You just heard from Spencer Ferguson. We have a problem that we can't solve right now in this room today. Homelessness is a major issue. What Councilmember Houston is doing is attempting us to move one step toward addressing that problem without ignoring the many issues that you heard about today. And by the way, a shout out to Operation Dignity. I've seen them on the street many, many times since I've been working on this for 2 years. We need to work on something comprehensive. Excuse me, this is a first step, and I support what Councilmember Houston is attempting to do to get us moving. Again, that has nothing to do with all the issues that we have to tackle that you've heard about today. We have to work on that together. Let's work as a team. Let's give our local businesses an opportunity to survive in the midst of all this change. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alberto Parra.
Excuse me, through the chair to the public speakers, can you repeat your first name?
Mi nombre es Alberto Parra. Soy inquilino y soy miembro de ACE del Distrito 5. Estoy aquí para oponerme a la resolución propuesta por el concejal Houston que notifica a la política del campamento de Oakland. La solución a la falta de vivienda es la vivienda permanente. Debemos concentrarnos en construcción, adquisición de viviendas para residentes con ingresos extremadamente bajos. Las redadas actuales en campamentos son contraproducentes. Desplazar a las personas sin ofrecer alternativas viales, la cual contradice el nuevo plan estratégico del alcalde. Las redadas generalizan, suponen un mal uso de los recursos municipales, son costosos, ineficientes y solo trasladan el problema a otras zonas.
I'm just going to translate for him, just to make sure that Ken Houston gets the
Yes,
message.
we would really appreciate that.
Good morning, council and community. My name is Alberto Parra. I am a tenant and a ACE member from District 5. I'm here to oppose the resolution proposed by Councilmember Houston that amends Oakland's encampment policy. The solution to homelessness is permanent housing. We must focus on building and acquiring homes for extremely low-income residents. Current encampment suites are counterproductive. They displace people without providing viable alternatives, which is at odds with the mayor's new strategic plan. Widespread sweeps are a misuse of city resources. They are costly, ineffective, and only move the problem from one corner to another.
I am the Reverend Dr. Matthew Colley. I would like to thank Ken for showing your prejudice, and I would like to thank security for outright admitting violating the constitutional rights of the men and women present here today. With that, I will begin. Our brave council members end a 249-year-old experiment of democracy and freedom. 242 years after the Treaty of Paris, which ordained these lands sovereign, and 80 years after the end of tyrannical oppression of our brethren overseas. Our City Council now seeks, during a time of great turbulence and the resurgence of tyranny, to outlaw being poor. So let us celebrate today, for history is to be made. All hail the oligarchy, which on this day they do establish, in an attempt to bolster and support tyrannical rule. The rich have made the poor suffer, and decree that the poor shall have no place in the communities which they have built. Today, a new generation of secret police will be born. Now, you may take me speaking the truth as an act of sedition. I'll leave you with one last quote from Thomas Paine. We have it in our power to begin the world over again.
Good afternoon. My name is Mrs. West with B31YZ. I'm here to support this particular bill, especially section 17 to 22, because this definitely affects our area. What is in homeless encampments is the filth that goes around it. Unhoused people, that's a whole different situation. We got plenty representative and non-profit groups that's handle that. Snaps out to y'all. You're doing a wonderful job. Keep it up. Give them the money and the support they need. But what Ken is saying in this particular proposition here, give him the support. Because like other representatives have said, it's here in deep East Oakland. It's going to be up in the hills. It's coming. Sooner or later, if you don't handle it here in deep East Oakland, you're going to burn down up there sooner or later, because it's on fire in our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Testing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, members of the City Council. My name is Jessica Lehman. I'm a disabled person living in Oakland, proud to be working with other disabled and chronically ill people here. I want to make sure you know that a majority of unhoused people are seniors and people with disabilities. The UCSF Benioff Housing and Homelessness Initiative found that many seniors and people with disabilities became homeless due to one medical emergency or other crisis. Homelessness reflects a failure of our society and our government to establish rent control, provide better caregiving options, offer rent help for job loss, and stop housing discrimination. People with disabilities in particular are often not safe in shelters, if shelters are even available. Do not prioritize Oakland residents who simply don't want to think about and look at poor people over unhoused Oakland residents who don't have anywhere else to live. Do not say you are tearing down people's homes in the name of disability access to sidewalks. We will not allow disabled people to be pitted against each other. The city needs to come up with solutions that provide housing and accessibility to all. Remember, we are talking about people. This proposal is cruel and dehumanizing. You must vote no.
Dr. Lateef McLeod, and I have been a resident of Oakland for 2 decades. I was also on the Oakland Mayor's Commission on People with Disabilities over a decade ago. Criminalizing the homeless is morally wrong and cruel. A majority of unhoused people are PWD or older people, and we will not be pitted against each other. It is cruel to push people off the streets and tow their vehicles without offering housing and without even giving notice. Do not say you were doing this to give disabled people access to sidewalks. We are standing up for our unhoused neighbors and demand you vote no on this proposed ordinance. You don't need to criminalize. You need to offer people affordable housing and assistance. Thank you.
I'm a community member.
Through the chair to the public speaker, can you please repeat your name?
Ben McDonald.
Thank you.
I'm asking you to vote no on the encampment abatement policy. This policy only increases the level of criminalization of houseless people without doing anything to actually improve safety for anyone. The city does not need to broaden the conditions of arrest that will allow further harassment and antagonism towards people who live in vehicles.
Sorry, can you speak into the mic a little bit more and just speak a little louder too into the mic? Thank you.
Instead of relying on police force, the city needs to invest in housing solutions and meeting the direct needs of houseless people. The current policies are futilely and cruelly punishing people who have no other choice, rather than addressing the underlying conditions. Sweeps are extremely traumatic, unnecessary, and a waste of resources that should be spent providing pathways to housing. While there are currently more unhoused residents than available shelter, the city cannot claim to be offering real solutions by constantly displacing people. Thank
you. Hi, my name's Layla, and there's just so much to say. Oh, hi, can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I'm currently housed, but I've also dealt with housing instability. I'm a child actually of suburbs. I've been all parts of California. A lot of my family still live in Oakland. I was living in Oakland too. You know, another problem is that even when they offer us housing, you know, they have money for all these things. They have money for genocides and wars all over the world. I'm a child of immigrants myself, you know, a Middle Eastern Muslim background. And, you know, we see that they have money for bombs and all these things. And like Tupac said, money for wars, but can't feed the poor, house the poor. And actually, like the gentleman said, you know, actually there's been so many buildings that they even offer, whether through Backs, Roots, or other, and the elevators don't work. Case in point, not far from here, the Henry Robinson. You know, these buildings are up for lawsuits, I think. You know, yeah, all of them. And then even you get a voucher. Oh, sorry, I got really loud. They even make more unaffordable. Like any building I found with an elevator was priced higher than even vouchers and things like that. So there needs to be a more accountability of how also we're housing people and more community. I know people that have their Section 8 or things are back on the street, the same thing because nobody's helping them. They're breaking our hearts and our minds. Even in the mental
I'm sorry, we do have to move on to the next speaker unless someone concede time. Thank you.
I will now proceed to call the last set of speakers. If you hear your name, please approach the podium, state your name for the record. You do have 1 minute. If you hear your name and you're in hearing room 1, please make your way to chambers, and Zoom speakers will be taken after public speakers in person. Jamie Kelly, Beverly Clark, Veda Legg, Bussy, Simon Lee, Twan Nago, Larry Greer, Emma Welty, Lamont Rush, thank you, Sandra Thompson, Margaret Gordon, Miss Margaret Gordon, thank you very much, Alex Penigis, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, Matt Willingham, Armando Solazano, did we do this? I think he's already, Jenny Sullivan, Charlotte Tomiski, Alant Gallen, Rashima White. That's Amante, thank you. Miss Margaret, thank you so much.
Mr. Santoria.
Can you pronounce this, Mr. Who?
Somebody need to come over there and get it, whoever the staff is.
Can someone read off the names for us?
Shatoya, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Ken, I want to thank you very much for pulling us all together today. So you have all these many voices and variety of voices. Thank you very much. But I want to stick to some facts. My name is Miss Margaret Gordon. I'm generally here speaking about the environmental justice, but today I want to talk about the injustice of housing. And one of the facts that, some of the facts and figures, some of y'all was maybe babies, little kids, don't know about the history of housing in Oakland. Since 1989, the market has determined who's gonna live in Oakland and what developers are gonna have parcels of land to build in Oakland since 1989. First, and then also, we had Hope's federal program called Hope 6 that reduced the density that was never replaced by public housing. So we had a 400-unit public housing bill. They took 200 units and 150 of 1 or 2 bedrooms maybe going for a low income, and the other 50 or so went to multiple home ownership. All right, that's a fact. Then also, we have no reason not to have any garbage on the street. We have 2 contracted garbage pickup companies here. Why is the city has not contracted them to pick up all this debris on the streets of Oakland? 2, y'all got 2, CWS and what's the other one? Yes, so why are they not picking up this trash and debris? And the last thing I want to say is that when are we going to have, like the other ladies talk about, affordable housing, senior housing above 580? Thank you. And where are the maps? Also, in the presentation, there's no maps to give an idea of any land resources that are available for housing. Why is there no maps? Thank you.
Okay, can the next speaker please come up?
So the next speaker has a receipt without a name. I had asked someone to write my name in, so I don't. Last name?
What is your first and last name? Through the chair. Patricia Costal, thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council.
And please speak into the microphone so we can all hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, Council Member Houston. I am a third-generation District 7 constituent. This issue for me is a very triggering issue, so I'm going to read directly from here so that I can stay focused. I myself have lived through the trauma of being unhoused. I understand that homelessness is an issue. It is an issue for all of us. We're sick of it. We're sick of having to come out and step over people, but also we can't continue to walk around in our communities and act like these people are invisible. This proposal, Councilmember Houston, is not a proposal that seeks to provide humanitarian solutions for our people. I am no longer homeless. Everyone who knows me knows that I had to raise children on the streets. And that's not something easy to do. Our mental health is compromised, and there are generational cycles of homelessness when we are raising children on the streets. So I ask the council to please not pass or keep this proposal in committee. Please lead with compassion and love and dignity, because the city of Oakland is depending on you to be compassionate and care about the people who have voted for you to be here.
Okay, thank you, Patricia. We do have to move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
I brought some copies of my full statements to submit to the city council because unfortunately I don't have the full 2 minutes that I budgeted for. So I would just like to submit these for your consideration. In terms of my statement, my name is Alex Pinnagus. I am a District 4 resident here on behalf of Just Cities and the Housing and Dignity Project. I want to echo what Ms. Oma Wally said. We believe the Public Safety Committee has a duty to understand and share with the public potential impacts from the proposal before taking any action. First, this proposal needs a racial equity impact analysis. by the Department of Race and Equity, which was created to ensure city policies do not result in racial inequities. Second, amidst a budget crisis, the city should not increase costly, ineffective sweeps without conducting a budget analysis. Third, the city attorney should conduct a legal analysis on whether this policy violates the Mirale settlement or any other laws. Fourth, the UN has called Oakland's denial of basic necessities to encampments cruel, inhuman, and a violation of human rights. The committee should request a Berkeley Center of Human Rights analysis to determine whether this proposal violates human rights laws. Finally, we ask that the committee request a public health impacts analysis from the County Public Health Department. Before taking any action, please conduct these analyses as it is your duty to do. Thank you.
My name is Larry Greer. She's giving me her time.
And what is your name, ma'am?
How dare this council.
Through the chair to the public speaker, give me 1 second. What is your name, ma'am? Emma, thank you so much.
How dare this council to make me a criminal where I pay taxes. I'm unhoused right now because of an incident. Not my fault. You take my tax money to put me back in prison when I worked so hard to stay on the street in a house. You think about that. When you go home tonight and you lay on your soft pillow, you think about that. It's not right. Do the right thing.
There's time remaining if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to draw attention to the fact that Oakland has a pretty significant unhoused community of undocumented folks, and this policy would more or less remove the little barrier of safety that they have that's protecting them from the ICE raids. So it's totally unacceptable for y'all to go forward with this approach without having considered that factor.
Okay. Can the next speaker please come up to the podium? Sorry, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We're going to do a quick recess, 5 minutes, just so we can all take a bathroom break, excuse me, so just for everybody in the room. So we will come back here at 2:29 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Okay. All right. We have Council Member 5, so we have a quorum of the Public Safety Committee, so we're going to proceed with public comment. Order in the chamber. Okay. All right. The next public speaker, please come up to the podium. Thank you.
Armando. Testing. Armando. So this is going to violate constitutional rights to due process and state-created danger. It's not evidence-based. It's fiscally irresponsible. $45 million in HAP funding is going to get messed up. Criminalizing costs 3 times more than housing people. Where's Ken Houston?
He's not here, but we can proceed. We have a quorum.
Councilmember Houston is bought by Philip Dreyfus, the real estate and hedge fund billionaire who funded his campaign and bankrolled the recalls, the anti-democratic recalls, and the local AstroTurf anti-poor hate network. This is the agenda of the real estate lobby, the gentrification machine. It's the Trump agenda. It's authoritarianism. We can stand up to authoritarianism and to the Trump agenda by defending civil rights right now. This is a despicable, hateful, counterproductive policy. Councilmember Houston said the health and safety of the unhoused is not the city's responsibility. That's a disgraceful statement. It's our collective responsibility, our most vulnerable community members.
Hello, my name is Charlotte. I'm a District 2 resident and a substitute teacher here in Oakland. I'm asking you don't vote for this rushed policy. The EAP has nothing to offer but beefed up enforcement of already existing laws, and Councilmember Houston wants to act like that's a selling point. That if we just start enforcing these laws, any problems related to encampments are just going to go away. He even speaks in his report of the sweeping costs of encampment abatement as a one-time cost. That's the lie at the heart of this, that there's somehow this bold new plan that's also nothing new. Thousands of people can't afford to live anywhere but their vehicles. This is a problem that has been building for decades, and there's no handy solution buried in the California Vehicle Code. Solutions that actually give people what they need: safe parking, respite beds, social housing, bathrooms, trash pickup, land. Those will require more political will, but they are also actually long-term solutions. When you fall for this type of Trumpian, easy fix, wishful thinking, you get thousands more people unsheltered on the streets, a higher mortality rate.
Testing, testing. I'm really impressed by the number of people that showed up today.
Through the chair to the public speaker, what is your first name?
Jean.
Jean, thank you.
Yep. I'm really impressed by the number of people that showed up today to speak. And I have no idea what I'm going to say because the things I was going to say I forgot all about. So I'm just going to make some observations of what I saw today at this meeting. First of all, I want to send a big shout out to everybody that works in the homeless community, the executives, the workers, the volunteers, their tireless energy. And none of them are here because they're out in the streets. And we should appreciate that. But I really was going to be here to talk about the animals. What about people that have to be separated from the animals? But you know what? I have to say, Ken, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. That infomercial that you did was disgusting. And I swear to God, you must have carpal tunnel syndrome from buttoning and closing your fucking jacket. I love your shoes. Everybody, your ego is like, wow. Amazing.
Sorry. Hi. Yes, Councilmember Jenkins. Oh, yeah, right. There you go. Is it working? Sorry, new mic system.
Yeah, if possible, can we keep the civility in here? I know this is very charged, right? But I think cussing at anyone is not founded, and just try and keep this civil, if possible.
Okay, yeah, noted. Okay, please proceed, and yes, if people keep it civil. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name
name is Noelle. I'm a proud IFPTE Local 21 member. I'm a D3 resident, and I work for the city. A big part of my job is to improve quality of life and build trust with Oakland's residents, all of Oakland's residents, housed and unhoused, and I've always been very proud of my job, but this policy makes me embarrassed to represent Oakland. Paying for encampment sweeps is not only cruel to the Oaklanders getting their lives swept, it's also unpopular to Oaklanders by your own survey, and it's a huge waste of funds. I have a friend who is experiencing homelessness in Oakland for years. He gave back so much to our community, even while on the streets, and it took supportive programs to get him into a stable place he is now. Not sweeps, not stealing his documents, which did happen, and that just sent him back time and time again. My colleagues took the time to map the high sensitivity areas, and it's literally the whole city. The idea of low sensitivity areas is a fake idea to make us feel better. Where are people supposed to go when they are swept? Oakland does not have enough shelter beds. Listen to the people experiencing homelessness. Thank you guys for speaking today.
Good afternoon. I'm Shaquita Pendarvis, and I also have...
Please speak into the mic so we can hear you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Shaquita Pendarvis. I have 2 minutes. I have Lamont Rush's time also. I'm standing here in life for everyone who is homeless, displaced right now. I'm homeless, and if it wasn't for Operation Dignity helping me every day, you guys don't know what stability is for someone who's homeless until you get the dignity that Operation Dignity gives. If you cut funds, if you take away, if you remove any of that, a lot of us will not make it. I'm gonna be the one that's not gonna make it. Mental health is a crisis for me right now, and being homeless is a crisis for me right now, and I need my family. And if it wasn't for Dignity Health, I wouldn't be able to see my father who's dying right now. They pay out their pockets. They house out their pockets. They love out of their hearts. When you guys don't give them the money that they need, and when you take it away, what are we gonna do? No one's gonna have anything. We're gonna be on your porch. We're gonna be in your backyards. We're gonna be loitering in your cars, knocking on your doors, asking for support. If you turn a blind eye right now, it's gonna be a lot of people hurting, and it might just be one of your family members. You never know. But if you open up your heart today and you listen and wanna give, you'll see, and you'll appreciate the value of what you have, that you have to give to us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine. Alante and Rashima gave me their minutes. They should be in here.
Is Alante and Rashima in chambers? Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Jasmine. I'm a housing navigator for Operation Dignity. I have been dealing with the unhoused population for more than 10 years, but in my current position as a housing navigator for the past 5 years. My very first project I was personally a part of was helping the residents who lived at Mosswood Park in Oakland during the year of 2020, 2021, when COVID was just announced and running rapid. So we were outside, literally like the first responders, trying to help people that weren't able to really help themselves. While doing that project, I believe we housed over to 40 or 50 people into permanent housing. Now, as a housing navigator, I regularly access the coordinated entry system, which we rely on heavily to house our elders, our mentally disabled, and our chronic disabled. With the permanent supportive housing, that's how all of my clients that do have fixed incomes can afford their rent, because it goes off of their actual income and not what market rate is. In order to afford rent, we need more affordable housing built and not propositions and laws that's not in the better of our people. If you believe in funneling people into areas as a solution without trying to even fix the root of the problem in Oakland, you guys will experience way worse. I'm born and raised in Oakland, and I personally have to work 2 jobs in order for me to afford my rent, but not everyone's fortunate enough to even obtain a job or even have multiple streams of income. My story isn't for all, but I'm here representing the people that can't and the people that's not here. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
I'm Beverly Clark, and I just want to say thank you to Operation Dignity for everything that they've helped me with and helping me find a home for myself and where my kids can come visit me. I didn't know any of this existed, and if it wasn't for them and their help, then I wouldn't be able to move forward in my life. Not all of us come from doing drugs and not wanting to work and just live off of the government's help. We do work. We pay taxes, and what are y'all doing with our taxes? Y'all take money from projects and different things like that, and where are y'all putting them? I go out every single day looking for a new place, and I'm coming across a bunch of apartment complexes that have these sky rises and all these things, and the garage can park the car. What are y'all doing with the money for that? That's where it's going. That's where our taxes are going, because you're not fixing our streets. I know that for a fact. And just because we're homeless doesn't mean that we don't have jobs. So yes, a lot of us are homeless, but we're still paying taxes as well. So y'all need to figure it out, get it together, and stop penalizing those that are having problems in their lives, health problems and things like that. If you became homeless tomorrow, where are you going to be? Where are you going to go?
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. We do have to move on to the next public speaker. Ma'am, we really do need to move on to the next public speaker. Ma'am, please. This is the rule that has been said. 1 minute for every speaker. I need the next speaker to please come up.
I had another person see their time, Simon Lee.
What is your first and last? To the church. Jean, thank you. And is Simon in the chambers?
Yeah.
Simon, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Okay, so I have been in and out of homelessness for the last 8 years, including the entire time I was at Laney College, getting my associate's degree, and I was recently housed through the first vehicular residential facilities project in West Oakland, just down the street from Mom's house, actually. And the main question that I really need to ask everybody here is, whose side are you on? Like, for real, like, this policy aligns with Trump and the rise of authoritarian government policies across the country. As you, like, are you on the side of Trump? Like, for real? I mean, and the billionaires? I mean, or are you on, like, the people's side that are here? Ken, I know you were funded by mega millionaires like Philip Dreyfus. Shocker that you're pushing this through. Charlene, my understanding is that you were funded by not much better. And Councilmember Brown, I'm not sure who you were funded by. The only person that I really know about is Councilmember Fife. I know you're on our side, and you're like I live in your district. And Charlene and Councilmember Brown, I really want y'all to think, like, is aligning with Trump and him really, like, how you want to climb, like, your political ladder? I mean, if you want to criminalize somebody, you should criminalize the landlords who illegally operate 2,500 short-term rentals in Oakland. I mean, instead of coming after us, what is that about? Like, poor people have solutions to the things that we struggle with. And this shit policy, like, needs to be thrown out. Start over and lead with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Matt Willingham, live in West Oakland, been there all my life. I just want to reiterate some of the things that my constituents have already said about using vacant land. Oakland has a lot of land, and it could use that land to house vacancy, house homelessness. Low-income housing, that's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight. We need a solution right now. We need to be able to house our homeless. We need to be able to get resources to them. We need to be able to get them medical jobs, anything that they need. But we need to be able to get to them, and we need to provide the services for them. Once again, basically just utilizing the vacant land. We have that land. Oakland Army Base, it's vacant land, okay? You can use that, okay? There's a lot of vacant land. There's state, federal, and city land that you can utilize. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Colin Peathy. I'm a proud member of local.
Can you move closer to the mic so we can hear you?
Sorry,
Thank
is that
you.
good? Okay. Hello, Colin Peathy with Local 21 IFPTE, proud member. Today there's already been so much said about how, just violent and wasteful this measure is. I just like to echo those comments. There's been no analysis done on this proposal. We need to be better at policymaking. And then I wonder, maybe if we didn't donate half of our budget to the police, we would have the funds to fix this. So thank you for your time.
Okay, before we move to our Zoom speakers, if you heard your name and you are in Zoom, be sure to raise your hand if you have not done so already. Moving to our Zoom speakers, Jennifer Finley, John Seal, Ronnie Boyd, Michael Beeson, Angelina Cornejo, Charlotte Timsky. Call her name 3 times. You may approach the podium, and I will allow you to speak after I call the Zoom speakers. And please state your name for the record. Mohit Mokim, Elizabeth Klinger, Ari Oryoho, Jeff Levin, Aubrey Fraser, Lorcan Slitter, Derek Barnes, Risa Jaffe, James Birch, Stanford Fort, Todd Meister, and Simon Lee. He's already spoken, I think, yeah. If you heard your name and you're on Zoom, or if you heard your name prior, please raise your hands so you're easily identified. And before we go to Zoom, we will take our last 2 in-person speakers. Please state your name for the record.
My name is, can you hear me?
Go ahead and speak, but we're having some trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tashawn Jones. I'm a proud member of District 3. And this is my daughter, Suhaila. And Suhaila, we're here. Thankfully, my daughter, she schools at home, so I can do things like bring her and help her learn about things that she should know, which is about people that are making decisions about our livelihood and the livelihood of our neighbors. And these are important people, Susu. But these people that are on that camera and these people out here are even more important. So let's give our attention both to these people and these people out here. I have a neighbor that lives on 17th Street, and we see him often when we're on our way to get coffee in the mornings. And, he's having a hard time. And, one day my daughter, she was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. He was having a hard time. And I said, Suhail, let's just walk. People have hard times. And she said hello to him. And
ma'am, you're going to have to wrap it up soon, please.
He said, my name is Peter Pan. And he was so playful with her. And he was so with her in that moment. And I feel like the connection that he had with her is something that
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I am going to have to call on the next speaker unless someone can cede time. Okay. What's your name? The person who is ceding time.
Angelina Cornejo from East Bay Housing Organizations, and we're very proud to have signed on to the letter that you all received. We hear the frustration from people, and we are frustrated too. We're frustrated with the punitive encampment sweeps. We hear people lamenting that the problem is getting worse, and we agree that it is getting worse because we continue to do failed and expensive measures. Encampment sweeps are costly and ineffective. Evidence-based solutions would be better use of millions of dollars that are wasted by sweeps, not just pushing people from neighborhood to neighborhood. Your presentation obscures the truth of the legislation. The devil is in the details. You are criminalizing people, creating more barriers for people to receive services and housing. You mentioned housing first, but you aren't giving people housing. You do sweeps first. You mentioned using Measure W funds. How? Nowhere in the county's plan are sweeps. This legislation contradicts the county. The encampment management policy does not offer alternatives for those living in RVs. Any encampment policy must be planned with the forthcoming Homeless Action Strategic Plan and the Mayor's 5-point plan, including safe sites for RVs.
Moving to our Zoom speakers. Stanford Ford.
Yes, good afternoon. Failure to pass the abatement policy will hurt unhoused and housed persons alike because more unhoused persons will move to Oakland because no other city in the Bay Area permits what Oakland permits on its streets. Resources will shrink as a result, and more unhoused people will suffer. I co-chair a community organization of 600 members in West Oakland. I've spoken to at least 200 of my neighbors and small business owners over the last few years, 98% of whom would support this abatement policy, which does not criminalize homelessness. It brings a reasonable amount of control to our streets, which will also benefit the unhoused. Alameda County must provide compulsory hospitalization and nurturing treatment for mentally ill and drug-addicted individuals until they are well, instead of letting them recycle back into the streets. That's 66% of the unhoused population. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. Cheney, you may unmute yourself. Did you fill out a speaker request for item 3?
Yes, thank you. My name is
Cheney Turner, did you fill out a speaker request for item 3?
Did I fill out? No, I did not.
Okay, unfortunately, we will not be allowed to allow you to speak. Only persons that filled out a speaker request are allowed.
Well,
moving to Valerie Batchelor. I don't. Valerie, you may unmute yourself. Did you fill out a speaker request?
I did fill out a speaker request.
And under which name, please?
Under Valerie Batchelor, School Board Director.
Unfortunately, we do not have a request with your name on it.
May I ask the chair to go ahead and speak because I do have a school board meeting to get to and I want to make sure that my public comment is heard during this meeting.
Yeah, sorry, that's not allowed under these rules. We can't do it.
Moving to our next speakers, Dominique Walker. Dominique, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Yes, I have time seated from, let's see. I have time seated from Courtney, Simone, Stanton, and Lorcan, both on Zoom.
Lorcan?
Yeah, this is Lorcan. I cede my time to Dominique.
Thank you very much. And Dominique, please repeat the second speaker.
Courtney Simone Staton.
Ms. Staton, please unmute yourself. Did you cede your time?
Yes, I cede my time.
Thank you. You may proceed with your 1-minute comment, Ms. Walker.
I have 3 minutes. I'm waiting for the time to change.
Thank you.
All right, my name is Dominique Walker. I was born and raised in East Oakland. I attended Lockwood, Havens Court, Calcimont. I co-founded the School of Social Justice in Oakland. I co-founded Moms for Housing, which also sits in Oakland. I sit as the vice chair of the Berkeley Rent Board. I'm a medical student. And first, I want to say ashe and amen to all my housing justice warriors that have showed up today to speak against this horrible policy. As someone who prides themselves on being from Oakland, being a part of that radical history, I am offended. I'm offended that you, Ken Houston, would call yourself the son of Oakland. You took a bad policy by Loren Taylor and made it worse. This policy does criminalize homelessness. The encampment abatement policy is in alignment with what's happening in Washington, D.C. Fascism in the form of policy. It's racist, it's cruel, and it's inhumane. And if you truly cared about housing people, you would bring actual solutions. Have you heard of the Home Together plan? Have you talked to Moms for Housing? There are real solutions. We can't talk about how Oakland has changed without discussing the history and how it became the way it is today. Everything that happened from the foreclosure crisis to the techies coming in and taking our homes and driving up the prices, these were not victimless crimes. And we're here once again trying to criminalize the victims. The people will not stand for this. I encourage committee members to vote no on this policy. Lastly, the son of Oakland would never, and if you want to be called that, try doing something that helps Oakland instead of causing harm to Oakland. Thank you. And wait, I got some minutes. So lastly, I consider myself one of the children of Oakland. If you want to be considered the son of Oakland, you need to get to work and come with real solutions that do not criminalize the people of Oakland that have already been priced out and tricked out of their homes. They're living outside of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Brody. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. God damn it. Give me 1 second. Calling on Jennifer Finley. Please unmute yourself and you begin your 1-minute comment.
I'm calling to oppose the empathy abatement plan that's just looking to get people out of your sight. Why has there been so much resistance to proposals that would open space for people? Ken Houston wanted $1 million moved from the homeless prevention pilot to illegal dumping, saying it, quote, wouldn't be necessary. There's things coming down the pipeline. Councilmember Wang, you blocked 150 beds at the Marriott and told the East Bay Times the placement was a perfect example of institutional racism and that an interaction there could result in someone being seriously harmed, like manslaughter. What is the status of the shelter crisis ordinance? Councilmember Houston refused to forward it from LEC to council despite urgency posing a threat to existing homelessness interventions, then walked out of the meeting, causing a loss of quorum and ending the meeting. Why don't you want solutions? Why didn't this go to the LEC meeting under Councilmember Fife rather than the Public Safety Commission under Councilmember Wang?
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Finley. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. Risha, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, this is Risa Jaffe. I am a 40-year Oakland resident. I'm sorry, there's background noise. I did not, and at the end of 2024, I did not know 2 members of my family would enter hospice in 2025. Both have now passed. My sister less than a month ago. As I'm sure you can imagine, all of this has caused me to put my focus on family and not give my usual time and attention to what is happening in Oakland. But when I heard about what is being proposed today, I knew I needed to buck up because my trauma from these 2 deaths is nothing in comparison to the trauma of being unhoused. For many years, I've been asking City Council to address the systemic problems and stop wasting our tax dollars playing a game of whack-a-mole with encampment closures. What is being proposed today is not offering the needed solution, housing with supportive services. Instead, it is criminalizing poverty. Please vote no on this shameful legislation. Thank you.
Moving to our next speaker, that is Valerie. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Thank you. My name is Valerie Batchelor, and I'm here today as the Vice President of the Oakland Unified School Board representing District.
Valerie, you may begin your comment.
Hi, my name is Valerie Batchelor, and I'm here today as the Vice President of the Oakland Unified School Board representing District 6. I urge you to vote no on the amended encampment policy. Instead, to work with the school district, community organizations, and stakeholders to tap into Measure W funds to ensure that we support our unhoused. Councilmember Houston, Councilmember Wang, I joined you and Barbara Lee at the County Board of Supervisors meeting to advocate for a majority of the Measure W funds to go towards housing solutions, and we won. If we work together, we can create real housing for unhoused neighbors, including families with children in our district. This amendment is inhumane and is risking wasting resources and costly sweeps that just move people from one corner to another. By criminalizing homelessness, you will be making it harder for people to get housing and jobs, deepening this crisis. The path forward is collaboration, not punishment. Please vote no and commit to solutions that center housing.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Valerie. Moving to Irina. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment. Irina.
Good afternoon. 10 years ago, Oakland was a vibrant, thriving city that was a pleasure to live in. And then Libby Schaaf invited our unhoused neighbors to move in, and they came. And now you see the results. Over the last 10 years, Oakland has spiraled downwards. Our sidewalks, once walkable, are now covered with tents, trash, needles, feces, and broken glass. Businesses are fleeing, families are avoiding public spaces, and both housed and unhoused residents are living in unsafe, unsustainable conditions. You know why Oakland has 58% of Alameda County's unhoused population? Because the city tolerates it at the expense of tax-paying citizens. We have normalized this insanity. There's no magic wand that will give everyone free and safe housing. That's not realistic, rational, or doable. Housing is not a human right. It is a privilege that we work and pay for. The current encampment management policy has failed us. It ties the city's hands and allows this crisis to grow worse every year. We want and have the right to a clean, livable city.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Ms. Sierra. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Sierra. I'm an educator born and raised in Oakland. I'm now pursuing a master's degree at SF State despite still living in my mom's trailer, trying to build a better life for us. I'm missing a class right now because Ken Houston's trying to push this through as fast as possible out of the public eye. Why are you scared of what Oakland will say about this, council member? Could it be you're afraid to hear from a people who voted just this year for a progressive mayor whose homelessness strategic plan seeks to protect our neighbors instead of harming them, and who is not afraid of Donald Trump? Instead of standing on the principles we voted for and letting the mayor's new Office of Homelessness Solutions do their work, you're scurrying to fall in line with Trump's fascist agenda. Oakland has voted for solutions that uplift the dignity of our people. It's time to direct power into those solutions, not divert it into a failed strategy that echoes Trump's lies about us and betrays Oakland's values. For a values reminder, here's a quote from June Jordan. What kind of schools and what kind of streets and what kind of parks and what kind of privacy and what kind of beauty and what kind of music and what kind of options would make love a reasonable, easy response?
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Josephine Guzman. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Josephine Guzman, and I serve as the Public Policy Manager at the Oakland Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has long advocated for equitable solutions to homelessness and actively supported programs that are vital components of a comprehensive strategy, such as Community Cabins program. We recognize the important role of council in diligently reviewing and assessing these policies to ensure they reflect the well-being of our city. Though we support RV enforcement, recognizing the need for clear and enforceable guidelines, there is a need for a strong collaboration between city and county partners. As discussions continue in Measure W, particularly around shelter housing and service access and delivery, we encourage the city and the county to take an equitable approach that ensures all Oakland neighbors share in both responsibility and the resources there is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Josephine. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. Ronnie Boyd. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
I'm Ronnie Boyd. I live in D3. I'm a renter and I'm also a person of faith. The EAP goes against my religious beliefs and my sensibilities as a thinking person. It criminalizes homelessness and poverty, making it seem as though these conditions are personal failings instead of failings of the system. The city has failed to take care of folks, and now we're being presented with a policy that would further exacerbate the problem and lead to more harm and dehumanization. Fascism has no place in Oakland. Folks with lived experience have already proposed solutions that value the dignity of everyone. Our focus should be there and not on this attempt to discard people who have done nothing wrong. I implore you to oppose this, and I send my love and solidarity to everyone in the room and on Zoom.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, James Birch. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hello, my name is James Birch, and I'm the founder of the Black Solutions Lab. As was mentioned earlier, we authored a letter with Wood Street Commons in opposition to this legislation that has at this point 25 organizations signed on. We heard Cheney Turner not given the opportunity to speak earlier. Oakland Rising is signed on and in support of that letter as well. We sent it to the council and their staff on Monday. I want to talk about the vehicle code changes in this bill. It's important that we make clear that these changes will effectively force over 2,000 Oaklanders living in their vehicles onto the streets. Let's talk about how. When the vehicle codes are enforced, many vehicle dwellers will have their vehicles towed, will be unable to afford to get their vehicles out of tow, and will lose their vehicle. And losing their vehicle means losing their home. Think about that. Families and individuals living in RVs will be forced into tents. How does that improve public safety? How does 2,000 people out of cars and into tents improve public safety? The answer is it doesn't. What it leads to is decreased public safety, lost connections with housing navigators, lost connections with healthcare providers, and increased violence against those who are swept. Why would we make this change? If we don't want people sleeping in RVs on our streets, let's start by giving them places to put.
Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Joey Fagel. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, my name is Joey Flagel-Mishlove, and I want to speak in opposition to the proposed amendments to the encampment abatement policy. It's exhausting, listening to story after story of trauma, and it's exactly what needs to happen if the message still isn't getting through, but it just seems like we've been through this so many times. I mean, what are we doing? This is so obviously not an evidence-based solution to homelessness. It is just shuffling people around. It is just so obviously just shuffling people around, causing further trauma and harm. I don't understand how we can take this proposal seriously, how it addresses the root causes of homelessness, how it will make our communities safer, how it will help anybody find a long-term or permanent home or any type of home. It only serves to destabilize people. So I hope we can start to be done with these types of proposals that keep coming back and just start thinking about serious solutions to homelessness.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, John Seal. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Yes, good afternoon. I have lived in Oakland since 1981. That's 44 years. And I think this is a very sad day when the City Council is preparing to align itself with this Trumpian-aligned legislation, which is designed to punish the weakest amongst us. I do have some questions for the Council regarding the presentation we saw earlier today. What is a high sensitivity zone? How will it be determined which areas will be cleared? What are reasonable efforts to mitigate property loss? What will happen to the people when housing is not available? They will go to jail or they will move to a different neighborhood. Does OPD not have better things to do with their time than to harass the homeless? And finally, is Councilmember Houston concerned about the $44 million that the county will lose if this proposal is approved? This proposal shames all of us.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. John Seal. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Derek Barnes. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Good afternoon, council members. Eric Barnes with D3 resident. Thank you, Councilmember Houston and Patricia Brooks, for presenting and preparing this proposal. How do we get here is an important question. Underinvestment in services, engineered homeowner foreclosures, eminent domain, lack of affordable housing, financial mismanagement, misguided housing policy. Oakland is at a breaking point and a turning point. We've watched streets turn into fire zones, sidewalks into treacherous obstacles, and residents forced to choose between safety and compassion. What we are seeing on our streets is not normal. This is not equity. This encampment abatement policy is not about criminalizing poverty or the unhoused. It's about restoring humanity and dignity with a measured, balanced approach, including Measure W funding to support orgs doing great work. It can keep our schools, playgrounds, parks, and neighborhoods safe while still offering shelter and hygiene and respect to all those.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Barnes. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Elizabeth Glinger. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Elizabeth, and I've lived in District 3 for over 5 years. I'm a working mom with a young child, and I don't feel safe with the RVs and encampments allowed to park anywhere, block sidewalks, and frankly, trash our neighborhoods. For years, RVs on my street have blocked the sidewalk and forced me to push my baby stroller into the road just to get by. And squatters from RVs who live in a nearby house have left broken windows and literal drug waste spilling into my backyard, which are hazards that I constantly have to keep away from my toddler. Meanwhile, those vehicles sit for years without tickets, blocking street sweeping and parking enforcement while I get ticketed for parking far from my home, even while I'm recovering from a broken foot. Families like mine deserve safe, livable neighborhoods and accountability for everyone who shares our streets. It's not fair that families are forced to accept blocked sidewalks and walking around mountains of trash as part of normal life. I urge you to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Michael Beeson. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, my name is Michael Beeson. I'm a 20-year resident of West Oakland. In November of last year, a homeless man living in an RV on Eddy Street next to my neighbor fired his handgun into my car 6 times because I parked on their side of the street. Our community in West End Commons in District 3 has been on the front lines of the failed 2020 encampment policy. Homeless encampments have been allowed to spring up on all sides of our homes. Neighbors have been threatened with knives, cars have been vandalized, gas tanks drilled out. One neighbor was attacked for asking music be turned down. Dogs that are left tied up day and night, barking without food or water. Rats run back and forth. And of course, my car got shut up. You're probably thinking all these things are illegal. Just call the police, call animal control, call 311. Well, we have 1,000 times. Nothing happens. I've made repeated calls. So has my neighbors. The current encampment management policy has rendered our government useless. Residents of Oakland are tired of waiting. Residents of District 3 are tired of being expected to host cities' homeless problems. This has to stop.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Aluna Bocanera. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So this proposal is not going to change what is happening. If you do a real study, there's a nationwide study that's published that says that the homeless factors are that, the factors that contribute to homelessness is high cost of living, lack of social support, medical unaffordability, challenges in job placement and travel, dramatic life changes and events. So if you do your homework first before you propose something, you'll find out more information. There's also 20% of Oaklanders that currently are struggling to pay their PG&E bill. With this administration, with the Trump administration, once in January, the ugly bill kicks in, there's going to be a lot of vulnerable people that are going to be hurt with these federal cuts. So you want to make a change? How about we move some of the funding that was given to the Beautification Council and give it to some of these nonprofits that are actually doing something and making a change to some of these folks. It's not fair to criminalize unhoused folks. I'm out in the streets. I talk to them. I deal with them. There's teachers out there. There's veterans out there. There's
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Shamara. Please unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Shamar, my name is Shamar. Thank you. I just have a minute to speak. Am I unmuted? All right. Can you hear me? I don't know. Anyways, I just wanted to say, I just urge the council to continue this important work to reform the blatantly failed encampment management policy. I think it's just insane to hear people talk about just what is kind of unfolded on our streets as if it's a positive thing, the suffering, the lack of safety, and just the lack of reasonable pathways to something even resembling normalcy is just really sad. I sent the council member an email. I urge him to respond back. For every one of the 6,000 homeless folks here in Oakland, there's probably 40 working folks who are ready and willing to work with you to come up with some common sense solutions that balance the needs of all the stakeholders. I'm driving home from work. I've been at work since 6 a.m. I'm now stuck in traffic behind a bit.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Shamar. Delphine, please unmute yourself and state the name that you signed up under, a different name for your public comment.
Delphine Brody.
Did you sign up for your public comment, Delphine?
Yes, I did.
Under which
Delphine
name?
Mara.
Under which name?
Delphine Mara.
Unfortunately, we do not have a speaker request from you.
I did submit one 2 days ago on the website. The Oakland Speaks Up website.
Okay, the chair has requested that you participate in a 1-minute comment. You may proceed.
Delphine Brody, Oakland resident. I spent years unhoused here after surviving violence and becoming disabled due to trauma before eventually getting subsidized housing and being awarded SSI. This steady, reliable income and housing saved my life. But today, as my disabilities multiply and become more debilitating, my disability benefits and housing subsidies are threatened by powers that be at the local and federal level, and I fear I may become houseless once again. Please vote no on this cruel and dangerous legislation. It will greatly exacerbate the harms of the existing EMP and current practices. Despite its author's claims to the contrary, this policy criminalizes unhoused people, making them subject to arrest if they return to an area from which the city previously displaced them, where a no encampment or no parking sign is posted, or if they remain in place after declining a shelter offer. And there are so many good reasons to decline a shelter offer. They're so often inaccessible and deny people's pets, partners, and personal belongings.
Thank you for your comment, Delphine. Moving to Juan Cunham. We do not have a card for you. However, the chair has allowed you to continue with your 1 minute comment.
Thank you. I'm Juan. I'm with Oakland Tenants Union and East Bay DSA. This is a terrible proposal being rushed through to avoid scrutiny. Both speakers that are in favor of this say something has to change. I agree. The people of Oakland have repeatedly said how we want to address homelessness. We said it when we rejected Trump. We said it when we repeatedly passed ballot measures to fund actual solutions. D2 said it when they elected the so-called YIMBY chair. After being endorsed by East Bay, YIMBY has done nothing but block shelter in her backyard. We didn't elect Republicans. You all at least had to pretend to be Democrats to get elected. Quit pandering to your funders in certain chambers of commerce. Start listening to the people. Start providing housing. We want you to address homelessness by providing shelter, not by sweeping people around and throwing their belongings in the trash like Governor Newsom. Instead of shooting poverty porn videos, council members should go to the sweeps and see the limited resources being offered to our unhoused neighbors. If you want to reduce homelessness, stop blocking shelter beds.
Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Cheney. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1 minute comment.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Cheney Turner. I'm the Voter Engagement Director with Oakland Rising Action. I'm also a East Oakland D7 lifetime resident. I'm calling today to speak in opposition of the Encampment abatement proposal. Criminalizing unhoused residents isn't the solution to homeless crisis. Councilman Houston thanked the governor and law enforcement, but did he sit down with any unhoused people, homeless advocates? Did he reach out to Poor Magazine, Need a Bee, people that's actually on the ground? I'm sorry, excuse me. This policy only appeases to tech oligarchs and corporate real estate. It's also anti-Black. We know that Black Oaklanders make up 57% of our unhoused community, and evictions are increasing. 75% of Black families are rent burdened and unable to pay the high.
Thank you for your comment. And Chair, that concludes all your speakers for item 3.
Okay, well, with that, colleagues, does anyone have any questions? I have few, but looking to, okay. All right, I will, Councilmember Brown, go ahead.
All right. Well, first off, just thank you to all of the members of the public that showed up, both in person and online, and expressed your heartfelt sentiments. And so as someone who was recently elected at the beginning of the year, I do not take this proposed policy lightly. Today we heard the voices of those living on our streets, those that wake up every day to support our unhoused community members, business owners, and homeowners. In addition, missing from this conversation are thousands of Oakland residents, like myself, who can barely afford housing in this city. And so my goal as council member representing the entire city of Oakland is to engage with community members, key stakeholders, and work actively with my colleagues to create transformative change. And so as it stands, the policy as written, unfortunately does not take care of people. And so Oakland can't afford half measures. This policy falls short of what is needed to move people off of the street and into stable housing long term. Councilmember Houston, please correct me if I'm wrong. A part of your goal is to eliminate the illegal activity occurring in RVs, issues around public right-of-ways, encampments near schools and businesses. And I recognize that these matters need to be addressed. The policy does the following. It redefines an encampment to exclude vehicles, single tents, allows ODOT and OPD to cite and tow vehicles, therefore moving outside of the Morale settlement, to which we are supposed to be in compliance until October of 2026. It expands the high sensitivity zones. It removes the commitment to address the commitment to not arrest or cite for being homeless. Shelter is only required if shelter is offered, and only required if shelter is available, and not at every closure. The language of the policy currently puts in jeopardy state funding as well. And so at this time, of course, Councilmember Houston, I would love to, get more kind of comment and input from you, but I did want to just ask some clarifying questions to our Oakland Department of Transportation representative that's here, also Oakland Police Department, and as well as Sasha from the Mayor's Office on Housing and Homelessness to specifically speak to the state level guidelines to which we should be adhering. And so my first question is really it's kind of a broad one of, what is currently, I recognize that the prior encampment policy of 2020 focused on a lot of these areas, and it appears that the issue has always been around enforcement. And so I do have a question for Director Rowan from the Department of Transportation, just to see if, based on the policy as it's written, what is the role that OCDOT can play?
Good afternoon, through the chair. Josh Rowan, Director of the Oakland Department of Transportation. For the past year, there's been some confusion about the role of DOT, and I think it's attributed to the fact that we have tow authority. As a department, we tow abandoned autos. Of the 3,000 or so abandoned autos that we tow per year, they're unoccupied, many of which are stolen, and we've had multiple occasions when interacting with occupied vehicles for us to say, we're in the business of steal. We do not interact with vehicles that are occupied. We turn those over to OPD. So from the perspective of DOT, not much changes for us. We do want to be getting better control of our right-of-way. This past year, we've really enforced parking enforcement. We're looking at illegal dumping right now, a lot to come this fall on that. And so there are areas where we do still have a large number of abandoned autos in the right-of-way. We have issues, safety issues that are caused by really locations of where RVs are parked. But the minute that there is a human being in that automobile, we step back and defer to OPD. And I'd like to, if I may, I think anybody who's followed Oakland politics knows that Councilmember Houston and I have locked horns a few times. But through this process, I was at the table the whole time. There was an open invitation to express how, as DOT and Public Works, what our positions were. And so we're really looking to continue in a support role. We understand that there's a lot of debate going on, but when you think of DOT, we just tow empty cars, and within Public Works, we clean the right-of-way. And so we play a support role. We're going to continue to play a support role.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Rowan.
While we have Director Rowan, any other questions for him from fellow council members? Councilmember Fife, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Wong, and thank you, Director Rowan, for being here. If you could just articulate or elaborate on what a support role means. What I hear, I'm not going to tell you what I hear. If you could just elaborate on what that means for the city of Oakland as it relates to this legislation.
Yes, through the chair to Councilmember Fife. The confusion was the difference between tow authority and the authorities that come with being a law enforcement officer. And so there were occasions where there would be 3 or 4 cars parked with people in them, and the call would come to us to go tow the car. Well, we are not trained, equipped, or in any way legally authorized to remove people from their automobile. In fact, one of the things that we encounter quite often as we try to enforce the disabled placards is we have no right to ask people to show us their ID. They by law can tell us to go pound sand. And so early last year, we made basically a policy decision within DOT that we will not even enter the encampment until the location has been stabilized by law enforcement. That it was too much risk to our people. We were being sent in alone. We were being assigned to these vehicles that were occupied. And we basically said, we think this is too much risk for our folks and we're not going to do it. And we've stood firm on that position really through much of this past year. There was I think the confusion where powers that go with police officers and law enforcement officers were coming to DOT. And the thing that I tell people, it's somewhat said in jest, but it's a true statement. I'm an engineer. I'm not a police officer. And there were times where I was being told DOT is a law enforcement agency and we need you in there. And I don't know why you would ever want the sweet folks in my parking control group who write tickets to be yanking people out of their cars. And so we resisted that and said, no, we need to provide a little more of a process to this, because at the end of the day, DOT will tow a car and Public Works will clean up the right-of-way.
So what role does the Department of Transportation play in this abatement policy?
We made it clear through the whole process. Our role does not change. We tow the cars once the site has been secured, and we clean up the right-of-way.
So then who, and this is my final question, who is going into these encampments and putting these notices on vehicles that will be towed by towed by DOT, but who's doing the noticing?
So quite often we do the noticing, but we will actually ask for an OPD escort as we do that. Initially, we were sending in people alone, and we've been putting a stop to that practice.
And so that will increase with this policy?
I don't foresee necessarily an increase because we don't have additional resources. As a department, we get almost 20,000 requests per year for abandoned autos, and we fulfill somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000.
You get 20,000 requests to remove abandoned autos per year?
Roughly speaking, we get about 400 a week, and we're able to fulfill between 100 and 125. We are in a complete triage mode. We cannot address the demand that is out there right now.
So then my questions then would be to the authors of this legislation. I'm concerned about giving the people in the city of Oakland who are dramatically and intensely impacted by living in unsheltered conditions and living around unsheltered conditions, that somehow this policy is going to change something. And if you get 20,000 requests to tow cars and you're only towing 3,000 without additional resources, how is this going to change anything?
Council member, just, again, I'm an engineer and I like math, so I've turned things into numbers. We estimate that combined between RVs and auto encampments, roughly speaking, there are 3,000. That's a full year's worth of work for us. So essentially, we would have to stop what we were doing, and that would be if the vehicles were already cleared and available for us to tow. There's some added nuance things. For example, when we put a 72-hour tag on a vehicle, about half of them actually move. So it's not a static target. It's actually a dynamic target. But there's a larger number than I think many people realize, and we already have a big load that we're trying to address just through the abandoned autos.
I said that was the last question, but I think this is the last one. One of the things that I've run into when it comes to addressing homelessness in this city over the last 5 years is we often hear about what can't happen versus being proactive and getting into what actually can happen. Being an engineer and a person who thinks critically with numbers, what, if at all, do you have any suggestion? Do you have suggestions about how we can address the needs of Oakland residents in this policy?
I certainly do, and through the chair to the council member, I'd like to actually throw it back to Councilmember Houston a little bit, because I had never experienced encampments like Oakland has until I had come to Oakland. And prior to him even running for office, he was the first person who actually took me into the encampments. And I remember standing oh, good heavens, we were over near the Coliseum, and it was just a dirt lot with some tents and RVs on it. And I asked him, I said, what would be one step better than this? And he said, pavement. And I left there that day thinking, man, we have a lot of pavement. And so we've been looking as a team at identifying where some of these low sensitivity areas are and how could we repurpose some of our pavement, not necessarily to be permanent, but I feel like we need some transition spaces. It was funny, my former deputy commissioner in Atlanta called me and he said, you're doing a good job answering the question where you can't be, so figure out where you can be. And I do believe we have some areas, and it's not going to be without its own controversy if I talk about some of these areas, but you know, I really thank Councilmember Houston for opening my eyes. And I haven't told you that, Councilmember, but since that day I've been thinking about one step better as pavement. And then I also asked him, well, how would we get people to take us up on our offer? And he said, you're going to go in the encampment and you're going to ask them. And he said, I think you'll get takers. But you know, we as an engineer, we have some sanitation issues that we have to think about. We have clean water issues. But as the DOT director, I worry because what I see is that in an attempt to be left alone, many of these folks are picking very high-risk locations from a traffic perspective. They're really in danger in some of the locations that have been chosen. And so I do believe we have, it's a long answer and I'm sorry, but you know, I've worked on this one a lot. We do have pavement that could be used, again, not the ideal solution, but better than where we are right now.
Okay, thank you. I know Council President Jenkins has been waiting for a minute here, so I'm going to call on him to ask his question.
Wait, is this question for Josh? Or does...
Yeah, since Director Rowan is up on the stand, I'm going to ask that people limit their questions to Director Rowan. Okay. All right. Then Councilmember Brown.
Okay, excellent. And I guess I just want to continue to emphasize, you know, with the passing of this policy, what actually changes, and the scope of ODOT's work would actually be that being able to tow vehicles that are inhabited.
So from our perspective, the thing that we would like to see as a DOT when it comes to towing is let's just follow the Oakland Municipal Code and the California Vehicle Code. Quite often we will add layers as a city, almost what I saw as an attempt to remove vehicles from the right-of-way. And I'm not talking about encampments. I'm talking about the people who double park and the people who park their cars in the middle of the street. And I'm talking about the Boom Boom Room on 86 that was in no way an encampment, but it was a brothel operating in East Oakland. We have a lot of issues with vehicles that are in very dangerous places. And our position was, if it's something that we as a department can tow, we're quite content with OMC and CVC, Oakland Municipal Code and California Vehicle Code. In fact, we think there are opportunities within the California Vehicle Code maybe to expand very specifically. So for example, you know, because I ride the bus and walk my son to school, I think there are some very specific things we could do around schools. I think there are specific things we could do around senior centers and hospitals, and maybe build in some of this priority. So for us, it was, let's not add requirements that aren't required, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. And so does that mean, like, currently as it stands in the current vehicle code in the OMC, that you kind of have that like the authority to ensure, like, whether it's vehicles that are in the right of way or vehicles that don't have proper tags, etc., those are already towable?
Correct. So okay. There is actually room to be more aggressive within California Vehicle Code. And a lot of these areas cross over more into what the Oakland Police Department does. But even for us as DOT, we didn't want to just make up requirements just to make them up. And let's just stick with the laws that we have on the books.
Excellent. Thank you.
I have a few questions to Director Rowan as well on this topic. It's really important because this is a major change, in my opinion, in the encampment management policy is the handling of vehicles. So I think just the first question is, can you walk us through the process by which, not all of us are so familiar with the California Vehicle Code. So what are the most frequent violations or situations by which a car would be towed now under the new draft abatement policy?
Councilmember Wong, typically it's around registration. So the state law allows anything that's out of registration for 6 months can be towed. Anything that doesn't have a tag can be towed. And then there are provisions for when you see cars that have been, we have a high number of stolen vehicles that come to Oakland and get stripped on our streets. So if they're missing wheels, if they're missing an engine, if they're up on blocks, that kind of stuff can just be removed immediately. We've not gone down the path consistently on the 6 month. I think there's opportunity to. We're actually looking as a department. We have a high number of scofflaws in Oakland. We have roughly 20% of our traffic citations go to 11,000 vehicles. It's pretty appalling. Nobody's living in those. They're just repeat offenders parking illegally. So those are the areas we look at. You can also tow out of a fire lane if it's signed. And then there are other things where we can't tow that has actually provided a lot of frustration. A couple folks jumped me about it earlier. Things like parking on the sidewalk. That is a ticketable offense. We are actually working with our friends across the bay and our Sacramento representation, trying to get the authority for the city to pull cars off the sidewalks. You would think that wouldn't be a difficult thing, but we can write tickets for those. And so it comes down to registration, it comes down to being chopped up, and it comes down to basically being parked in the middle of the roadway. If you're in a travel lane, if you're in a turn lane, if you are in the flow of traffic, we can take that out immediately.
Okay. And for the abandoned vehicles, currently, if there's an abandoned vehicle in an encampment, is your team not towing that? Or what's that process right now under the current encampment management policy?
So we follow the lead of the encampment management team. So we'll look, a lot of those end up being stolen and dropped in the encampment. So there's a high number of stolen vehicles. We also still have to follow the 72-hour noticing. Some of them move. And so that's back to the Councilmember Five's question. We'll start tagging them quite often. If there are areas where we don't want RVs to be parked, we'll put a 72-hour notice sticker on them just as a sort of a friendly heads up that this is not the best place to be.
Okay. My final question is just, I do think about the situation by which there is, say, a family that's living. I think the towing provision allows us, basically somebody would get a notice. They would move their vehicle. But say there's a family, especially with kids inside, that are living in an inoperable vehicle, so they get the notice they need to move, and they don't move because the car does not actually operate. Are there safeguards that make sure that we aren't putting, say, a child on the street? And maybe that's a question directed towards OPD.
Yeah, and so to kind of get at the question a different way, again, as DOT, we're not going to interact with that family to tell them to get out of the car because we have to tow it. That would be something that we would then partner with OPD. The other thing is there's not a towing company in town that's going to tow an automobile with people in it. And so that family would become the focus of that situation, the inoperable car with people living in it. So we would be calling in reinforcements to how do we help the people in the car. It wouldn't move as long as they were in it.
Okay. Councilmember Houston.
How you doing, Director? Could you say that when we met that your opinion was heard in our meetings? Would you say that we heard everything you said when we were speaking?
Through the chair to Councilmember Houston, I would not only say it was heard, but I believe that we're developing a relationship where we can be brutally honest with each other. And if nobody was in the room, we might end up wrestling on the floor to prove who's right.
It's true. It's true. And all I want is the California Vehicle Code to be followed. And with the current EMP, the encampment abatement policy allows you to follow that code easier than the EMP, correct?
So our position as DOT is that the current policy addresses tents. The fuzzy gray area was automobiles. And so that's where, when we were pushed into towing automobiles with people living in them, it felt wrong. And the department said, if there's a human being in it, we don't touch it. And I was challenged many times on, well, how do you determine an abandoned auto from, we call them vehicle encampments. And my position was, if we see a human being. And then there were questions about, what about signs of life? And I said, I don't care if there's a half-eaten ham sandwich and a hot cup of coffee. I mean, a car requires a driver. If we don't see anybody in that 72 hours, we're taking it. If we see somebody at hour 71 and 58 minutes, we're calling it an encampment because we weren't set up to deal with that. And I think that has created some challenges downstream where folks who aren't living in them, an example I would give is a car that's been on international selling drugs out of the trunk.
There you go.
They will tell you with a straight face they live in it. And so there is some clarity that needs to come from that we certainly don't want to be towing the cars with people living in it, but we do have people that hide behind what is a void in the current policy saying, this car is my house, you can't touch it, get away from me. And so that is something that really does need to be addressed.
That's the point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rowan.
Councilmember Brown. Question for OPD. Oh, okay. I have one more question for you, actually, Director Rowan. So I do share some of the public comments, concerns around just the risk to accessing the state funding, the HHAP grant. And I did receive an edited version of the abatement policy, the draft abatement policy that adheres to Cal ICH guidelines. And one of the things they recommended, which confused me because it seems out of compliance with ADA policy, is they actually recommend allowing for encampments on one side of the street, whereas the new recommendations or the new draft policy say no encampments on either side of the street. How is that not a violation of ADA policy?
So ADA, you have to have an accessible path. So let's say, for example, we're building a brand new building like a nursing college, and we have to close 3 lanes for a year. We have to make sure that there is ADA accessible crossing to the other side, that the other side is accessible, and then there's ADA accessible crossing back. So the requirement is to have an accessible path. And that's where you can get into, that's why we can do construction on one side of the street, and we maintain access on the other side of the street, and then we build one and flip. If we had to maintain both sides of the street, we would never be able to build anything.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done with correction. Oh, never mind. Council President Jenkins has a question for you.
Is this on? So, Director, if you were allocated more funding in the next budget, would you be able to do more work in clearing some of the RVs that, with the OPD, that potentially had crime issues, that potentially were fronts for selling drugs, chop shops, sex trafficking, all of which are happening, some of which are happening in East Oakland? Would you be able to do more?
Council President Jenkins, the answer is yes. I think there's another topic worthy of discussion, which is, should DOT be in the towing business at all? I look at when OPD leads tow sweeps for abandoned autos, they get them 40, 50 at a time. We get them 3 and 4 at a time. And we've actually on several occasions have agreed to pay for the tow sweep because I just don't think it's safe for our people. But they're getting them 40, 50, 60 at a time. And RVs are very tricky to tow because you essentially have to dismantle them down to the chassis before you move them off the site. I also think in some of the gray areas in the current policy that we also need to look at, should DOT still be in this game? OPD tows about 80% of the vehicles. We tow 20. And I think we should put everything on the table just because they're equipped to back up their people. And every time they go out to get abandoned autos, they get them dozens at a time.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Rowan. I think you are dismissed, and I would like to call on OPD. I think Chief Tedesco is here with us. Okay, thank you so much for being here. Councilmember Brown, you had a question, so go right ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for, wading through all the public comment to stay here and engage us in some dialogue. My specific question is kind of around just what we consistently hear around some of the illegal activity that is occurring at some of these RV sites and even in some of the vehicles. Is the current encampment management plan preventing OPD from investigating and/or taking action?
The current encampment management policy, through the chair, prohibits criminal activity regardless of housing status. I think the issue is that it has created some ambiguity surrounding the vehicle code and OMC, lower level violations that in many cases may have prohibited or prevented the expansion of an issue in an area that then festers and becomes more problematic.
Can you just kind of dive just a little bit deeper into that for me, please? And I guess I'm also interested in knowing, I guess kind of currently as it stands, if, with the current encampment management plan, if you do encounter let's just say a vehicle that you think, for example, is involved maybe in illegal activity, what is happening now?
Through the chair, depending on the nature of the crime, the police department still takes actions. I have visited many an encampment site, and I have declared emergency closures based on violent activity that has occurred. Homicides, shootings, chops that are drawing additional illegal activity that are harming people, where people are directly harmed. I think the current policy doesn't prohibit the police department from taking action at that level. The changes, as I think Director Rowan has outlined, is it creates clarity around the vehicle code and OMC in that they always apply. So it removes ambiguity.
Just to add on to that, I think many of us have seen, witnessed for ourselves, have heard from constituents, have noted that crime that happens in encampments and really unacceptable stuff is allowed to go. Just allowed, or whatever the term is going without as much enforcement as outside of the encampments. And so exactly how does this policy clarify that for OPD personnel?
Through the chair, or I guess to the chair. In my experience at community meetings and receiving complaints from people about what is occurring at encampments, much of it is actually surrounding parking in the right-of-way, illegal dumping, and loitering in and around the encampment, such that people don't feel safe. They can't use the sidewalk, they have to use the street. The parking that is normally available is permanently occupied. They cannot access their business. Those types of offenses, they normally surround the vehicle code and OMC. And the authorities that the police department has usually involved the vehicle code. Vehicles that are parked illegally, vehicles that are out of registration, vehicles that are missing parts needed to operate. authorities that the police department would use to remove those vehicles. That is where currently there is ambiguity as to what is allowed under EMP and what is not, and whether or not there is noticing necessary, in which case we need to use the encampment management team, provide notice, get onto a schedule, sometimes weeks, even months in advance, to be able to come and take a comprehensive enforcement action. Again, this isn't for violent crime.
Okay. I think Councilmember Houston had his hand up first, and then we'll go to Councilmember 5, and then Councilmember Brown. Oh, right. Sorry. Let's see.
How are you, sir?
Well.
Good. Through our process, when we spoke and we sat down, do you feel that your voice was heard and your opinion was heard? Do you feel that?
Through the chair, yes. And again, I think the concern that I have raised around current EMP is that it is more restrictive than what the current California Vehicle Code and Oakland Municipal Code allow. And that restriction places additional burden on line level officers to understand what they can and cannot do in specific circumstances. And it forces a decision or a investigation as to whether or not a vehicle, for instance, is also a person's home, and in a decision as to whether or not to enforce the vehicle code. And that ambiguity is one of my large concerns about the current policy, and I do think that the EAP addresses that.
Yes, sir. So thank you. Through the chair, it brings clarification, my colleagues. It brings clarification. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember 5. Let's see if we can get this. Wait. Sorry, y'all. This new speaker system is really confusing. Thank you.
I turn mine.
There we go. You all are going to have to forgive me today because I've been dealing with this for a long time, so I'm going to be really blunt because I am the representative of the district that shoulders the burden of unsheltered homelessness in my district. And for years, I've been told by constituents that they hear screaming, they've witnessed automatic weapons, long guns, sex trafficking, gun trafficking. I am hearing about, double parking and things like this, but I've seen countless videos of literal criminal activity happening in some of these spaces. And my constituents have been told that OPD says that there's nothing they can do. So when you say that this removes the ambiguity, I would like to know what part of the legislation, what page, I have it open here, it removes ambiguity around addressing the illegal activity that's happening in these encampments, because a lot of times there are unsheltered people that are told to not talk to the police, to not ask for help, that are being preyed upon in these spaces. And then there's some that are just straight up the new dope spots that are not being addressed. And so when I know folks on all sides of the spectrum. I know folks that want to abolish the police, and I know folks who are like, we need more police. But everybody at this point, I don't want to be hyperbolic, there are so many people right now that are coming together around the laws not being enforced, because even people who would throw like a ticker tape parade for law enforcement are like, we are not getting our needs met. And so what happens is a deterioration of physical space, but also a deterioration of just people's belief in our political system and in the police force, because they are told by police, the Oakland Police Department, that we can't do anything about drug trafficking in your neighborhood because the city council is tying our hands. So when you say that this removes ambiguity, I want to know, where is this in the language of the legislation that removes ambiguity around addressing things that are already criminal acts, because those are the calls that I get around why are certain things allowed that are literally criminal actions. I don't see why we need another policy to say we need to follow the law if these things are already illegal. And I don't see the resources in this legislation that allow additional, we just heard it from the director of DOT. They don't have the resources. When I talk to my area captains, they say they don't have the resources. This legislation creates more work for everyone to do without the resources. So if you could, with all due respect, sir, point me to the legislation around what's ambiguous about enforcing the laws that are already illegal.
Yeah, I just want to echo those comments again. We've all seen it, heard it in our own districts, and it's not good for the people in the encampments either. These are creating incredibly unsafe conditions, and when I also read this legislation, I see how it solves for the motor vehicle issues, but I am trying to figure out how we can ensure that we actually create safety in the encampments.
Through the chair. The existing EMP does not contain a definition of an encampment. The lack of a definition of what is an encampment creates a massive ambiguity and is extremely problematic. The current EAP does define an encampment clearly. That alone is a major step towards clarity. The EAP that you have before you contains language as to vehicles, specifically outlining that the vehicle code and OMC, where applicable, always apply. Those are pieces, from my perspective, in doing enforcement, in sending officers to do enforcement. That is the clarity necessary in order to take action.
Arguing is that if there's a 911 call from anyone in the city of Oakland that says there were shots fired, we have a shot spotter notification, and there's video of someone walking around with an assault rifle, regardless of if that's in a home with a chimney and stairs or a tent, that is a legal activity that should be enforced. And what I'm hearing from my constituents is that's not happening. And if that is, I don't think that that's untrue, because I've seen countless videos that show a myriad of crimes being engaged in, and they're constantly told, if you have an issue, talk to your council member, because we can't address crime happening. And I just don't believe that that's true. And I don't know why we need another policy to say enforce the law if the laws already exist. So I'm trying to understand. I really want change yesterday. I had over 100 speakers here a few years ago around this very issue. I've brought countless pieces of legislation around using public land. I've created a draft. I've just done numerous things. And I want to thank you, Councilmember Houston, for your urgency around the issue, because I'm a little dead inside from my lack of urgency, my urgency not falling on people who are actually able to listen. I don't think that this is the way forward. I don't. I'm honored that I was included on this legislation from day one. It's been about 6 months. So I don't see why we can't wait another 1 month to ensure that we have the funds from the county for Measure W to actually create real solutions. I have an obligation to serve my constituents, not just with rhetoric, but with actual programs. I'm in conversation with churches who want to use Measure W dollars to actually create safe car parking, to purchase additional buildings near St. Vincent de Paul, to build on programs that have not been funded, like Operation Dignity. There are so many things that I think we should do before we start putting pressure on our departments that already are under-resourced to do things that will exacerbate an already challenging crisis. There are laws on the books that protect people that are not being enforced. And when I say protect people, I'm talking about housed and unhoused people. And it is the obligation of the departments who are tasked with law enforcement to do that. It's not happening. I was told by one of the officers that serves my district in Bureau of Field Operations 1 that if we do pass this policy, then I need to let my constituents know that some other things will not be enforced because their attention will be directed in ways that are now more focused on encampments. So I will say that the impetus on doing something urgent is right. It's the first time in Oakland history where we've had the funds to do it. We're at risk of losing HAP 6 funding with our application that we just put in in collaboration with the County of Alameda. I can read the letter right now that we were emailed from President David Halbert that asked us to be more intentional about, or he strongly urged additional review. And I want to let my colleagues know that the County Board of Supervisors, who are just now beginning to have a decent relationship with, wants us to look more deeply into the impacts of losing HAP funding for not being in compliance with state law. So yes, we need to do something yesterday. I have more encampments in my district than any other place in the city of Oakland. And I'm literally tired of coming to this space and nothing happening. So I appreciate the fact that we're having this discussion, but we got to do it the right way. We got to do it where we're actually getting people off the streets and not giving people false hope that something's going to happen and then there's enforcement that's going to happen and we're just exacerbating the crisis. I'm done for the day.
Councilmember Brown, actually, no. Well, I'm going to do it in order. I think Councilmember Brown had her hand up first, so we're going to go with her, and then Councilmember Houston, you can respond.
Go ahead.
This EAP policy makes it clearer and makes it easier for the police department to make decisions. See, if they can't make, if it's unclear, it makes it more difficult for them to make decisions. And this is unclear, and the EAP brings clarity, so it makes it easier for these officers to make these decisions. And on the HAP money, I need that, can you reread that to the public? Because I like to address that also. So thank you. I'm to Gesco, I really appreciate, coming on the spot and doing what you have to do, unless if anybody else after Brown has.
Others on this panel have other questions for Chief Tedesco, okay. So I would ask you to remain. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Brown.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just really want to echo everything that Councilmember Fife mentioned. I did have a question here around OPD's operational capacity to even do this work, because I would make the assumption that if OPD had the resources available to even just do some of the work that is kind of required already in the vehicle code and the various codes that are already kind of there, you would do them, right? And so I just wanted to make that highlight around ultimately we need to provide more resources in order to complete the various roles. But at this time, I did want to I did want to make space for Sasha from the Mayor's Office of Housing and Homelessness to really just speak so that the community has an understanding around what is at risk as it relates to the draft policy
So, Councilmember Brown, I have a few questions for Chief Tedesco I'd like to ask before we move to Sasha.
Okay.
So I had asked earlier Director Rowan, but I think he doesn't deal with the situation that I outlined, which is the case of somebody who is inhabiting a vehicle and just our protocols around that. Do we have safeguards around where, because it's not it is, maybe it's not the majority of situations, but there are situations where you have a family, including a child, living inside a vehicle, and what safeguards do we have to ensure that in implementing this policy, we wouldn't put out a child on the street?
Certainly. When the police department responds currently to a situation as you've outlined, an occupied vehicle that is committing some violation of the law, the police department officers always seek to resolve the situation at the lowest level that it can. So in the circumstance that you described, simply moving the vehicle and relocating the occupants would be the ideal. Now, I think you've outlined additionally, if I recall correctly, the situation you gave to Director Rowan was that the vehicle was inoperable. And then I think it's just dependent on the situation as to, there's many factors that go into that circumstance in order to be able to accurately tell you what would happen. I can tell you that I routinely get calls from members of the public about vehicles that are parked in front of schools, that have been parked, left, occupied in front of schools. And I drive to those locations and oftentimes look myself, and I find many vehicles that haven't been registered in over a decade. In those circumstances, I believe that tow is likely the appropriate authority to utilize. But again, I think that with clarity in policy, officers can operate with discretion and utilize their empathy given the circumstances they see in front of them, not allow for people to abuse the system, abuse that lack of clarity, and really something that should be resolved at a simple patrol level ends up becoming a task for the encampment management team. I do want to be clear. The current policy is very burdensome with work on the police department. Because of that lack of clarity, our encampment management team officers, our homeless outreach team officers, are utilized for close to all of these types of circumstances, and that unit is down to one person. A situation that could be resolved in the patrol division where a patrol officer is responding anyway and sees a vehicle that would be towable under the vehicle code for a violation, that officer can then exercise their discretion, their authority to resolve that circumstance. And if that vehicle is in the right of way in one of the circumstances described, it could be towed, which I think in some ways may alleviate workload, not allowing something to become more problematic down the road, addressing it at an earlier stage.
So interesting. So one of the major things that you're highlighting is this allows other people in OPD to handle some of these vehicles that violate basically the California Motor Vehicle Code, not just the officer who's part of the EMT.
That's right.
Okay. The other question I have is there are a number of public comments that discuss that this would be criminalizing those who are unhoused for camping. Can you walk us through some situations where, due to this draft policy, should it be passed, someone would be arrested?
Nope. I cannot think of a circumstance in which the police department has arrested somebody for homelessness. I think that in enforcing the vehicle code, enforcing the penal code, people who are homeless, unhoused, do get arrested for things like warrants or the commission of crimes like was described by the council member earlier, shooting a firearm inside of an encampment, walking around with an assault rifle. Those things do happen, and they happen regardless of housing status. If the police department responded to criminal activity in process It's going to make the evaluation as to what action to occur regardless of the housing status of the persons involved. If they are violating a criminal statute, the law applies equally.
Okay. All right. That's all the questioning I have. I do want to, I think, unless, oh, I see Council President Jenkins actually has his mic on, so yes, go ahead if you have a question directed at Chief Tedesco.
No, it was just more opened up based off of like the comments that were made from
Okay.
council members.
Chief Tedesco, I think we're good with you. You are dismissed. And Council President Jenkins, go ahead.
There we go. So I'm really thankful for this fruitful conversation, and this is what public policy is about, just coming to the public square and having different conversations. I spoke with President Halbert this morning, and President Halbert said he supports Oakland's right to enforce the laws the way that we want to enforce the laws. We also both talked about mutually going to speak with HCD about homelessness in Oakland and the city and the county working together. I don't think we have the right to choose which laws we enforce and which laws we don't enforce. The public is not accepting of it. Right? OPD does not have enough time, probably doesn't have enough time to do illegal dumping, but our neighbors demand it, absolutely demand it. And in the budget, we put money to enforce illegal dumping. So I think arguing that OPD is not going to have time for this or time for that, the neighbors are demanding that we enforce the laws. I absolutely do not want to criminalize people that have fallen on hard times. I also think it's important that we do not paint homelessness with one broad brush. There are people that have fallen on hard times that are Oaklanders, and it is our moral, it is moral for us to take care of those folks that have fallen on hard times. Former council member, I think there was a former council member that sent an email that talked about nomadic dwellers. And so if you're coming here from Canada and you want to come to Oakland because we have the most lax laws, that's not our moral responsibility to take care of you. If you want to hide out in encampments to commit crimes, I don't view you as homeless or somebody who's fallen on hard times. This is somebody, that's someone who is taking advantage of our laws. And so I did not work on this despite what some people might have said or reported. I have not worked on this policy with Councilmember Houston and my chief of staff. I have not given any input despite what people have said and people have reported. So this is my first time hearing this today. And there are some good things that we can do with this policy. There are some challenges that I have with this policy. But I think Oaklanders demand that we do something, right? I was at a town hall, or what do we call it? A listening session with Councilmember Brown. And they were complaining about the encampments near the schools, right? The fact that the kids have to go to the schools. So I think there's some work that we can do around having more low sensitivity zones, right? I don't necessarily want to wait for Measure W. We don't know what the Board of Supervisors are going to do, right? And it's important that we get things in place, and we don't know how they're going to allocate the money. It puts us in a position of where we have to wait. But I'm interested to see if any of my colleagues have amendments that might get us to a place that, one, we can work on this a little more, and two, that we are comfortable with and that the public is comfortable with. And I think good public policy, nobody is going to leave here happy.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have concerns around losing the state grant funding, and so I have a few amendments I'd like to propose related to that, just to make sure that that does not happen. But I do think that we should hear from Sasha, who I see as the subject matter expertise, to ensure that what is the risk really around the draft abatement policy as is, as it relates to that state funding. Councilmember Brown, you have a question, or this is for Sasha? Okay. All right, I'm going to call on Sasha, I think, Halswell. I'm so sorry if I have your last name.
No problem. I accept it. Okay.
Any pronunciation of my
Okay,
crazy last
thank
name.
you.
So, I'm Sasha Huswell, Chief Homelessness Solutions Officer. I'm serving in an interim role, standing up the new Office of Homelessness Solutions with the City Council, City Administrator, and Mayor's support. It's a pleasure to be here. So you had a question about HAP 6.
Yes, and just what exactly is the determinative factor around ensuring that we get that grant?
So under HAP 6, there was a new requirement in the application that jurisdictions needed to both include their encampment management policy as an attachment and explain how it complied with Cal ICH guidance. That's the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. And they issued guidance around how to do encampment management. We did that. We have submitted our HAP 6 application. We included our current encampment management policy and explained how it was aligned with the Cal ICH guidance. In doing our due diligence to make sure that there wouldn't be any issue with the new changes to the policy, we learned that the state did not believe that the current version of the encampment abatement policy is aligned with Cal ICH guidance. So what that means is that when Cal ICH reviews our HAP 6 application, which they will do for all jurisdictions, they will recommend to HCD whether they believe our policy is in compliance or not in compliance, and that will guide HCD's decision on whether to provide us with the HAP 6 funding. HAP 6, so I've been working a lot with the Community Homelessness Services Division, and I just want to mention that HAP is an extremely crucial funding source for us in the city, even as we struggle with reduced local funding for homelessness services and supports. HAP 6 will provide about $23 million to the city. We submitted a joint application with the county, and so the county also receives their allotment of HAP 6. In total, it comprises about 40% of our city budget for homeless services and interim housing. And happy to answer any other questions.
Okay. When are they supposed to make those funding decisions? And my other question is, did you actually you got that feedback from the actual grantor, not just Cal ICH, which I understand is like a sort of very important and related body, but does not have the ultimate decision around grantee decisions?
That's right. Yeah. Cal ICH is the policy-making body that has authority granted by HCD to review that section of the application, right? Since the question is this aligned with Cal ICH guidance? Cal ICH then reviews. It's HCD who holds the money and makes the award. And so if there are any questions that council has about whether HCD is going to follow Cal ICH's guidance, I think we can certainly go ahead and take the next step of reaching out to HCD.
Okay, sounds good. I'll go with Council President Jenkins first, and then we'll go with Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Houston. Thank you.
So I want to follow up on the council member's question. Was the guidance from HCD that this would jeopardize our funding?
The guidance from Cal ICH was that this would jeopardize our funding of HAP 6.
And they are the recommenders, but the grantors are HCD, is that correct?
HCD holds the funds, and Cal ICH reviews that part of the application. So it's HCD who ultimately, I believe, would be making the award to the city. And so I don't know. I think it's a worthwhile question to explore, right? Like, is there a circumstance in which HCD would not follow the recommendation of Cal ICH? Valid question.
Okay, and just for the clarity purpose, so HCD did not say that this would jeopardize our funding?
We have not had any conversations with HCD.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Brown, then Councilmember Houston.
Okay, so thank you so much. And so I guess my questions are going to be kind of around just getting some more clarity. So it's my understanding that in the state of California, the big 13 cities basically end up applying for this HAP funding, right? And so Oakland is one of those. Our neighbors in San Francisco also apply for this funding as well. And then in the last 90 days, we've seen multiple cities kind of here regionally put in new policies around encampments and managing RVs, right? And yet they have been able to pass those policies and stay within the guidelines. Are you able to highlight how here in this draft policy, what is the language that is basically calling it into question?
I guess I'll answer that in two parts. I think the process part is that this is the first time this was required ever by HOP, right? So the applications are going to be reviewed now that they are submitted, and HCD and CalICH will be making their determinations about the compliance of your application over the next several months. We should hopefully get our award announcement by the end of December. So that's the process, right? Every single municipality, whatever their policy is going to go through that process. And presumably if there are other jurisdictions who have other policies that are of concern to CalICH, they will be treated exactly the same way.
Yep.
The second part was, lots of people.
Yeah, no problem. So the second part was, can you highlight what is the specific language in this current draft policy that basically puts the application at risk?
Yeah, so what we learned from the letter from CalICH was that it's the lack of an offer of shelter or alternative legal place where people can sleep. And so there has to be, as Councilmember Jenkins was sort of indicating, and Director Rowan was talking about, like, there has to be pavement, there has to be some place for people to be able to sleep according to CalICH. And our understanding is that the other really like strong enforcement forward policies in some of the big cities that I know of, and certainly I don't know of all of them, but San Jose, San Francisco, San Diego do require offers of shelter.
Yep, thank you so much. And so I'll just share out for the public that the difference between the policies is that there is a notice, you have to post a notice of the encampment, offer shelter, and then after shelter is offered, then you can abate. And so that is kind of for a couple of the cities, San Francisco, San Jose, that is how they have made revisions to their policy in that manner, therefore putting them within the guidelines that you mentioned. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that I can't speak to whether their guidelines are compliant with CalICH because I haven't done that research.
Yep. No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Round. Councilmember Houston.
I'd like to have Patricia Brooks to come up. Excuse me for a second, please. Patricia, can you speak to us speaking to HCD, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Chief of Staff Brooks, currently deployed to work with Councilmember Houston, but I am the Chief of Staff to the President of the Council, Kevin Jenkins. I want to address first what Councilmember President, now this is working really well. You can take it down a little bit. Now it's really working well. Thank you. I want to address the question that was levied by President Jenkins, which was a very prudent question. Why haven't we contacted HCD? Once upon a time, CalICH was a part of this program from NOFA 1 through 4. In NOFA 5, they were removed, and this entire process from soup to nuts was returned to HCD. The recommendations from CalICH are just that, recommendations. It does not say we must follow what they say. It says we may. And because of that, sound public policy, and those who do public policy understand the gap in must and may. Must is a mandate. May is a choice. So because of that, Councilmember Houston set up a meeting with the governor's office, and from the work that we've done to answer the letter that came from the county, you heard Ms. Sasha could not give you an answer yes or no. That's because no one can. No one, as Ms. Sasha told us in a meeting, she doesn't have a crystal ball, and neither do we. But what we do have is the conversation with the governor's office and the actual maker of the model ordinance that came from the governor's office. And quite honestly, they did have some recommended changes that Councilmember Houston is ready to make those recommended changes. Surrounding language, and we haven't worked with this language with OCA, but I did signal to OCA this morning based on what came out of the governor's office. Keep in mind, HCD comes from and is under the jurisdiction of the governor of California, right? The basic changes they offered verbatim was to talk about when we say that we will make every offer available for shelter, they wanted us to outline that in the policy. They also wanted us, when we talked about, well, we have morality, they also wanted us to be more explicit. But one of the words that came out when we talked to the governor's office was the first thing that was said: this policy is substantially in line with state policy. It is substantially in line with state policy. How will I make that stronger? Because what we did, we gave them our EAP. We asked them to scrutinize it. Now, while we could not talk to HCD, they had a meeting with HCD. So we're not just dealing with some people in the governor's office, we're really dealing with the governor's secretary of transportation and homelessness, the actual authorities. We don't know. But yes, I do want to comment what we saw at the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday. We heard Supervisor Halpert who said, why can't we follow Oakland's lead? And we also received a letter. We sure did. But even that letter is based on Cal ICH, one entity. So when you're doing sound public policy, sometimes you indeed do have to press the envelope, because it never said we must follow what they say. Indeed, it said we may.
Thank you.
I yield back, Councilmember Houston.
Is a follow-up question, Patricia? Sorry. Is that something, I think, for those of us who have to make a vote on this?
Yes, ma'am.
It would give us a lot, at least I'll speak for myself, to see that in writing, just to confirm that we do not want to lose $45 million.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. This morning we had a call by Gracious ACA Lake, who also, we had a call this morning. And after that call, we don't send anything out unless we send it to the city attorney's office. So I actually have to do two things. I have to work with the city attorney's office for them to beef up the language behind morality, right? That's not a call that Councilmember Houston and I can make. And I have to get the information from ACA Lake and her team as to what exactly, in answering how responsive we are, right? What exactly do we do? And this is what was told us by the governor's office. How do we operationalize this? And that's information that I have to get from ACA Lake's department. But once I have those two things, I'm going to be sending them to Ms. Flanders, so to make sure, as she requested and as it's appropriate, to make sure the language is consistent, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Do we have any other questions for Sasha? I have a few. No? Okay. So one question I just have is there anything in this draft abatement policy that we rely on the county, or we should be relying on the county for much of the social services that should be provided to our unhoused community, that will disrupt their ability to access those social services? For example, being entered into HMIS, and maybe this is also an Amari question, things like that that make sure that those individuals do get opportunities to be put into permanent supportive housing, interim housing, all of that.
I don't think so, not broadly. So in the first Measure W solicitation for proposals, right? The interim housing, $30 million. They stipulated that the applicant needed to confirm that the city was in alignment with encampment management policies according to the best practices of BHHI or Cal ICH. And so for that specific award, and for using that specific award for a specific site or abating a specific encampment, you would need to follow the guidance that is issued eventually, presumably in the Measure W RFPs or solicitations. However, we have not seen that language, and I don't think that we have any implication that it would be like well, I cannot speak with any assurance, but I don't think that we have a reason to suspect that there would be a blanket prohibition against the policy, but only that the use of funds might be limited to certain types of encampment management policies and practices, such as doing outreach and noticing and connecting people with shelter.
Okay.
Was that clear?
Sort of. Not really, to be honest. Could you phrase that another way? Yeah. Like, I guess basically for the person experiencing the homelessness, and given what's written into this abatement policy, what we see is now the ability to, as written, the ability for the city to close down some of these encampments without having shelter available. We know that we have and also if you have available offhand the number of shelter beds that we have available, I think that would be helpful to inform our decision too. But if this person gets relocated without an offer of shelter, if their vehicle gets moved, how does this impact their ability to access or be tracked in the HMIS system in order to get housing down the line?
We just don't have any guidance from the county on whether that would be or would not be an issue. What we know is that if that person, we know that in the past, we would not have been able to use Measure W for the shelter for that person to go into. So if that person is moved without an offer of shelter now, but they don't go into a shelter and none of the operational funding came from Measure W, there should not be, I believe, according to what we know right now, there really shouldn't be an issue. The only issue would come if you wanted to move that person into a shelter or provide them services that were Measure W funded.
And why is that?
Only based on the past solicitation where the county stipulated that in order to use the funding, you had to state that you were in compliance with the Benioff Housing and Homelessness Initiative or Cal ICH encampment management policy, right? So it's just,
okay.
This is another crystal ball question, right? The county has not come out with guidance on Measure W, so we cannot know for certain.
Okay, but
you asked about the shelter beds, though.
But in short, you're predicting, based off of the first solicitation, that essentially future Measure W RFPs will require adherence to Cal ICH guidelines for us to use that money.
Or the use of those funds.
Okay.
So the beds we have about 1,400 beds. And unfortunately, because of very significant cuts to the Community Homelessness Services Division's budget, we're looking at a large shortfall in sustaining all of our shelter beds, and that is going to come to you in a future council meeting. But we do have about a $22 million shortfall as compared to our shelter budget last year to sustain all 1,400 of those beds. And RV safe parking sites, I know Councilmember Houston has been a huge advocate and champion for the RV safe parking programs. They also, I believe, have received HUB funding in the past.
Okay, thank you. Council President Jenkins.
Yeah, sorry. My attention was returning something. But so with the Measure W funds, the guidelines have already come out about it?
No, just there was one solicitation. So there was one $30 million solicitation that was issued that was inviting it was inviting emergency shelter applications, and there were a number of applications that came from the city of Oakland with approval from the city of Oakland. That is what I was saying has happened, and also that I don't know if that exact same guidance would be included in future solicitations, but that's what that guidance was in that past solicitation.
So the guidance, not for the city of Oakland, but for, I guess, the community-based providers, was that the city of Oakland follows Cal ICH? Or
That in the jurisdiction, I believe it said in the jurisdiction, this policy guidance is followed.
Got you. And through the chair, has the County Board of Supervisors mentioned if they're going to give money directly to cities, or is it just going to be the CBOs?
I don't think we know that yet.
Do we know when they will come out with their requirements on Measure W and like what's going to be given? A whole lot of...
I wish I knew. Let me tell you. I don't want to continue to opine on the potential or lack of potential in Measure W, because that really is decision at the discretion of the county and the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah. So I think it's incumbent on us with the advocacy. Each one of us knows the supervisors, and I think they are committed to working with Oakland. We have been working with Supervisor Bass, Supervisor Halbert in the governor's office on joint ways that the county and city can work better together, and I'm I would hope that they would not leave Oakland out of Measure W conversations, as North County pretty much carried the vote for Measure W, and it's our constituents that got it passed.
Yes, Councilmember Houston.
Hello. I wanted to find out, does Cal ICH require us to offer shelter or housing, basically, if we're abating RVs or encampments because of the criminal activity or environmental crimes? What is their opinion on that?
That's a really good question. So there's nothing that would prohibit law enforcement, right? So law enforcement action, totally separate. I believe that there's no guidance. Your question was, would it prohibit law enforcement from intervening in a situation where there is crime happening in an RV?
Nope. No, that's not it. Cal ICH, do they require us to offer housing if when we are abating RVs and encampments because of crime, criminal activity, or environmental crimes?
I see.
That's my question.
I don't know. What it says in the guidance from Cal ICH is that they believe that we need to have some place for people to legally sleep. And so that could be a low sensitivity area, that could be an offer of shelter.
That wasn't my question, but so you don't know?
I don't know the answer to that question, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then I have I think one more question for you. So you are the new head of the mayor's office of homelessness, correct? Yes.
Homelessness Solutions Office.
Homeless Solutions Office. So congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
Do you see this draft policy being at odds with your goals in standing up, the solutions, the homelessness solutions that you will be aiming to be standing up, or can this coincide together? Also, to one of the public speakers' comments, do you think there's something worth discussing the role of this office within this larger abatement policy?
I think, this policy isn't really intended to address, as far as I understand, the human side, right? And so the Homelessness Strategic Action Plan and the Office of Homelessness Solutions are intended to address that human side. How are we actually supporting folks to receive the services and the interim shelter to which that they need in order to move on to permanent housing and no longer be unsheltered? The Homelessness Strategic Action Plan will lay out for discussion and approval with council how we can best utilize our very limited resources. We do not have enough resources to house everyone. But in an ideal world, we will have a plan that says how we can maximize the use of our resources, both for interim solutions, for folks who need to move because they are in a place where there is crime happening or where there are imminent risks to public health and safety, that there would be options for those people. So I think that is a forthcoming conversation about how this policy, if council sees fit to pass, how it would interact and how we could ensure that that human side is built into the homelessness strategic action plan would be an ongoing conversation.
Okay. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay, Councilmember Fife.
Not for Sasha.
Okay, not for Sasha. Okay, Sasha, thank you. You are dismissed.
Thank you.
Is there a specific person that you have questions for, Councilmember Fife? Sorry, what was that?
Patricia Brooks.
Okay, Patricia, if you can come to the stand, please.
To the stand. You're about to get.
Sorry, whatever. It's been a long day, okay? To the podium.
All righty. Yes, Councilmember Fife, sorry.
First of all, I just want to express to my colleagues through the chair that, again, I don't think there's any elected official on the local level that wants to address homelessness more than I do. Like I participated in what some people call the theft of an entire building to bring attention to this issue. I do want to say that I bought that house, by the way. I raised the money to buy Mom's house, and I've housed several families in that space. And right now, I'm seeing families, I'm seeing businesses leave my district because the city doesn't have a plan for addressing the crisis. And that is why I was anxious to get this legislation out to see what was happening. I did not share it with the public when I was asked not to by Councilmember Houston. But my consistent question was, if we move a new policy forward, where are people going to go? That has not been answered. So I have to ask a few questions, and forgive me if these sound brash or too direct, but I feel like there's a lot of equivocation happening today that's making this conversation really challenging for me. So I'm going to be my direct self and hope that you have patience and grace with that.
Yes, ma'am.
Has the city attorney signed off on this legislation?
I'm going to, 1 second. Ma'am.
City Attorney Richardson, are you here to speak for yourself?
One second, Councilmember.
She's behind you.
I'll let Attorney Flanders answer that, sorry.
Hi, Deputy City Attorney Jordan Flanders, through the chair. We have reviewed the legislation for form and legality.
You have reviewed or have not?
We have reviewed for form and legality. We have not signed the legislation, but we've reviewed for form and legality.
I don't know what that means. You've reviewed but not signed?
Correct. It has been in draft form. It is still in draft form. But we have reviewed it. We've been involved in the process, and we've.
So if this passes out of committee today, when would it be signed?
If there are no amendments, it would be signed prior to the city council. My understanding is that I've heard discussions about potential amendments today at council, so we generally wait to sign until all of the amendments become clear, so there aren't competing drafts.
Understood. Thank you for that. Has there was also mentioned in the legislation a race and equity analysis. This is not for you, Jordan. This is for Patricia.
Thank you. I can address that, Councilmember Fife. So, unfortunately, when we had the EMP, we had a lot of triggers of things that were supposed to be done. And the truth of the matter is, again, not pointing fingers, none of those things were done. We were supposed to have financial audits. We were supposed to have a review by race and equity. And in all fairness, they did start this review. They were given money by the federal government. But when the administration, But when the administration changed, they took that money back. So we have some work that has been done, and I've asked Director Flynn to send me what they have because it needs to be revamped under an encampment abatement. So we do have some of the work product that they set sail on to do. The consultant was nice enough to give us a recap so I can see where they left off. But that's already in the process. It was already in the process even before the EAP came to bear. So that is in the process right now. What they'll probably have to do is look for some other funding source to help them continue that on since President Trump withdrew the funding, ma'am.
Okay, so the funding went to a consultant to do a race equity analysis, not our own internal department of.
So what we had was we had the consultant being sort of the subject matter expert, and then we had Director Flynn and former ACA Simmons working on the project together.
I see. So when do we anticipate some type of analysis on the impacts to, let's just be frank, Black people, Black seniors?
Correct.
That are more, the majority of our homeless population?
Right. Well, part of what Councilmember Houston and I have been doing, and also working with the director, is to look at this policy now. Keep in mind, it's still in draft form, right? But it's not the same EMP. So I would say that would probably take to actually get the scale and the metrics, that may take about a month, given they already had the frame from the former subject matter expert. But I would, of course, defer to Darlene Flynn, because I think she's a department of one.
Is she here?
I thought she was. Okay, she was. But she left. I'm sorry.
I thought I saw her. Okay. And if passed, how soon would it go into effect? I assume immediately.
Oh, gosh. While, like any legislation, Councilmember Fife, certainly, right? It's signed, it's effective. But what I can say to you is that when Councilmember Houston and I was going through the last EMP, we actually identified about 12 metrics that need to be stood up by administration. There's no way that effective policy works. These are legislators who sit on this dais. The effectuators is the administration, the people who make it work, ma'am. And so I'll give you a quick example. We sent this over to Ms. Flanders, copied in the city administrator, and one of them was, we need to have financial controls. Everyone knows, it's all public knowledge, we let $12.6 million that was supposed to be targeted for homelessness, and we had no controls over that. That's called chaos spending in the world of public policy. Just keep throwing money at it, right? We recommended that we actually go back to what Auditor Ruby said, where this has to be reviewed yearly, the whole policy. We also recommended that we move up transparency. Best practices such as City and County of Sacramento, they have a dashboard so everybody can know what's going on. There are more best practices that have occurred since 2020 when this policy came out, and we identified those for the administration and have also offered our assistance, like we're working with Director Rowan on the maps, like we gave the information to Darlene Flynn. So we're not just abandoning this. We know that by the time the administration stands up the things they need to stand up, we're hopeful, according to the county leadership, not county staff, ma'am, that money will be somewhere on the street around October and November. Councilmember Fife, we can't do this without Measure W. That's why I'm glad it was discussed in this room, because when I heard that a staff member had said that our Measure W money was in jeopardy, I immediately called the Board of Supervisors, who confirmed that that is not the truth. Yes, there is risk with HAP, absolutely. But as you know, there's also the governor's office that is saying something a little bit different. Your next question, council member?
Can I ask a quick follow-up? Patricia, you mentioned maps. What are these maps of, and is that something you can disseminate to us?
Yes, ma'am. Again, our work with this policy, I just want to say, has been way inclusive, meaning we didn't just say, here's the legislation, OPD, take it. We sat down, we understood from Chief Tedesco that, okay, you guys are going to have to do some new SOPs, right? Yes, we got that, Patricia. Mr. Rowan?
Yes, again, Josh Rowan, DOT Director. A member of my team was actually here earlier today representing Local 21 of Forhay. She is a doctor in geography and GIS systems, and we actually asked her to start a special project to do two things. The first was to take the old policy and to identify in Oakland where the high sensitivity areas and low sensitivity areas were and represent those in a map so you can visually see it. We have that. The other thing we did as a DOT, keeping in mind in my past job, we had a couple bridge failures due to encampment fires. I worry about bridge structures. Yep. And so we looked at the number of overpasses we have in Oakland, and it was actually quite shocking to see how many bridge overpasses we have in Oakland. And so those are the two maps we have. We have just a city map that has a dark shading for high sensitivity and a light shading for low. And we also have a map that shows all of the bridge overpasses. And I don't know if any of you saw, good heavens, it was about 5-6 years ago, there was a fire underneath I-85 in Atlanta, and 2 sections of it collapsed. And that was 250,000 cars a day that had to go someplace else, and it was not a fun time to be in the transportation business. So that's, shortly thereafter, the city of Atlanta, we lost 2 bridges to fires. And so that's something we think about pretty routinely, is should there be a fire and we have catastrophic failure in a bridge structure. I didn't realize how many overpasses we had. So we're actually looking at prioritizing the overpasses based on risk. Okay. So two maps, and we're happy to share those.
Yeah, it would be great because I think it helps to answer the question, inform the question, where would people go in terms of the low sensitivity areas? Okay. Councilmember Fife.
1 second. We also have Councilmember Fife. You wanted to hear from Director Flynn, right? And she is here, ma'am. Director.
Good afternoon. And I was monitoring from my desk, so just let me know the question you'd like me to address.
I believe that the first pass that the City of Oakland took at an encampment management plan around managing homelessness was not the best approach, but it's what we had at the time. I was not an elected official at that particular moment when it was passed, but there was no race equity analysis done at that time. I want to make sure that we're not going down that road again of not having an analysis on how policy change that is going to impact a majority Black population in Oakland will end up. I talked to the sheriff and asked about potential arrests of unsheltered folks because there is language in this legislation around where there's been conversation about citations and arrests for re-encampment. And we saw how the war on drugs really impacted Black communities. And I feel like the war on poverty through homelessness can have similar impacts. And I wanted your perspective or race equity. And even if we don't have the analysis at this point, we brought you here as the expert on this topic, and I just wanted to hear your perspective.
Well, I haven't been engaged in the process of putting this legislation together, and so I can't really speak to the specifics that were included and are not included. There was conversation about criminalizing homelessness and people who didn't accept shelter, but I didn't see that in this draft explicitly, so that was a relief because it turns out that only makes matters worse. There are plenty of studies that have been done nationwide about criminalization of poverty and how it deepens and exacerbates the impacts of inequality and inequity that already exist. So that we don't need a new study on that. We don't need a new analysis on that. That's been done and dusted. But the thing here in Oakland is because our population is vastly disproportionately Black, any negative outcome of this or any other action taken around homelessness is going to disproportionately impact Black people. It's impossible for that not to be the case because of the extreme disparities in representation of Black residents in homelessness. Those are also majority people who came from Oakland, the majority. Now, what I don't know, and this would be, now that I've seen the legislation, would require additional investigation, is the demographics around RVs. I do not have the demographics specific to RVs. But RVs are not the majority of people who are homeless in the city of Oakland. The vast majority of people in the city of Oakland are not living in recreational vehicles. They're living in tent encampments scattered across the city, the majority of which are in your district. So we have a situation where the analysis could be completed, but we need a leadership partner. And because of changes in leadership in the city administrator's office, with LaTonda Simmons leaving the city, we stopped the work at that point. I think we would have continued the analysis and could have included an analysis of RVs. We weren't looking specifically at RVs. We were looking at homelessness in general when we were doing the work before, but we could dive in more deeply. But we haven't yet.
How much, what resources would you need to complete something like that, and what would be a potential timeline? I know you are a small department.
Very small. We're a little bit bigger than one, thank you. There are 3 of us. But we do all of our work in partnership with departments, and in this case, the city administrator's office has been providing the leadership on homeless encampment management. So that was my partner. And so we could pick it up where we left it off. We would have to do some data gathering probably, because I don't know that we have RV-specific data. And this is mostly impacting, it looks like it's mostly impacting RV dwellings and car dwellings and that sort of thing. So it's a subset of the overall homelessness population. So I don't know if it's different than the general population. It might be. And so the equity impacts might be slightly different if that's what we were solely focused on. Here's the thing, though. If we take away where people are currently living, they're going to end up in tent encampments. So the bigger problem is people have to have someplace to go. It's physics. It's just physics. People have to have someplace to live. Whether you believe it's a human right or not, cellular matter does not just disappear. And so if we start pushing encampments, tent or RV encampments, those bodies will end up somewhere. So, and we may be moving them from city to city. I know people are concerned about that because jurisdictions around Oakland are tightening up their policies. That could most definitely impact Oakland. I would not deny that. Historically, that has not been the case. The majority of homeless folks in Oakland are from Oakland. They're living within a short distance of their previous zip code. Now, that's not everybody. That's not everybody, but the majority. People are deeply rooted in Oakland, and you probably know that from working with your communities in your district. So there are nuances to this, but I think that when it comes to equity, we want to look at the data and make decisions based on that data, and there will be impacts no matter what this body decides to do, and I know this is a heavy burden, so I'm not suggesting that you can duck the responsibility, because you can't. But some data analysis is really helpful, and without that data analysis, it's hard to conclude what the equity impacts would be.
Understood. Thank you for your thorough response. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Okay, while we have Darlene with us, actually, I saw Council President Jenkins as well as Councilmember Houston with their hands up. Do you have questions directed at Darlene Flynn?
Yes, Director.
Okay, all right. Council President Jenkins.
Yeah, 2 questions, and I think you kind of addressed it. When other jurisdictions do these RV laws, is our expectation that more RVs are coming into Oakland? And then around the comment, I've noticed the people who are in tents and outside of vehicles are from Oakland, but when I'm seeing people in my district in RVs and I'll go up and speak to them, where are you from? Same with Councilmember Guile, Canada, Missouri, Concord, all over, right? And so I do think it is our moral responsibility to take care of Oaklanders that have fallen on hard times. But do you have something different that might state that RVs, and I'm open to hear it, that RV dwellers are from Oakland, or a majority are from Oakland, or a large area?
That's the subset of data that I don't have that would need to be collected to validate any conclusion.
Yeah.
I do think it's obviously functional RVs are more mobile, so they could have rolled in from anywhere in the country that they could get here from.
Yeah.
That's certainly possible, and so I'd be suspicious that the mix would be different than the folks living in the encampments. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that it's a different mix, that it has a different impact. But I think that drawing a conclusion without that data means that we can't say what the equity impacts would be. You could also conclude that having an RV, particularly a functional RV, requires a higher level of economic access than many of our very low-income residents that have been pushed out of the housing market have.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of theses there that could be tested. They just haven't been tested.
Got you. And then in other jurisdictions that are doing these kind of RV bans, has it, if you've seen any data, has it shown that they're going into like tent dwellings or staying outside, or is it moving to different cities, or has the data even been?
Well, they're going to go someplace. I think there is sort of a law of physics that says, if they're here when they lose their vehicle, they're likely to be here for a minute. Now, where they end up permanently, we don't know. We can't predict. If they have friends and family elsewhere in the country, they might gravitate back to those communities. They also might not. It depends on their ability to get there and what's waiting for them. There may be a reason they left there to begin with. So we just don't know until we find out. I think this is a relatively it's a newer phenomenon, this increase in RV dwellings that Oakland and other jurisdictions have experienced is probably somewhat less studied. I don't feel as free to just speculate in that area, because I do think there's a difference in the mobility of that population, assuming that their vehicle can move.
Yeah. So you raise a couple of points that I think are fair, like RVs that are able to move versus RVs that folks might not want to go through the proper recycling. They drop off in Oakland streets, and then one of our unsheltered residents might take up residence in one of those RVs. And I think it's a very interesting.
You see that
point.
pattern emerging. Yes.
Yeah. Is Amari still here? So when you're going out and you're seeing the RVs, do you notice the difference between like the mobile RVs and the ones that aren't mobile? And then also, like, are you asking people where they're from, or a majority from Oakland? And just specifically when we're talking RV population?
Through the chair, yes, we do engage the individuals who are willing to engage and talk to us. Of course, we can't force them to speak to us. When they do engage us, we do document some of their personal information, not necessarily race, but we do tend to ask them where they're from or how they got to Oakland and those sort of things when we engage the RV dwellers.
And are you getting a fair mix of people from Oakland in the RVs and people not from Oakland in the RVs?
It's a mixture. So we see a combination of someone said they came from Montana, someone said they came from New York, all sorts of San Francisco, Berkeley. They drive their RVs in here. Some of them state they're from Oakland, but a lot of them, we're hearing this common theme and seeing that however they can't dispose of the RVs, the owners, so they're going to the tow truck drivers or the companies, and then they're putting them back on the street. And then what we often see is one person claims to own 10 RVs and they're renting them to 10 other homeless people on the street and charging them rent. Then you go and run the vehicle information and it's not registered to anyone in that encampment. And that's part of the issue. And then of course you have the environmental impacts and Additionally, they're stripping the vehicles of parts so that the people can't move the vehicles after they bought it or whatever, or renting it.
Amari, I'm going to ask you a question that I know. What happens when they don't pay rent on the RVs?
What we hear is that they get into their, what we're going to call street justice or street disputes, and we're not part of that.
Have you seen the disputes end up in RVs being burned?
We hear those stories, yes.
That completes me.
Okay. Councilmember Houston.
I just wanted to share that I went to
Order in the chamber.
Sacramento, and I was at the California Interagency Council. I went out to Sacramento just to hear what was going on, and every city and county, our county, when I was at that meeting, they were talking about us getting cut. There were the services that are about to be removed, and they said Alameda County is in a unique situation. We got $1.4 billion. $1 billion. If we can't fix this with $1 billion, we got an issue. And the county is willing to work with us. I've never seen it like this before, right? Hubbard speaks to it. I mean, President Hubbard. So we got a unique situation, but we have to move this fast, rapid, and like Patricia said, it's not going to happen overnight. We just got to move it through and get it going.
Okay. I have a comment for Darlene Flynn, actually. I think one of the challenges that those of us who have to vote on this piece of legislation are thinking through and would rely on your expertise is it's absolutely true that the homeless population is disproportionately black. It's also true, at least what we're observing anecdotally, that the RV dwellers are going to disproportionately black neighborhoods. And I don't see this happening in the hills. And so I think that is the thing that we need to grapple with, and it would be good to understand why is it that the RV dwellers are going to the flats and not going to the hills. And, just as we think about safe places for people to go within Oakland.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it is because of enforcement or lack of enforcement.
Yeah.
When you only have a little bit of enforcement resource, you can focus it on the RV that occasionally shows up in the hills. The problem with using the law, the criminal law, and I know you're not really criminalizing the individuals, but using the law, it's already illegal to live in an RV anywhere in the city of Oakland. To live in an RV that doesn't move with some regularity. The law says 72 hours. We know that that's a little bit tough. I was just on vacation for over a week. I'm glad they didn't ticket my car because it didn't move, right, in more than 72 hours. But there's already laws to do that. Those laws are not uniformly enforced. And before you think I'm throwing OPD under the bus, it is because they only have so much resource to do this kind of enforcement. And where they can take, just like picking up a bag of trash or, enforcing an abandoned car, that's a doable thing in the hills or in our neighborhood. We live in the same neighborhood. When that happens, it's something that OPD can manage with fair efficiency. But when you look at these concentrations, and we have a crisis here of concentration of homelessness because of a concentration of poverty, which is driven by race and other factors. And so we have such a volume of this problem, and that's what the Director of Transportation was speaking to, that they can only handle a fraction of it every month. And so when it's easy to be responsive to a neighborhood that has one or two, and those vehicles aren't going to be there very long because they can just be handled. And so I think that it's the order of magnitude and the time that it takes to scale up to real solutions. So what I would say from an equity standpoint, and this is very high-level analysis, is if you're not getting to something that's actually going to make a difference at the scale that you need for it to make a difference, then you're not making a difference. I want to make a difference too. I'm in it to win it. I want you all to win it. I just have a hard time saying from an equity standpoint that this strategy is going to get us there, either in total or when it comes to dealing with our most marginalized communities. Now, if this is something that you feel like, and I know you've been in conversation with OPD, and they say that this is going to make their job easier and they're going to be able to really make a difference because of this change, then I would say let's follow the data and see about that. Because I'm okay with that. You can do equity analysis on the front end, or you can do equity analysis as you go. But you have to collect the data as you go. You have to actually collect the data about who's impacted, what's their race, what's their situation, where did they come from. So we have to get, and we're working on a mechanism for doing that around homeless encampment management. Hopefully we'll get that tool in place. And we can look at what are the impacts going to be, and we should be able to see pretty quickly who we're impacting if we collect the data. This has not been an area that has been easy to collect the data in, and we haven't had a platform for storing the data. And we were beginning to work on setting that up. We've brought that project back. We're already working on it with IT. So data is the key. I can only speculate about what the impacts are going to be, but I can tell you this, that we only have so many officers, and they have a lot to do, and people are waiting a long time for their response sometimes to calls that they send in. They're not going to be able to spend all their time on this. So I think we will still see a situation where some enforcement will happen that isn't happening now. The question is how much and what difference will it make, and I guess we'll know over time, but the system doesn't have any elasticity in it. The resources, they're just not there for enforcement as being the primary strategy. I'm not saying it can't be a strategy, but alone, we just don't have enough enforcement, plus people still have to have a place to be. It's physics. They might not be in an RV anymore, and that might be better because they're not on the street. You know, they're not, I don't know. I don't know what's better. I don't know if it's better, if tent encampments are better than RV encampments. I don't have a judgment on that. I think the deeper question is, what's the best thing that we, the city, and you as a council can do to really change the circumstances? And I have doubts about an enforcement mechanism on its own. Now, Councilmember Houston, I've known him as Ken for too long. Councilmember Houston pointed out that we have some new resources coming. I just have to say that those resources, even though it sounds like a lot of money, are not actually enough. But if we had all of them and could snap our fingers, and turn them into shelter and housing overnight, then you could make more of a visible difference, right?
Through the chair, 58% of the homeless are unhoused or in Oakland.
Oh, I know that data.
So if we get 58% of $1,400,000, we can make an impact.
We can.
Okay.
So I just want to say that this is Sasha Oswald. You had her up here speaking to you. She's working on a comprehensive plan that should bring a more comprehensive picture, and hopefully that will begin to move the needle, and that's what we all want.
Sounds good. I see Councilmember Brown and then Council President Jenkins.
Yep, and I just wanted to thank you so much for sharing your insights. I know I greatly value them, and I just wanted to take a moment to really uplift, also the funding that's coming to Alameda County for Prop 1 around like mental health supportive services, and I know that Alameda County is currently, working on a plan to help shore up more mental health facility, because I think that that was also outlined in one of the speaker's statements that, even if the number is over 5,000 that are currently unhoused in Oakland, easily 3,000 of those are facing have mental health needs. And so that's also a part of the gap as well.
Yes. And the county is a huge partner in that. So I'm very excited to hear that those conversations are going well.
Council President Jenkins.
Okay, so I know it's getting late and I'm not even a member of this committee, so I'm just going to duck out when I feel like it. Question to Amari. Do you think specifically around the enforcement of the RVs in which we've talked about will help with your role in the job that you do?
Through the chair, anytime there's a request for the encampment management team to address a vehicle, RV, a tent, a single individual, we have to go through a prioritization process, assess the situation, As it pertains to vehicles, it goes to the back of the queue. We have 1,400 plus reported encampments across the city, and anytime there's a vehicle reported, I have to say, unfortunately, we have to do outreach to this individual, offer him shelter, and I have to do a 7-day notice. Unfortunately, business, resident, or whomever, it's going to have to wait until the one encampment management team could get to that site. So removing the ambiguity and the gray area, allowing OPD to do their 72-hour process of tagging the vehicles and enforcing the California Vehicle Code will definitely address a lot of the backlog that comes to our team.
Would it help you, through the chair, would it help you more quickly remove RV encampments from around elementary schools, from around businesses, from around high sensitivity places?
Yes. Through the chair, yes.
I do have a question to Amari, too, since we have you here. I do share sort of the concern around inadvertently, the unintended consequence of this is to actually push people out of car-based homelessness into street-based homelessness. Can you imagine a scenario where that would actually be the outcome of this policy?
I think with the policy, it could go either way. When we engage folks, sometimes they say they got family, sometimes they're willing to go into programs, sometimes this push addressing the vehicle or RV kind of pushes them to connect with whichever service provider they're already connected with, or sometimes they say, hey, I'm gonna just go back to whatever city they came back from, whether it's San Jose or a different city. So we do try, again, to lead with services as much as possible, being a key component of this. And so it is very challenging to kind of balance that, but we do the best we can.
Okay. Council Member 5.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wong. I just want someone to walk me through this policy. And we can use a real life example if we're specifically talking about RVs on surrounding, part of the perimeter of the Defirmary Pool is surrounded by RVs on both sides of the streets. That's impacting use of some of the businesses, entry and exit to their businesses, and it has resulted in the deterioration of the area. It's limited parking for some of the kids and their families who are attempting to go to swim meets and practices. But walk me through, with 1,400 encampments in the city of Oakland, over half of those being in District 3, what if this policy passed today with our one encampment management team, how would you address Poplar Street and West Oakland through this legislation? And maybe that's a combination of the EMT, OPD, DOT, and Councilmember Houston's office that can, and Patricia, since you're standing there, help walk me through what that would look like, what that action would look like.
My recommendation, because it is a large population of people and not just vehicles, my recommendation would be to lead with the EMT and do like a combination of outreach and engagement, and then also informing them, hey, enforcement is coming and that they have to move their vehicles. I did hear Director Rowan cite earlier that once engagement starts or officers or people start going out and tagging vehicles, you get some movement from the RVs, right? If the wish is just for them to follow the law, then we should deploy the law enforcement to say, follow the 72-hour parking laws and keep the areas clean, so on and so forth. If the RVs are inoperable or they fail to move, or they're doing some sort of criminal or illicit activity, which we often find, sometimes it's prostitution, sometimes it's drug distribution, sometimes it's, they bipping cars and they're hiding them in the RVs in terms of the items, and so on and so forth, right? when we go in there with OPD and our teams, that's some of the stuff we kind of uncover. But to answer your question, I think it would be a combination approach initially simply because the population over there is so large, but leading with law enforcement to basically say, hey, follow the 72-hour parking laws, otherwise we'll have to confiscate your vehicles. And what I will say is that in many instances, they'll follow the laws and rules sometimes if you ask them, but they're not going to listen to me in a collared shirt or in a polo shirt, as you guys often see me. They're not going to listen to our outreach team who comes with harm reductions. They're going to listen to law enforcement when that ask and that request comes.
So so they get the notice to move and follow the vehicle code. And then they move.
Some will move, some may not move.
And when they move, where are they going?
Sometimes they stay in the city, sometimes they go out of the city, sometimes it's around the corner.
Once again, my issue is that I hear this from constituents all the time, is that we're playing whack-a-mole with homelessness because we don't have shelter beds and we don't have affordable housing and all of the other things. And I want a solution. I don't want us just to be, I want real solutions. And I fear, because over half of those encampments that you just mentioned, of the 1,400, are in District 3. I fear that if we don't have a place for people to go where we're designating, you can't be here, you need to be over there, then when they get these notices, they're going to get in their RVs, if they can move, and go over another block. And then we're going to chase them another block and be like, you can't be here either. And then they're going to move another block. So I'm scared that this just, and please, if I'm wrong, I want to be wrong. But tell me how this is going to be different than what already exists.
Councilmember, through the chair, Councilmember, one of the things that we have maintained in this policy, which is why Councilmember Houston and I think we are in compliance with HAP, is that we do have low sensitivity areas, right, where people can go. We do have that built into the policy. The low sensitivity areas are not the target of this. So when those abatements take place and we have exhausted the referrals, we have gone through the work that we do with the partners who actually do this type of work, there are low sensitivity areas, and I was sort of mandated that had to be in this policy. And it is in compliance with HAP that people can go to low sensitivity areas. That pretty much, council member, was in the EMP. That, while some wanted that to change, that is in the EMP, and it's also in the EAP. So to your question, which is the question, which is really the most important question, I'm glad you're raising it, because I think this is something that the public should also know. Forever we complained about never having any money. Now we're getting this money from the county. I think the real question is, where will they go? Who's going to accept them, and where is the space? That's really the real question, because as we set up these, I know you have room perhaps to think about this, and I know that Measure W covers that kind of work. But perhaps, potentially, I don't want to obviously say what you're going to do in your district, council member, but I know you have a unique situation where you have churches that have parking lots, that have the availability for potentially, if you so choose to go down that path, for RV parking, right? And as we know, Measure W is there to assist with that. We didn't ever anticipate that. I want to go back to your other question. So how is this effectuated? Yes, everyone signs in a perfect world, but I can guarantee you, you don't walk out the door and poof, encampments start closing down left and right. You heard Director Flynn. She still needs to do some of the work to stand up this policy. You haven't heard from the auditor, but I can tell you that the auditor needs to get into this and figure out how they're going to come up with their metrics to audit this, right? Honestly speaking, Councilmember Houston and I figured that it really wouldn't be until September. Not that it hadn't passed, but whether or not it's truly ready to be effectuated, that may not be till September and October, and it may just coincide perfectly with the distribution of Measure W funds. Because what you're saying is, you're right, we don't have resources, right? But we do know they're coming. We all went to the county. We made sure about that. And I know people may say, yeah, but the county always, I don't think so. I think those funds are going to come to Oakland, and we're going to have money to stand up this policy, because this policy is still, Councilmember Fife, based on housing first. There is no criminalization. There is no cruel and unusual punishment, but it is compassion with authority. Ma'am.
I just want to state for the record that for my staff that's participating in this meeting today, I need you to cancel my tomorrow, because I'm going to have to recover from today's meeting. I do not understand how we're moving forward. I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse. I feel like if there's criminal activity happening, I think OPD needs to address that criminal activity. A lot of the criminal activity in these encampments are also impacting the people who are living there. It's hell. It's literal hell. I've been in more encampments than I can count. Sometimes you think the ground is ground, and it's not. It's soft and mushy, and there's more vermin there than people. And the conditions are hell, and no one in their right mind would want to live in the conditions that many Black people in Oakland are living in today. And again, I want to see these encampments abated. I want the RVs that are making it hard for Black babies to go to the infirmary to be abated. And I want the people that are living in those RVs, regardless of what race they are, to be in shelter. And I'm doing everything in my power to make space in my district. I want to see that same energy for every council member that has a district, to create space in theirs. When this was mandated by legislation years ago, Councilmember Bass and myself were the only two council members that made space in our districts to address homelessness. I know people don't want it in their backyards, but I fear that this legislation will move people from one state of homelessness to another, thereby costing the city more money. And I want us to utilize the solutions that we have on board in my district. That's what I'm going to do, with regardless of what passes here, to work with organizations and individuals that are like, use my space, use my service providers, and let's address this situation, because I feel like it's going to make more work for Amari. And we can have more conversation about what that looks like, but I think we're going to move from one state of homelessness to another. And if that's what we decide to do as a body, so be it. We need benchmarks about, if we have 5,000 unsheltered people in Oakland, how does this policy get us to 4,000, to 3,000? And what I don't see how we're actually monitoring and having some matrix about how we're truly addressing the root causes. We have so many federal cuts that are coming, that we're facing, where we got to keep people from falling into homelessness. And that's a whole different conversation. But I will just say, I have some amendments. I do want to move this legislation, or move this conversation forward. But I want to get the temperature of the body. I've been in conversation with Councilmember Houston for the last several months about it. And I want to shout out Miss Margaret Gordon, who was here, who actually brought Councilmember Houston and I together over 20 years ago with Oakland Works, meeting in West Oakland around community issues in West Oakland. And I will always have love for my brother. He's my brother. I've known him for decades now. And I hope that we can find some common ground on where we all agree about addressing homelessness. Again, I have some amendments. If those are welcomed at this time, I'm happy to make them. But I feel like this is going to put us, what's the saying? from the frying pan into the fire?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Councilmember Fife,
yeah.
are those, have the amendments been reviewed by the city attorney's office?
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Have the amendments that you're proposing been reviewed by the city
I
attorney's office?
apologize, they have not. I can,
Okay.
so
I
that
think
is a
my
good question.
temperature is also, I don't think anyone here is quite ready to propose amendments today. I do think it makes sense to continue this. I mean, we're all sort of hitting a wall, I think, collectively, and we have a lot to digest. And so I think it makes sense to continue this conversation as the subsequent Public Safety Committee meeting, which is, just to note, the 30th of September. That's going to be at 6 p.m., right? Yeah, at 6 p.m. But I see my fellow council members have some comments. Councilmember Houston.
Yes, and this is why I asked Sasha about this. I said, because Amari had mentioned something about criminal activity, and I asked her directly about providing housing when we're abating RVs and encampments because of criminal activity or environmental crimes, and she didn't have an answer for that, right? So Inoxco Tedesco said that this policy gives them clarity. It gives them clarity. I went on a tour with the mayor, the state, and the county to look for land. So this is not going to take place immediately, right? So we went and looking for land to bring and transfer RVs over to safe parking like we have on 66 and others, right? However, if you're committing a crime, if you're doing some of the things that Amari just said, we ain't gonna give you no opportunity for housing. We're gonna tow you and enforce the law, the California law. That's what we're gonna do, and that's what this is, and that's why Tedesco said this makes it clarity for them to move forward. My offer is this. Give me a second.
Are you amenable, Councilmember Houston is the author of this bill, by the way? I think there's a lot in this piece of legislation. I think there's some stuff that's a little bit more obvious, at least in my opinion, that is like, doesn't require as much debate. There's some stuff that is like, yes, this should obviously be passed, segments of it, but I think there's some parts that really require more robust debate and maybe parsing out and doing this. We don't have to solve it all in one go.
No, I got it. I got it, but I'm not going to change my position.
Okay.
I'm not changing my position, and I would like to just move this so other council members could be involved, can weigh in. I'd like to move this to the non-consent so other council members can weigh in instead of just us four. That's what I'm proposing, so they can have some weigh in and have some say, and keep it moving.
Councilmember Brown.
Yep. So, Councilmember Houston, I think my question to you was going to be, if in kind of the dialogue that we've been having, it seems apparent that there are some needed amendments, and a handful of council members are interested in doing that. So I think my motion would be to have this item stay on the public safety pending list, so that the council members that want to offer amendments can do so. And then the recommendation for the pending list is to allow the city attorney's office to be able to review those amendments. And then once once they have been reviewed, then it could come back to this body. Does that work?
While Councilmember Houston thinks about that, Council President Jenkins.
When you say other council members, are you talking about our other council members or just these four council members and the president?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think I had heard Council President Jenkins say that he was going to offer some amendments. I also did a compare and contrast to some of the things that was mentioned, so I have a few as well that I'll offer. But just at this time, it's just not ready.
What about Councilmember Ramachan and Zunger and Gayo?
Yeah, I also think that as you know, if we have the ability to really like weigh in on this policy here within the committee, those our colleagues can also come to the committee to weigh in before it gets to the full council. I just don't think that at this time it's ready to go to the full council.
I do. But let me say this. I'm going to let council member, our president speak, and let me just think about this for a minute.
So I think there are significant amendments that need to be made for people to feel comfortable. There's some amendments that I want to make to feel comfortable with this legislation as well. I think the best course of action, this is not going to work at a committee day. It's going to have to be a special public safety meeting that we have that starts at 9 o'clock. And I think that the other council members should come and participate as well. I think as the chair of public safety, you should not insist upon it, but heavily influence them to come and participate. The votes just aren't here for this, as is. And so I think the best thing would be for Councilmember Houston to work with the chair to have a date for this to come back by, and then everyone submit their amendments.
Okay. So just to be clear, it would be you're recommending a special session of public safety, and we invite everybody, all the council members.
Invite all the council members.
Okay. And could the council members that don't sit on this committee, they can weigh in and provide amendments?
Yeah, just like I've sat in and weighed in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to make a motion around that, Council
Can I
President?
say-
Oh, you can't do that. That's right. Okay.
Let me say that's basically what council members, you guys are in unison, so I like that. So you make that motion, and I'll second it because it's you. No, I'm just saying, no, I'm not saying it like that. No, I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying. Councilmember Fife, you know what I was saying.
Okay.
I wasn't saying just.
I can also make the motion.
Because you're going to.
Yes, we'll make a motion to continue this to a special session of public safety. No. Councilmember Brown.
Okay, so my motion is to add this item to the public safety pending list, and no date specific.
Uh-huh.
I
see. Okay.
And therefore to allow amendments to be sent to the city attorney's office. And then once those amendments are submitted and approved, then we can determine the date. And that would be at Rules Committee. So,
Okay, Councilmember Fife, is that a second or a question?
I mean, it's the same conversation I had with you offline, basically, all the same information. I am concerned about the timeline. So I don't think we have Rules Committee this month, correct? Do we have
none? I thought we did.
One?
Okay.
The 25th. Lord Jesus,
Through the chair to Councilmember Fife, there is a Rules Committee for September the 25th.
Thank you. You're welcome. And the next Public Safety Committee meeting?
That would be for September the 30th.
September 30th. I would like to say that if we do schedule another special meeting, I think it's imperative for the chair to check for quorum to ensure that we all have the availability in our schedules to be there.
I will absolutely do that.
That did not happen with this meeting, and I want to be a part of this conversation.
Yeah.
And happy to send my amendments to the city attorney and to the bringer of this legislation, and to move forward from there.
Okay. Okay, do I have a second for Council? Okay, Houston. Are you seconding the motion by Councilmember Brown?
Yes, I'm seconding it.
Okay, great. Let's move to a vote.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Councilmember Brown, seconded by Councilmember Houston, to schedule this item to the Public Safety Committee pending list with no date specific. On roll, Councilmember Brown.
Aye.
Councilmember Fife.
Aye.
Councilmember Houston.
Aye.
And Chair Wong.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 ayes to schedule this item to the Public Safety Committee pending list with no date specific. We will now move to open forum. When I call your name, please approach the podium. State your name for the record. You do have 1 minute. If you are participating via Zoom, please raise your hand so you're easily identified. Ms. Asada, Samuel Ramney, Chantel Demures, excuse me if I mispronounced your last name, Ashley Green, Zadaya Sun, it's like Sayadodi Sun, excuse me, Risa Jaffe, Simon Lee, Miss West, Jennifer Finley, Andrea, and Shamara. If you're here with us in the chambers, please approach the podium. If I called your name and you're here with us in chamber, please approach the podium. Moving to our Zoom speakers. Samin, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, I just wanted to add a point that according to the 2023 USCSF statewide survey in the state of California, over 75% of unhoused people reside in the same counties where they used to be housed, which goes against what some of the council members have stated that about not needing to support people outside of Oakland, when in fact most of the unhoused residents I've talked to are living very close to family members and existing connections because that's how they're able to get the resources they need that the city doesn't provide when they are unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. Rashid, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment. Richie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds to me like this policy needs a lot of work. I've listened to the whole meeting since 11 a.m. It just sounds like it's not ready. And I don't know, I have doubts about the timeline, even meeting on the, I think you said meeting on the 25th. And I also want to say that Councilman Houston hasn't discussed this policy over the phone. I called his office and his office doesn't want to discuss this over the phone. I think if you propose this, you should talk about it over the phone. You should have the courage to talk about it over the phone. So I please encourage him to open up the lines to the public on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker. Risa, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, yes, this is Risa Jaffe. Since 2016, I've showed up to city council meetings asking to have OPD demonstrate how the funding they get keeps us safe. It never happens. But OPD now has an opportunity to easily demonstrate they are using our tax dollars to keep us safe by showing us how they are stopping the kidnappings happening on the streets of Oakland. Please agendize a report from OPD on how they will protect Oakland residents from the unconstitutional activities being implemented by the fascist federal government currently in power. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Risa. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Jennifer Finley, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Hi, I was about to say something very similar to what Risa just said. I would love to see, we need to see some proactive effort from the city and some real information from OPD about what the plan is when they get here, because they're coming. And related to that, the world is just on fire right now. We need to be leading with love and community and not the standard, the cruelty is the point. So I'm really glad to see that this was that you had a thorough discussion and that this is being held off for now so that there's a proper amount of time being taken to get the attention it deserves. So thanks for that. Hope you have a restful night.
Thank you for your comment. Moving to our next Zoom speaker, Shamar. You may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment. Shamar, you may unmute yourself and begin your 1-minute comment.
Oops, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Shamar, District 7 resident homeowner. Appreciated the second half of that conversation. Just definitely encourage the council to continue expeditiously the conversation that they've begun. I appreciate once the special interests and some of the more radical factions left the room that folks were willing to be honest about some of the inhumanity that we're seeing on the streets, especially as it affects Black Oakland residents, especially our seniors and legacy folks who deserve to be supported and deserve to have resources allotted to them, while also just some common sense on the streets and just a pathway to something more livable. I encourage the councilman to rally his district. I think, we want to hear more, again, not from the special interests, not from the same old folks parroting the same old talking points, but from real residents who are working class, who are experiencing this on the ground. And
Thank you for your comment, Chair Wong. That concludes your public speakers for open forum.
Great. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn this motion. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn this meeting. We don't need a motion. Okay. Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.